Chapter 67. The next day, Prince Yu's residence received an invitation letter. It was for Ningchen, written by Marquis Yu himself. It was written with a strong force that penetrated the back of the paper. There was a hint of dominance in the firmness. One look and one could tell that it was the handwriting of a master at the peak of martial art. Ningchen received the letter. This time, he didn't bring Ah Man with him. Instead, he went by himself. He didn't know what kind of person Marquis Yu was, so he couldn't take Ah Man with him. Logically speaking, as a martial Marquis of Xia, he should not be an unreasonable person, but it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. He had to be on guard. If it wasn't for the fact that the invitation letter was for him, and that it was written by Marquis Yu himself, he wouldn't have come at all. He had all kinds of habits in his life, but he didn't have the habit of seeking death. Furthermore, with the example of the northern martial Marquis, his impression of the great Xia martial Marquis was very average. He wondered how Emperor Xia would react after reading the letter. Marquis residence of Yu was not far from Prince Yu's residence. In this Tianfu city, the Marquis residence and the Prince residence were the two strongest forces. The Marquis residence existed to suppress Prince Yu's residence in addition to intimidating the barbarians. Emperor Xia was indeed very wary of his brothers. Only Prince Yan, who had no interest in power, was able to make Emperor Xia feel slightly more at ease. When they arrived at Marquis Yu's residence, the gates were wide open and a heavily armored general personally came out to welcome them. Ningchen couldn't help but frown. Just what was this Marquis Yu planning? He didn't think that Marquis Yu would be so magnanimous. His son had just been beaten to a pulp. It was already good enough that he didn't care about it, but he actually sent someone to welcome him. It was too abnormal. In the main hall of the house of Marquis Yu sat on the main seat with a refined expression. He read the book in his hand while drinking the tea brewed by the maid in front of him. No matter how one looked at it, the person in front of him looked more like a scholar than a marquis. Ningchen entered the hall and looked at Marquis Yu. Marquis Yu also put down the book in his hand and looked at Ningchen. After a long time, he lightly smiled and said, "As expected, heroes come from the youth." "Marquis, you flatter me," Ningchen replied politely. "Do you know why this marquis is looking for you?" Marquis Yu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Please explain, Marquis," Ningchen said respectfully. "Jingqi Palace." Marquis Yu said these three words with a straight face. He didn't say it clearly, but he had already made his objective clear. Ningchen smiled happily. His smile was very bright. So this was what he wanted. He knew it. How could there be such a magnanimous person in this world? Since he had a favor to ask of others, he could even tolerate his son's revenge. What kind of price is the Marquis willing to pay? Ningchen's eyes narrowed as he pretended to consider. "What do you want?" Marquis Yu asked back. "Marquis, your question is a little insincere. If you want my things, you have to show enough sincerity," Ningchen said with a light smile. Marquis Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "I can invite a Xiantian to help you cleanse your meridians and heal your legs." Hearing this, Ningchen sneered in his heart, but his face was very cooperative and showed an excited expression. He eagerly said, "Is what Marquis said true? Can a primordial master really cure my legs?" "Xiantian is omnipotent." Marquis Yu nodded. "Nonsense," Ningchen sneered in his heart. "You think I haven't seen a Xiantian before? The Xiantian I know is almost enough to form a table of mahjong." Although he thought this in his heart, his face still showed an even more tangled and struggling expression, as if he was experiencing an intense psychological struggle. "I wonder which Xiantian master the Marquis can invite?" After struggling for a while, he saw Ningchen exhale and make up his mind. "This matter cannot be revealed for now. However, as long as you take out the thing, I will arrange it," Marquis Yu promised as he drank a mouthful of tea. "Can't you heal my legs first?" Ning Chen's eyes clearly flashed with a trace of disappointment. He was unwilling to give up. This matter cannot be rushed. Cleansing meridians is not something that can be done in a day or two. Even a Xiantian master will use up a lot of Zhen Yuan, so I need to pay a large enough price in advance. If I don't see the thing, wouldn't I suffer too much? Marquis Jiyu said sincerely but fearlessly. He believed that Ning Chen would make a choice. Compared to his legs, these worldly things were useless to him. His Majesty was too anxious, too extreme. That was why he had forced Ning Chen to run away again and again, leaving no room for negotiation. Marquis, please allow me to think about it. I will definitely give you an answer in the near future. Ning Chen's expression changed again and again. How long? Marquis Jiyu indifferently asked. 10 days, no, 5 days. Ning Chen thought for a moment before saying, All right, I will give you 5 days. After 5 days, I will wait for your answer. Marquis Jiyu nodded and said seriously. Many thanks, Marquis, Ning Chen respectfully said. Generally, help me send the guest off. Marquis Jiyu glanced at the heavy-armored general beside him. Yes. The heavy-armored general stepped forward and bowed, please. Ning Chen nodded and then turned his wheelchair to walk out of the hall. Suddenly, the wheelchair stopped. Ning Chen turned around and glanced at Marquis Jiyu. He softly said, Marquis, Prince Yu also mentioned this matter to me last night. He also promised a high position and a generous salary, as well as glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. Although Ning Chen is not interested in these things, I still have some doubts. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are still fine, but isn't a high position and a generous salary something only His Majesty can decide? Hearing this, Marquis Jiyu's eyes slightly narrowed. Thank you for the reminder. Heh, Ning Chen softly laughed, turned around, and immediately continued walking forward. When he was about to leave the hall, a calm voice came from behind him. If possible, please let me see the power of that thing in your hand with my own eyes. I hope it won't disappoint me. Ning Chen's lips curled into a strange arc. Definitely. After saying this, the wheelchair moved forward and quickly disappeared. Father. After Ning Chen left, Ji Yuntang walked out from the back of the hall and asked with an unwilling expression, Why didn't you keep him and avenge your son? Idiot. Marquis Ji Yu coldly snorted and said, Now, the entire Prince Yu's mansion knows that Ning Chen came to Marquis Ji Yu's mansion. If you make a move at this time, do you want to attract the wrath of the Empress and Prince Yen? Don't cause trouble for me in the future. This Ning Chen isn't someone you can touch. After saying this, a dangerous light flashed in Marquis Ji Yu's eyes. It was fine if this kid didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he had to kill him in one strike and not leave any future troubles. Yes, Ji Yuntang was unwilling, but he didn't dare to go against his father's wishes. He could only retreat with a heart full of anger. Marquis Ji Yu sighed softly. Although this child of his appeared to be tolerant on the surface, he wasn't that scheming. Compared to Ning Chen just now, he was not just a little bit worse. Ning Chen's last words had really stabbed Prince Yu fiercely. What was even more subtle was that the former was still living in Prince Yu's mansion. Thinking of the meaning of that sentence, Marquis Ji Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Prince Yu, what exactly do you want to do? Could it be that you're still daydreaming that can't be realized? After returning to Prince Yu's mansion, Prince Yu immediately went forward to see Ning Chen and expressed his concern. Ning Chen responded with a smile, indicating that he didn't suffer any excessive difficulties. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Prince Yu could tell that although Ning Chen was hiding it with a smile, his words still inadvertently revealed a bit of anger and unwillingness. Prince Yu guessed that it was very likely that Ning Chen had suffered difficulties in Marquis Ji Yu's mansion. This was a good thing. The worse the relationship between Ning Chen and Marquis Ji Yu's mansion, the more likely it was that Ning Chen would side with him. Prince Yu comforted him with a few words of concern and then left with great satisfaction. After Ning Chen dealt with Prince Yu, He returned to his residence and saw Ah Man walking around in circles in boredom in the courtyard. He smiled lightly and stretched out his hand to call out, "Ah Man, come here for a moment." It was really too boring to talk with those cunning old foxes, to the point that he was now full of nonsense and not a single word of truth. Instead of smiling and wrangling with them and wasting time, it was better to accompany Ah Man and make her happier. In the courtyard, when Ah Man heard Ning Chen's voice, she immediately walked over with a bright smile and asked charmingly, "What? I'm taking you to do something fun. Do you want to come?" Ning Chen asked with a smile. "Yes," Ah Man replied without hesitation. "Come, push the wheelchair," said Ning Chen. Ah Man obediently walked behind Ning Chen and pushed the wheelchair. She reminded him, "You can't fight anymore." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I won't fight." He understood that the miserable sight of him vomiting blood yesterday had frightened Ah Man and left a bad shadow in her heart when it came to fighting. In this world, the most difficult person to understand was Ah Man, but the easiest person to understand was also Ah Man. So many people had died yesterday, but Ah Man didn't even blink. But after seeing him vomit blood, she immediately panicked. The reason was actually very simple. Ah Man's world was never bound by any rules. She believed that he was right, and he would always be right. Then the people who fought with him would definitely be wrong. "After you went out this morning, I was so bored by myself," Ah Man straightforwardly said the words in her heart. "There won't be a next time. In the future, I'll definitely bring you along," promised Ning Chen. "Where are we going?" asked Ah Man curiously. "To buy things. The cloth shop and pharmacy," replied Ning Chen. "I don't have money," said Ah Man honestly. "No problem, I have money," said Ning Chen generously. Prince Yan's salary was in his hands. He would borrow it first and return it when he had money. However, this girl Ah Man didn't bring a single copper coin when she went out. She really was careless. The cloth shop. As they walked, Wild pointed at a tailor shop in front of them and reminded them. "Go in," ordered Ning Chen. The two of them entered the cloth shop. Then Ning Chen looked at the cloth on the table and pointed at the cheapest bolt. "I want half a foot." The owner of the cloth shop looked disdainfully at the youth in front of him. He had seen stingy people before, but he had never seen such a stingy person. "I'm not selling half a foot," said the owner unhappily. Ning Chen frowned. Just as he was about to reason with the owner, Ah Man pointed at the most beautiful bolt of silk on the rack. "I want that." The color of the silk was light and elegant. It wasn't too thick or bright, and it was smooth and flawless. It was clearly a famous product and was very expensive. Ning Chen clenched his teeth and said, "I'll buy it." Hearing this, the owner's expression immediately changed. He smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. "All right, young master also wants this bolt of cloth, right? No need to cut it, I'll give it to you for free." Ning Chen clenched his teeth and paid the money. Then he took the 2 bolts of cloth and left. How could he have forgotten that although this girl was different from ordinary people, she was still a princess? How could ordinary people compare to her taste? Most importantly, she was still a woman. When she saw beautiful things, she would subconsciously want them. 2 bolts of cloth, 130 taels of silver. This bolt of cloth was only enough to cover his head. What kind of silk was this? It was clearly made of silver. "Ah Man, what are you buying it for?" Ning Chen's heart bled as he asked. "To make clothes." Ah Man's eyebrows curved as she smiled. "Don't you already have a lot of clothes?" Ning Chen didn't understand. When Ah Man came out with them, she didn't bring anything other than clothes. However, other than clothes, she really didn't have anything else to bring. "I don't have this kind of clothes yet," replied Ah Man matter-of-factly. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. He had really tried his best, but he still couldn't keep up with Ah Man's thoughts. Chapter 68. After they finished looking around the cloth shop, Ah Man pushed Ning Chen to find a pharmacy. Nanjiang was rich in medicinal stones, and the business was very good. Everywhere, there were caravans coming to buy medicinal stones. Ning Chen found a pharmacy and began to buy as much as he could. He had already spent over 100 taels, so he didn't care about the change. Not long after, a large sack was filled to the brim. There were at least 20 to 30 different types of medicinal stones. After the two of them finished buying, they immediately returned to the prince's residence. They closed the door and began to work. There were too many types of medicinal stones, and most of them were useless. Ning Chen only bought them to confuse the people who were secretly following him. Prince Yu and Marquis Yu clearly wanted to know the secret recipe for the explosives, so he had to be very careful. What is this? A man looked at the strange thing that Ning Chen had cut out of cotton and asked in confusion. A mask, Ning Chen replied. Last time in the palace, he and General Ling almost choked to death when he used these medicinal stones. This time, he had to make sure to protect himself. After sewing the layers of masks, Ning Chen was about to put them on when he suddenly stopped. He looked at Ah Man and smiled mischievously. Ah Man, lower your head. Why? Ah Man didn't notice Ning Chen's strange smile. She obediently moved her delicate little face closer and asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Ning Chen carefully put the mask in his hand on Ah Man's face and moved back in his wheelchair to take a closer look. It really was unbearable to look at. Ning Chen glanced at his hand. This hand was really like a foot. It couldn't do anything. A man looked at Ning Chen's strange expression and walked in front of the mirror. After looking, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. So ugly. Ning Chen was ashamed. This girl was too straightforward. She didn't even consider his feelings. It'll be very choking later, Ning Chen explained without much confidence. So it's best to wear this. Do you want to wear it? No, A Man shook her head and refused without hesitation. Ning Chen silently took the mask off A Man's face and put it on himself. If she didn't want to wear it, then so be it. If she didn't want to look, she could make it herself. In the next moment, what made Ning Chen want to bang his head against the wall was that Ah Man really ran to the side and made one herself. She finished it in just a few moments, and her appearance was many times better than his. Comparisons were odious. Ning Chen's self-esteem was hurt. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Just because it looked good, it didn't mean it was useful. The most important thing was to be able to withstand the flying ashes of the medicine. Saltpeter was the most choking material among the raw materials, so Ning Chen had to do it himself. Grinding charcoal was safe, non-toxic, and didn't require much skill, so Ah Man was naturally the one to do it. Cough, cough. Grind it up a little, Ning Chen said worriedly as he coughed. Oh. Ah Man threw a piece of charcoal into the grinder. Cough, cough. Aren't you choking? Ning Chen asked again. It's all right. A man added another piece of charcoal and said casually. Why am I choking? Ning Chen twisted his head and said. I don't know, A Man said honestly. Ning Chen was speechless. Why wasn't this girl enlightened? Couldn't she hear the hidden meaning in his words? How about you give me your mask and you make another one? With no other choice, Ning Chen could only embarrassedly say it out loud. Okay. A Man nodded. She got up and took off her mask to help Ning Chen change it. Then she ran to the side and made another one. What a good girl. Ning Chen silently sighed. He immediately suppressed the melancholy in his heart and began to work. In truth, the current situation was quite good. It was good for both of them. After grinding the medicine, the next step was the most important part. Ning Chen held the scale in his hand and weighed the saltpeter powder, charcoal powder, and sulfur powder one by one. Then he mixed them according to the ratio. What is this? A Man stood to the side and asked curiously. Explosives, Ning Chen replied. What is it used for? A Man continued to ask curiously. Do you know what an explosion is? Ning Chen asked uncertainly. Was there such a thing in this era? I know, A Man replied. Then it's easy to explain. Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief. He gestured with his hands as he explained, "If this thing is ignited, it can cause a very, very, very large explosion." Aman nodded as if she understood. Then she asked again, "Why are you making this thing?" "Someone is making me unhappy. Tomorrow I will go and blow up his door." Ning Chen angrily said, "Don't fight." Aman frowned and said, "Don't fight." Ning Chen seriously said, "I will also go." Aman softly said, "Okay, let's go together tomorrow." Ning Chen agreed. He had originally planned to bring Aman along. The next day, early in the morning, Ning Chen brushed his teeth and washed his face. He was full of energy. Then he hugged his self-made revenge bomb and walked out the door. Aman was already waiting at the door. When she saw Ning Chen come out, she went forward to help push his wheelchair. The two of them walked together towards Marquis Gu's mansion. The shops on the street had already opened and the day's work had begun. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at Wu Ho's mansion and stopped. The guards in front of Marquis Gu had seen Ning Chen yesterday and knew that he was Wu Ho's guest. Thus, their attitude was very polite. "You two make way," Ning Chen said to the two guards at the door. The two guards frowned when they heard this, but they still took a few steps back. "Make way again." Ning Chen felt that it was still not enough and requested again. The two guards retreated a few more steps. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he trying to do? Ning Chen handed the bomb in his hand to Aman. Then he took out a lighter and instructed, "Aman, put this thing at the door and light up the wire. After that you don't need to care about anything else. Quickly run." Aman nodded. Although she did not understand, she would do as she was told. Ning Chen took one last look at Wu Ho's mansion and sneered in his heart. "You want to see its power? You don't want to be disappointed? You can experience it for yourself." Aman followed Ning Chen's instructions and placed the bomb in front of the mansion. She bent down and lit up the wire. Then she threw the lighter and immediately ran towards Ning Chen. Chi-chi, the fuse sizzled like the countdown of a clock. Just as Wild ran to Ning Chen's side, she heard an earth-shattering sound. An enormous cloud of fire erupted. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth shook as rocks fell like rain. The mansion's main door disappeared and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Even the surrounding stone walls fell down. Aman was shocked. The two guards were even more dumbfounded. Looking at the falling debris, they did not know whether it was the main door or the walls. Their brains were unable to react for a while. Beside Ning Chen, Aman was the first to come back to her senses. In the next moment she smiled happily. Seeing this smile, Ning Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This girl was actually able to smile. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, shouldn't she be scared witless? He really did not understand Aman's world. "Is there more?" Aman asked with some excitement. Ning Chen's eyelids jumped and he quickly shook his head. "No more. I only made this one yesterday." Luckily, he only made one. Aman was going to use it as a firecracker. Aman replied with some disappointment. "Let's go. Otherwise there will be another fight." Ning Chen called out. Aman obediently followed and left. Just at this time, the Wu Ho government's guards reacted. Just as they were about to go up and stop them, they were stopped by a heavy voice. "No need to chase." As he spoke, Marquis Gu walked out with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the door that had been blown beyond recognition, and then stared at the two people that were gradually disappearing into the distance. Anger, fear, and killing intent unceasingly emerged in his heart. After all his calculations, he had miscalculated this brat's terrifying schemes and guts. On the way, Aman asked puzzledly, "Why aren't they chasing us?" Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Because their Marquis wants the method to create that thing. He captured me. If I am not happy, I would rather die than surrender. Furthermore, he was the one who said he wanted to see the power of that thing. I am just following his instructions." Aman nodded thoughtfully and honestly said, You are so treacherous. Ning Chen wanted to choke to death. When they returned to Prince Yu's residence, Prince Yu was already waiting for them. It was obvious that the news from the spies had spread faster than them, and had already informed Prince Yu. Prince Yu was shocked and happy at the same time. He was shocked because the power of that thing was as terrifying as the rumors said. He was happy because Ning Chen must have completely fallen out with Marquis Yu's residence this time. Going to blow up someone else's residence, this was a blatant slap to their face. Prince Yu saw the two of them returning and immediately went up to them. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Ning Chen. Ning Chen knew that he had to start acting and arguing with Prince Yu again. He was afraid that Ah Man would be bored, so he turned and said, "Ah Man, you go back first. I have something to say to Prince Yu." "Okay." Ah Man nodded obediently and then left by herself. After Ah Man left, Ning Chen apologized to Prince Yu. "Prince, I am sorry. There are some things that I do not want Ah Man to know." "This prince can understand, but you are too impulsive this time." Prince Yu's tone was filled with reproach. Ning Chen revealed an unconvinced expression and coldly snorted, "They are the ones who have gone too far." Sigh. Prince Yu sighed and patiently advised, "Even so, no matter what, Marquis Yu is a martial marquis personally conferred by Emperor Xia. If you slap his face like this, he will definitely not let this matter rest. He dares." Ning Chen had endured for a long time, and finally revealed an arrogant expression as he said angrily. A sneer flashed across Prince Yu's eyes. In the end, he was still a young man, and his patience was still lacking. "Ning Chen, don't be impulsive. Think about it, no matter how much the Empress favors you, it's impossible for her to protect you every time. Not to mention Prince Yen, even though Third Brother's martial arts are extraordinary, he doesn't have any real power in his hands. To contend against a martial marquis whose martial arts are not inferior to his, how difficult is that?" Prince Yu tried to reason with Ning Chen, hoping that Ning Chen would know the power of this. Sure enough, after hearing Prince Yu's analysis, Ning Chen's expression gradually became unsightly. Moreover, it became more and more unsightly and paler, as if he understood how much trouble he had caused today. Prince Yu's own words were effective, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. "How about this? This prince will help you deal with it, so that Marquis Yu's estate will not find trouble with you." "But, Marquis Yu is a martial marquis after all, but Prince Yu." Ning Chen did not finish his sentence, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. "Ha, you underestimate this prince too much. This prince can still deal with a mere martial marquis." Prince Yu laughed out loud and took the opportunity to display his strength to Ning Chen, so that the latter would have a rough understanding of his strength. A hint of struggle flashed across Ning Chen's face as he said, "Prince, then what price do I have to pay?" Prince Yu laughed and shook his head. "Speaking of price is too much of an outsider. This prince is indeed very pleased with your talent. As long as you agree to work for this prince, Prince Yu's estate will always be your most powerful support." Chapter 69. Ning Chen still didn't agree to Prince Yu's request. However, Prince Yu wasn't in a hurry this time. He was sure that Ning Chen had no other choice but to rely on him. Ning Chen could only snort at this. However, what surprised him was the confidence that Prince Yu deliberately revealed. If it wasn't a bluff, then Prince Yu's hidden strength was something he had to pay attention to. In the Grand Xia, there were only a handful of people who could contend with a marquis. Prince Yu actually had such confidence. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to stab him again. Otherwise, if he really became powerful, wouldn't the Grand Xia erupt with internal and external troubles? In the next 2 days, Ning Chen and Ah Man didn't leave the residence. Prince Yu and Marquis Yu also didn't make any movement. Ning Chen was waiting for Prince Yen to return, while Prince Yu and Marquis Yu were waiting for his reply. Marquis Yu was indeed a very tolerant person. Ning Chen was ashamed of his own inferiority. If someone dared to slap him in the face, he would definitely slap them first. The thing in his hand was a life-saving talisman. Emperor Xia wanted it, Marquis Gu wanted it, and Prince Yu also wanted it. The only difference was that the three of them had different methods. Emperor Xia's methods were the most intense. If he couldn't get it, then he would destroy it. It didn't matter if he couldn't get it, but he couldn't lose control. Marquis Gu's methods were slightly more moderate. He used a deal to force Ningchen to reply, although the deal was essentially a lie. In comparison, Prince Yu's attitude was the best. He had always been thinking of ways to get Ningchen to do him a favor. Emperor Xia's goal was very obvious. Now, he still couldn't see through Marquis Gu. As a Marquis of the Grand Xia, why was he so concerned about the explosives? Was he loyal to the Emperor? This didn't make sense. Even Emperor Xia himself wasn't determined to get it. He was just a Marquis. Being so patient was really too much. He really wanted to go over and blow it up again to see how patient Marquis Gu was. If he wasn't wrong, Marquis Gu had surely pledged loyalty to a prince in secret, and his actions were precisely to fight for bargaining chips for this prince. Emperor Xia was already old, and he worked hard for many years. His body had long since reached the end of its life, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It was only a matter of time before the officials took sides, and Wu Ho was no exception. It was just that he could not tell which Prince Gu was loyal to. The eldest prince, the third prince, or the 10th prince. In any case, it would not be that short-lived 8th prince. Ningchen now knew why Prince Yan had returned to the palace. It was Prince Yu who had told him. Emperor Xia was suspicious, and the situation was not good for Prince Yan. But Ningchen believed that the elder would return. If he said 7 days, it would be 7 days. Almost 4 days had passed, and there were only 3 days left. In the small courtyard, Ningchen sat facing the moon. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Little bits of light flew into his body. Inside the chi vortex in his dantian, there was a beautiful silver light. It was as vast as the ocean. His Zhen Qi spiraled like the 9 heavens, flowing through his meridians and veins throughout his body. His mortal body contained the potential of a dragon. The human body's treasury was immeasurably deep. Suddenly, a blood-colored sword light cut through the void. It was as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was incomparably swift and fierce. It was aimed at Ningchen's heart. At the same time, Ningchen's eyes suddenly opened. The silver light flourished. His left hand made an empty gesture and his right hand waved. A vast palm energy roared out. The silver light turned into the hand of a death god and attacked the assassin's right chest. It was a move that risked his life for his opponent's life. There was no turning back. The sword light subconsciously paused for a moment. However, that moment of indecision was enough. In a battle of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Ningchen's wheelchair quickly turned, and he narrowly avoided the attack. Qi. The sword entered his body. Blood blossomed. In an instant, Ningchen's right hand slapped towards the black figure. His palm energy gushed out. The silver light was dazzling, and the person and the sword were sent flying. After the first attack failed, the black figure used another killer move. A golden sword appeared in his left hand. The 2 swords drew the moon. His martial arts increased by another 30%. He stomped on the ground, and his afterimages flew out. The sharp sword light covered an area of 10 feet. Ningchen's face looked serious. An inch to the right of his heart, blood dripped down and dyed half of his plain clothes red. Before the sword reached him, he retreated quickly. His left hand flipped rapidly, and an ancient-looking green bow appeared. He bent the bow and put an arrow on it. The silver arrow broke through the void. It was as if it was breaking through dry weeds. The void shook, and there were signs of instability. The sudden arrow was only the beginning. Ningchen waved his right hand again, and an even more frightening silver arrow appeared. He bent the bow and put the arrow on it. It was so decisive that it made people's hair stand on end. With a whoosh, the arrow was shot out. It followed the trajectory of the previous arrow at an extremely fast speed. The space finally couldn't bear it anymore. It shook violently. The tip of the arrow tore open the void with an ear-piercing friction sound. However, it was not over yet. Ning Chen made another move. The third arrow. Ning Chen's face was unprecedentedly serious. He pulled his right hand again. On the broken death bow, a silver light roared crazily. The wind blew, and the ground under him shook violently. The bow was not bent, and the arrow was not shot out. The scene was already frightening. The power of the chasing moon shook the heaven and earth. It also made the injuries in his body unstable. Blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His injuries broke out again. At the crucial moment, Ning Chen clenched his teeth and held on. He pulled the third arrow. He allowed the blood and qi in his body to flow out from the cracks on his skin. Boom! The third arrow flew out. It carried an aura that could destroy everything. It swallowed the space in the blink of an eye and cut open a pitch-black trajectory. Facing the three powerful arrows, the black figure did not panic. He put the two swords together, and in an instant, a blood moon appeared above the swords. The swords reached the sky, and the blood moon shone brightly. The scarlet blood light dyed the night sky. It was a strange scene, and it was bone-chilling. Bang, bang, in the blink of an eye, the silver arrow had arrived. The first arrow pierced through the blood light and traveled 30 meters. It finally dissipated when it was close to the blood moon. The next arrow chased after it and collided with the blood moon. With a bang, the earth shook and dust filled the sky. However, in the midst of the dust, the blood-red light appeared once again. The blood-red moon was dazzling, but it was showing signs of instability. At this moment, the third arrow finally arrived. The terrifying arrow directly shattered the moon, and was about to take one's life. The black figure let out a soft cry of surprise, and the third sword appeared. The three swords joined together, and shattered the arrow light in front of him. The black figure's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank. The powerful pressure made Ning Chen, who was at the center of the pressure, feel powerless. "Who are you?" Ning Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked with difficulty. "Beiming's 4 engraved swords," said the black figure indifferently. "Ha!" Ning Chen smiled bitterly. "The first disciple of Beiming's Xiantian. When did he provoke such a big trouble?" The peak of the 9th rank was not something he could contend against. Today, it would be very difficult for him to escape unscathed. 4 engraved swords moved again. The blood-colored sword light met Ning Chen's face. Ning Chen waved his hand, and with a clang, the ink sword came out of its sheath, blocking the incoming attack. Boom! The huge difference in cultivation caused Ning Chen's body to tremble. Like a cannonball, he flew out and smashed into the wall behind him. Blood dyed his plain clothes. "You're not bad. Unfortunately, you're too young," 4 engraved swords calmly said. A mere 5th rank prenatal cultivator was actually able to last this long in his hands. "Who in Beiming wants me dead?" Ning Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked. "Military advisor," 4 engraved swords replied. "Ha!" Ning Chen struggled to get up and returned to his wheelchair. It turned out that the most powerful military advisor in Beiming had also noticed him. He had been too careless. He had only set his sights on Xia and neglected the powerful country in the far north. "Are you done with your last words? Go on your way." After saying that, 4 engraved swords figure flashed. The sword in his hand moved and he quickly rushed over. It was an unavoidable and unblockable sword strike. Ning Chen was powerless to block it. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared and blocked in front of him without any hesitation. She was like a moth flying into a flame, and she had no regrets. "No!" Ning Chen's pupils fiercely shrank as he painfully shouted. However, everything was too late. The sword pierced through his body, bringing with it a large amount of blood. A man looked at Ning Chen in front of her. A final trace of gentleness flashed through her eyes. Blood flowed out of her mouth as she said, "You must live." Her body gradually softened. With reluctance, she collapsed in the arms of the person she loved the most in her life. From then on, she would forever remember this feeling. Ning Chen's heart was in pain. It was so painful that it tore his heart and lungs apart. It was so painful that he couldn't make a sound. Only his body unceasingly trembled. Why is it that people only know how to cherish something when they lose it? In front of the two of them, 4 engraved swords frowned. He was about to attack again when suddenly 2 dazzling rays of light shot over like shooting stars. One was green and the other was red. They slashed towards him. 4 engraved swords' expression changed. He raised his sword to block. However, in front of such a powerful sword, under the boundless pressure, his mortal body was so small. He was like a small boat in a storm. He instantly sank. Bang! Blood spurted out. 4 engraved swords was heavily injured and flew back. Before he landed, he turned around and used the momentum to flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. Within the courtyard, Yen Imperial Prince appeared. He glanced at 4 engraved swords who had disappeared but didn't chase after him. Cough, cough. Suddenly, intense coughing rang out. Ning Chen was holding Ah Man in his wheelchair. A large amount of blood poured out of his mouth. His injuries had erupted, triggering the old injuries from a few days ago. New injuries and old injuries had completely spread. Yen Imperial Prince's expression changed when he saw that. He instantly arrived next to Ning Chen and placed his hand on his back. A tide of energy poured into him, forcibly suppressing the terrifying injuries that had erupted. Senior, save Ah Man. Ning Chen pushed his hand, stopping Yen Imperial Prince from continuing to pour in his qi. He hugged Ah Man's body and knelt down. He mournfully kowtowed and said, "I beg you." The stone floor was hard. Ning Chen's forehead was instantly dyed with blood. Yen Imperial Prince couldn't bear it, but he could only helplessly shake his head. He sighed and said, "Your heart has been destroyed. I can't do anything. I beg you. I beg you." Ning Chen continuously kowtowed. Pring, 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 he smashed his head on the stone floor. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed his hair red. He was extremely miserable. His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. His pleading voice constantly echoed in the courtyard. It made people sigh, feel sad, and also feel heartache. Chapter 70. Let me think about it. Seeing Ning Chen's miserable state, Prince Yen couldn't bear it. He went forward and sealed all the acupuncture points on Ah Man's body to protect his last breath. However, his heart meridian was destroyed and it was difficult to save a Xiantian cultivator. This was a fact that everyone knew. Even if he recovered his Xiantian cultivation now, he couldn't change this fact. Innate qi was not omnipotent. Everything in the world had its own laws. It was not that there were no things that could go against the heavens and change one's fate, but they were extremely rare. A mortal's heart meridian was the place where their essence qi was concentrated. Even the Dantian's sea of qi could not be compared to it. If the sea of qi was broken, at most, one's cultivation would be crippled. As long as treatment was timely, one's life could be saved. However, if the heart meridian was destroyed, no one could do anything. Ah Man was not a Xiantian and had yet to break free from the limitations of her mortal body. To change her fate was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Please!" Ning Chen kowtowed while coughing up blood. His face was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Suddenly, Prince Yen frowned as if he had thought of something, but he hesitated. The mournful sounds did not stop. She kowtowed to the ground again and again. She kowtowed to the ground and also to Prince Yan's heart. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "The only chance is to go to Blue Frost Valley and find the water caltrop flower." Ning Chen abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. He had heard of this place before. It was an extremely cold place in the northwest of the Grand Xia. Snow fell all year round and not a single blade of grass grew there. How could there be a so-called caltrop flower here? You'll understand once you get there. But listen to my advice. If things don't work out, don't force yourself. Prince Yan's voice carried a rare heaviness. The water caltrop flower was hard to find in the world. It could only grow in Blue Frost Valley. However, this glimmer of hope could cost Ning Chen his life. This was the reason why he was hesitating just now. This method could be said to have a slim chance of survival for the current Ning Chen. According to the latter's character, it was utterly impossible for him to give up. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ning Chen nodded. Immediately after, he begged again, Senior, please remove the seal on the heaven-changing pill in my body. Now, he no longer had the time to recuperate. In fact, with his current condition, whether or not he could make it to Azure Frost Valley alive was another matter. Prince Yen sighed deeply. He formed a sword with his right hand and pointed it at the former's sea of qi. Immediately after, a wave of violent medicinal power exploded, destroying everything in its path. While it healed the wounds, it also caused even more damage. In the next moment, Ning Chen circulated the life scroll and forcefully absorbed the huge amount of medicinal energy. His cultivation instantly broke through the dangerous barrier and rose from the 5th grade of the natal realm to the 7th grade. The silver light flickered, and the sea of qi in his dantian was filled with raging waves. Although it continued to expand, it actually showed signs of collapsing. Ugh! Ning Chen let out a pained groan. Blood dripped from his mouth without end. The pain of increasing his cultivation at the cost of destroying his own potential was indescribable. It was as if 1,000 blades were scraping his bones, and every single blade was painful to the bone marrow. After his cultivation improved, Ning Chen immediately endured the pain all over his body and suppressed the internal injuries with all his strength. Prince Yen sighed again. Unknowingly, he had sighed more times than he had in the past 10 years. If one took love lightly, it would hurt others. If one took it too seriously, it would hurt oneself. A man valued love, so she had no regrets. Ning Chen valued love, so he had to endure the pain of 1,000 blades. Go in peace. Before you return, even if I have to sacrifice my entire life's cultivation, I will protect a man's last bit of life. Prince Yen looked at Ning Chen and made a promise. After saying that, Prince Yen thought carefully and added, also, there is heartbreak grass in the palace. It is extremely poisonous, but it can catalyze blood qi. It will be useful for you. Take some with you. Again, if you can't do it, don't force it. Thank you, Senior. Ning Chen kowtowed heavily. If there was a future, he would repay this kindness with all his might. In the northwest of the Grand Xia, a cold moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a carriage sped forward, drawing a crazy shadow. A black horse and a black carriage madly rushed through the wasteland. In front of Azure Frost Valley, a snowy sword was placed horizontally in the wind and snow. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood. Frost constantly struck the sword throughout the year. Next to it, a youth was half lying down. He wore a black cloak. His face was handsome, and his eyes were half closed. There was not a trace of human emotion in them. The lonely swordsman had blocked the path forward. Ning Chen arrived in front of the valley and stopped the carriage. He requested, I am Ning Chen. Please give me a caltrop crystal flower. If you take one step forward, I'll kill you. The youth's eyes didn't move, but his lips were filled with the most ruthless killing intent. His words had no meaning. The path forward was blocked. Ning Chen had no choice but to turn his wheelchair and force his way through. At the same time, in front of Azure Frost Valley, the snow sword flew up and spun in the air, bringing with it a waterfall of snowflakes. Within the snowflakes, the youth stood up. His body moved and his sword moved. His cold sword and handsome eyes were cold. Suddenly, Ning Chen felt his body stagnate. He didn't have time to think. Relying on his peerless foundation, he met the sharp sword head-on. Clang! The two swords collided, causing the sky to be filled with snow. The snow sword showed no mercy. Changed its style again and chopped down. The ink sword also condensed frost, following the snow sword like a shadow. The youth who wasn't good at fighting before had to learn to fight these days. Now that he had something to worry about, he naturally wasn't as fearless as before. In Azure Frost Valley, the two strong cultivators were fighting. Killing intent was biting cold. Azure Frost Valley had a suppressive effect on cultivation, but the foundation created by the life scroll was unparalleled. Ning Chen was not afraid. His moves were not affected at all. The youth was very strong. In this Azure Frost Valley, both of their cultivations were suppressed. The battle of moves and foundation became the key. However, even so, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. His sword moves were modeled, but they didn't seem to be evil. The changing sword moves were hard to predict. His moves were blocked. Ning Chen gave up on his weakness and used his peerless foundation to protect himself. His unchanging moves met the ever-changing sword move head-on. When the wheelchair took a step forward, the carriage followed. Ning Chen's moves were simple, only to move forward. Your moves are not different. They originate from your peerless foundation and are infused with your own comprehension. There is a kind of dedication to protect, causing me to have the desire to destroy everything. After saying that, Mu Qianshang's figure moved again. The snow sword was as fast as lightning, cutting through Ning Chen's defense. The sword pierced straight through his body. Ning Chen didn't dodge. Blood spurted out from the right side of his chest. He let out a long groan. Cold chi surged around his body. Silver light swept through the wind and snow. The body around the snow sword was quickly frozen. Mu Qianshang frowned. A silver light flashed in his devilish eyes. He didn't loosen his grip on the snow sword. His other hand moved and struck towards Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen endured the pain in his chest and moved his body. He also met the attack with a palm. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Between the two, the wind and snow violently swirled. Under Mu Qianshang and Ning Chen, the ground cracked and sank 3 inches deep. Blood dripped down. The two were injured at the same time. In a battle of foundation, no one had the upper hand. However, the moment of injury made Ning Chen unable to trap the snow sword. Mu Qianshang's figure moved. He pulled out the snow sword and waved it. The snow blossomed with a poignant beauty. A bloody light soared into the sky. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. An extreme move combined with an extreme sword. A surge of pressure rushed towards Ning Chen. Mu Qianshang raised his body to the peak and no longer held back. He wanted to end this life and death battle. There was no other choice. There was no way out. Ning Chen used the last of his body's power. In an instant, the sky was filled with snow. Frost surged. In the dazzling world of wind and snow, the ink sword turned into 1,000 and then condensed back into one. A flying feather, heaven and earth one sword. Extreme move. Ning Chen used his strongest move with his heavily injured body. Immediately, blood spurted out from his body and the world of wind and snow was dyed red. The snow sword slashed through the air. It was breathtaking for a moment, but it suddenly stopped. Mu Qianshang frowned and kept the snow sword behind his back. You are injured. There is no point in this battle. Please return. When the swordsman kept his sword, it meant that the battle was over. Mu Qianshang turned around and walked back into the valley. Ning Chen endured the injuries in his body and begged in a low voice, I am willing to pay any price. I just want a stalk of water caltrip flower. Mu Qianshang stopped and turned around. A glint flashed across his beautiful eyes. Any price? Any price. Ning Chen nodded without any hesitation. Stupid. Mu Qianshang snorted and left. In the biting cold wind, a faint voice sounded, Come in. Ning Chen followed. The wheelchair turned and behind him, there were only 2 bloodstains left. On the 1,000 zhang wide ice lake, Mu Qianshang stopped and looked at the white lake. His eyes were emotionless and deep. This is the Thousand Snow Lake. The water caltrop flower grows here. You only need to plant your own blood and wait for a moment. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 3 people have succeeded. Whether or not the flower will bear fruit will depend on your luck. After saying that, Mu Qianshang turned to look at Ningchen and said coldly, "Let me witness your so-called price." "Many thanks." Ningchen was startled and thanked him. Soon after, he gently cut his finger and a half-inch long cut appeared on his right index finger. Blood dripped down and fell into the snow. He then covered the blood with snow and waited quietly for a while. However, he did not see the slightest movement. Ningchen was not discouraged. He turned his wheelchair and changed to another place. He continued to plant his own blood and covered it with snow. Then, he waited quietly. Not far away, Mu Qianshang calmly watched all of this. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Half a day later, Ningchen ate the broken heart grass and circulated his cultivation to suppress the injuries that were about to erupt again. The Thousand Snow Lake was still peaceful, and there was not the slightest change. Ningchen's right index finger had scabbed over, so he changed to another finger. Half a day later, it scabbed over again. Then, he changed to another finger. 3 days later, all 10 fingers had already scabbed over. Ningchen frowned slightly and tore open the scab. In order to prevent the wound from scabbing over, he made a deeper cut. There was still no movement on the lake. The blood he planted had not yet borne the water caltrop flower. Ningchen had the life scroll and his recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. So, it did not seem to have much effect. Another 4 days later, all 10 fingers had scabbed over again. Moreover, the bleeding from the wound did not seem to be as smooth. Ningchen ate the broken heart grass again and tore open the scab, still silently planting hope. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. But now it did not seem to hurt. Mu Qianshang walked over and looked at Ningchen, indifferently asking, "Do you have any last wishes?" Ningchen looked at his right index finger that was no longer bleeding and frowned. He tore open the scab again and said in a hoarse voice, "If the water caltrop flower blooms, help me send it to the southern borders Prince Yu's residence." Chapter 71. Half a month later, Ningchen's hair began to turn white. Not much, but under his black hair, there were strands of snow that could only be seen when the cold wind blew. Blood could no longer flow from his fingers. Tearing off the scabs was the same. Ningchen cut his right wrist and finally, blood began to flow again. Ningchen's blood was left all over the lake, but the legendary water caltrop flower still did not appear. On the 20th day, Ningchen's vitality began to fade. His hair was no longer white, but there was still not much white hair. The difference was that no matter if it was black or white, they were all dyed with a touch of lifeless gray. Cough cough. On Thousand Snow Lake, Ningchen was constantly coughing. His internal organs were in intense pain, but recently, he could no longer vomit blood. His cracked skin continued to crack in the cold wind. What seeped out was not blood, but even more cracked bones and flesh. His life that was completely supported by the heaven-reversing pill was gradually reaching its end. The heartbreak grass was becoming less and less effective. At first, it could last for 2 days, but now it could only last for less than a day. Your vitality has already begun to fade. The possibility of growing a water caltrop flower is already very small. You cannot save him or her, and in the end, you will destroy yourself. Mu Qianshang came again. Looking at the reddish lake, he calmly said. Ningchen smiled tiredly, but did not say anything. As long as Ah Man lived, nothing else mattered. A month later, Ningchen's blood seemed to have run out. His 10 fingers and wrists did not have a single drop of blood left. His fingers, wrists, and blood scabs were once again peeled off. However, after peeling off the scabs, what was left was only white flesh and bone. In fact, Ningchen should have died long ago. But with the existence of the heaven-reversing pill, he could not die. If it was not for the fact that he could not die, Ning Chen might really not want to live anymore. The cold wind was biting cold. At the entrance of Blue Frost Valley, the lonely swordsman was still lying down. His black and white cloak fluttered in the wind. To the side, the snow sword was placed horizontally on the sword platform. No matter how the wind and frost blew, the tip of the sword would occasionally drip vermilion onto the ground, dyeing the white snow red. "Are you going to give up?" Mu Qianshang's half-closed eyes opened. His silver eyes flashed as he softly said, "Without blood to plant, how could there be any hope?" Suddenly, Mu Qianshang's body trembled. His bewitching handsome face changed for the first time. Madman looked back coldly, his face full of shock. On the Thousand Snow Lake, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a silver light. Boundless vitality slowly overflowed from his chest. His black and white hair swayed in the cold wind. In the dazzling light, a drop of abnormally red blood flew out and fell into the snow. Ning Chen's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. This was the essence blood of the heart. Using one drop meant one drop less. The reason why Ning Chen could hold on until today was all because of his unparalleled foundation. At this moment, forcing out the essence blood of the heart would undoubtedly destroy his own foundation. With a long snort, Ning Chen's vitality dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and everything turned gray. In the next moment, the cultivation of the 7th grade natal stage dropped rapidly, once again returning to the 5th grade natal stage, and it was still dropping. There was not much heartbreak grass left. This time, Ning Chen fainted before he could consume it. Mu Qianshang was silent, looking at Zhu Yan, who was dripping from the snow sword. He did not move. The snow sword that was lying horizontally in the valley was still lying there quietly. It was like a natural moat, blocking the boundary between life and death. Outside the valley, the human world was cold and warm. Inside the valley, the world was cold and cold. No one knew whether Ning Chen was dead or alive. Living was luck, dead was fate. In Prince Yu's residence in the southern border, Prince Yen was extending a man's life day after day. He also waited day after day. After a month, he still hadn't seen a man's figure return. His calm eyes finally flashed with a touch of sadness. It had been more than a month, but he still failed in the end. Prince Yen sent out a letter that he had written long ago. He knew that in this world, Ning Chen only had one elder, Zhang Sun. Therefore, this time, it was time for Zhang Sun to go and see him for the last time. At the same time that the letter was sent out, in the north of Xia, the war between the northern Meng imperial court and Xia that had dragged on for 4 months finally began. After 7 years of recuperation, the northern Meng imperial court's strength had reached a peak. This was Fan Lingyue's 7 years of power. The northern Meng imperial court had won the first battle. Xia had deployed their army. More than half of the 100,000 soldiers in the northern plains had died, and they retreated back to Yengue City in a sorry state. The name of the military advisor spread across the world once again. Marquis Beiwu guarded Yengue City, while Marquis Qinghe guarded Xingqiao Pass. They blocked the 2 routes that the northern Meng Iron Cavalry had to take to go south. The Yengue City garrison, together with the 40,000 soldiers that had retreated, had a total of 170,000 soldiers. They faced the northern Meng army head-on. The 100,000 soldiers that Marquis Qinghe brought from Qinghe City were stationed at Xingqiao Pass. They were also on guard, preventing the northern Meng army from going around. A swordsman comprehended the sword. The snow sword flew up and landed in the swordsman's hand. The world of wind and snow changed instantly. An ink painting of mountains and rivers spread out. A waterfall fell from the sky. The tip of the sword pierced the sky. The black mountains and the white water were all in the concept of the sword. The amazing swordsman wrote a legend. Under the waterfall, the swordsman danced. With a slash of his sword, a snow-colored brilliance cut through the waterfall. The rushing water instantly stopped. After a while, the swordsman kept his sword. A cold silver light flashed in his eyes. The ink painting of mountains and rivers quickly dissipated. Green Frost Valley returned to normal. Green Frost Valley, at the center of Thousand Snow Lake. A figure sat on a wheelchair, motionless. Beside him, a beautiful ice flower bloomed in the wind. The dark red flower was as bright as fresh blood. In the wind and snow, it was so beautiful that it shook one's soul. Mu Qianshang slowly walked over. Looking at the caltrop crystal flower on the lake, his expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, the caltrop crystal flower turned into a stream of light and flew into his hand. Outside the valley, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Mu Qianshang frowned. His figure flashed and disappeared from the center of the lake. From the carved railings of the carriage, a graceful and noble figure walked out. Beside him, a young woman accompanied him. Her gentle and beautiful face had an imperceptible sadness. "This empress has come to bring him home." Zhang Sun opened her mouth and walked step by step into the valley. Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed, but he did not stop her. A jade crown with dragon and phoenix pearls, a golden dragon and phoenix embroidered robe. The person who came was undoubtedly the current empress of the Xia dynasty, Zhang Sun Huo. In the center of Thousand Snow Lake, Zhang Sun looked at the sleeping figure in the wheelchair. The sadness in her eyes could no longer be concealed. He can only live a little longer in Blue Frost Valley. Mu Qianshang walked over and reminded her. "No need. He has been out for too long. It is time for him to go home." Zhang Sun looked at Ning Chen's gray hair and said indifferently. Qing Ning walked forward, her delicate hands trembling. Her heart was in so much pain that she was speechless. Carefully carrying the ladder, a teardrop unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She softly said, "Ning Chen, let's go home." Mu Qianshang did not say anything else. He watched as Zhang Sun and Qing Ning brought Ning Chen away. Time was merciless. In Blue Frost Valley, Mu Qianshang carried the snow sword and left. He headed towards the southern border. The valley was empty, and only the sound of snow could be heard. The bloodstains in the center of Thousand Snow Lake had long been drowned out by the wind and snow. He had promised him that he would send the caltrop crystal flower to the southern border. Northwest of the Xia dynasty, Clear River City. The carved railings of the carriage drove past, heading towards the Clear River Marquis residence. The Clear River Marquis had already sent troops to Xingqiao Pass. Only the Marquis of Taiping was left in charge of the Marquis residence. Furthermore, he would be heading towards the northern border of the Xia dynasty soon. No one could stop this war. The northern Meng imperial court had the existence of a military advisor. He was so powerful that it was shocking. The once insufferably arrogant soldiers of the Xia dynasty were forced to retreat one after another. At this critical moment, bad news came from the western border of the Xia dynasty. The first lord of the Eternal Night sect, Yi Wujuan, appeared in Xiling City in the western border. The Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion tried to stop him. He was heavily injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The heavy-armored cavalry of the divine religion was led by 3 peak 9th-grade generals. Taking advantage of the Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion's heavy injuries, they arrived at Xiling City and would step through the last barrier of the western border of the Xia dynasty at any time. The situation of the Xia dynasty was precarious. The dynasty that had been invincible for 1,000 years was on the verge of collapse. Bad news came one after another. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the overworked Emperor Xia vomited blood and fainted. The 3 dukes who had been ignoring the affairs of the court had no choice but to take charge and stabilize the hearts of the court officials. In the spring of the 2nd year of the new calendar, this was the most difficult time in the history of the Xia dynasty. The Northern Meng imperial court and the Eternal Night sect jointly launched an attack on the Xia dynasty. In the first battle, the Xia dynasty suffered 60,000 casualties and a martial Marquis was severely injured. This was a humiliation that the Xia dynasty had never experienced in its 1,000 years of history. The war had just begun, but the soldiers and generals had already been defeated. The place where the Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion and the martial Marquis had been reduced to ruins. The martial Marquis of the Xia dynasty could be said to be weak, but the martial Marquis was the most powerful person in the world. The Marquis of the blood-clad divine religion was defeated without any suspense. The undefeated martial Marquis was still invincible. Few could injure him. He could be said to be the strongest force in the world. With the military advisor in the north and the martial Marquis in the west, the future of the Xia dynasty seemed to be bleak. The Xia dynasty was showing signs of collapse. The forces that had been intimidated by the Xia dynasty's military strength were beginning to stir. The tigers trying to devour the dragon became an irreversible trend. 3 days later, Mu Qianshang arrived at the residence of Prince Yu in the southern border. He delivered the caltrop crystal flower and left immediately. When Prince Yen saw the caltrop crystal flower, he had mixed feelings. This flower had bloomed too late. A man's breath had almost completely dissipated. Even if the flower had bloomed, no one knew if it could be saved. Prince Yen placed the caltrop crystal flower in front of A Man's severely injured heart. He immediately channeled his vital energy and forced the flower into her heart meridian. In the next moment, the caltrop crystal flower bloomed beautifully. The flower bloomed even more beautifully, dyeing the entire room a demonic blood red. A man still did not wake up. Prince Yen was powerless. He could only continue to use his vital energy to heal her body every day. 2 days later, the king of barbarians arrived. He received the letter sent by A Man. When he arrived at the residence of Prince Yu, he realized that he was late. The king of barbarians took A Man away. This insufferably arrogant ruler of the barbarian dynasty seemed to have aged 10 years in a day. He was in so much pain that he could not say a word. At the same time, in the residence of Marquis Qinghe, the gray-haired Ning Chen was also lying on the bed. He was motionless. His body was cracked, and there was not a single part of his arms that was intact. He looked extremely miserable. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were quietly guarding by the side. Neither of them said a word. Time only left a name. It was merciless. 2 unconscious figures, one in the barbarian dynasty and the other in Qinghe, were separated by more than 1,000 miles. They should not have met. In the end, they were far away. Chapter 72. In the spring of the 2nd year of the new calendar, Fan Lingyue of the northern Meng imperial court led his army to attack Yangui city. 300,000 soldiers surrounded the city but did not attack. The reinforcements of the Great Xia gathered from all directions. Rations and troops rushed towards Yangui city. 3 days later, the Great Xia emperor woke up and took charge of the state affairs. He read the battle reports from the north and the west every moment. His old eyes were even colder and more emotionless. 10 days later, a bolt from the blue struck the entire Great Xia. The entire court was shocked. Yangui city was breached in one night. None of the 170,000 soldiers survived. The Marquis of Beiwu was seriously injured and unconscious. This was a huge earthquake. No matter how much the people believed that the Great Xia would not be defeated, they started to panic. In Qinghe city, Zhang Sun was first stunned when she heard the news. Then, she flew into a rage. She had clearly passed the letter to the Great Xia Emperor, but the Great Xia Emperor did not do anything. After Yangui city was breached, the 300,000 soldiers of the northern Meng imperial court chose to massacre the entire city. In just half a day, millions of civilians were slaughtered. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The order was given by the military advisor. The merciless order made the generals feel cold all over. Half a day later, the 300,000 soldiers set off and did not stop at Yangui city. In the west of the Great Xia, Xiling city, which did not have the Marquis of Blood-Robed, was finally taken down by the heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect after Yengue City was breached. The heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect was still strong and invincible. The Northern Meng army and the heavy cavalry of the Celestial Sect were unstoppable. In an instant, the people in the north and west of the Great Xia were plunged into misery and suffering. Under the heavy pressure, internal strife broke out within the borders of the Great Xia. 3 cities raised their flags and rebelled. The flames of war rose within the borders of the Great Xia. Internal and external troubles broke out at the same time. The 1,000-year-old dynasty was nearing its end. In front of the Northern Meng army, Fan Lingue looked at the sky above the imperial city of the Great Xia. The once majestic and unshakable purple fate was rapidly falling apart. No matter how strong the dynasty was, it could not escape the river of time. The war horses neighed as the pass was unstoppable. Not only did Northern Meng's cavalry have the numbers and combat strength, they were invincible. 100,000 iron cavalry, in addition to 200,000 elite soldiers, all under the control of Fan Lingue, slowly nibbling away at the northern territory of Great Xia. In Clear River City, the Marquis of Peace had also been ordered to head north 3 days ago with the remaining 150,000 soldiers of Clear River City. Now, there were less than 10,000 guards left in Clear River City. The situation in the north of the Great Xia was too critical. The fall of Yengue City was a heavy blow to the Great Xia. In less than a day and a night, 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians were all slaughtered, causing the entire Great Xia to sink into a heavy depression and sorrow. In the Clear River Marquis estate, Ning Chen remained unconscious on the bed. Zhang Sun had fed him the remaining 3 celestial reversal pills in the estate, relying on the violent medicinal effects to keep him alive, who was already on the brink of death. Zhang Sun's domineering nature was always unintentionally displayed to the fullest. If she didn't let him die, he wouldn't die even if it was worse than death. Ever since the fall of Yengue City, Zhang Sun had no intention of returning to the imperial palace. The current Emperor Xia had already lost his mind. He actually watched 170,000 soldiers and millions of lives die under the butcher knife of the Northern Meng imperial court. Every day, Qing Ning would transfuse her blood into Ning Chen's body. For this reason, the shopkeeper of Duan Pharmacy was also brought over by Zhang Sun. The two of them had seen Ning Chen use this method before. Although they didn't know if it would work, they still had to try. Qing Ning was the only one who transfused her blood. Zhang Sun didn't dare to let anyone else try. She remembered Ning Chen saying that the more people transfused their blood, the greater the danger. Ning Chen's body was already in a mess from the violent medicinal effects of the 3 celestial reversal pills. Regeneration and destruction were constantly changing. One moment, the regeneration was stimulated by the medicinal effects, and the next moment, an even more violent medicinal effect would destroy it. Looking at Ning Chen's miserable state, Zhang Sun felt uncomfortable and guilty at the same time. When the Great Xia Emperor summoned Prince Yen back to the palace, she already felt that something was wrong. Although the rumors in the palace and the letters from the 4 Confucian officials made the Great Xia Emperor suspicious, it wasn't to the extent of making things difficult for Prince Yen. As such, the goal of the person who spread the news was too suspicious. Since it wasn't to deal with Prince Yen, then the real goal of letting Prince Yen leave was very likely to be Ning Chen. She sent someone to inform Prince Yen of her suspicions. Prince Yen, who was under house arrest in the palace by the Great Xia Emperor, immediately rushed out of the palace after receiving the warning. Unexpectedly, he was still 1 step too late. Neither she nor Prince Yen thought that the person behind this was the military advisor of the Northern Meng imperial court. They also didn't think that Fan Lingue would think so highly of Ning Chen that he would directly send the first disciple of the Northern Meng innate stage, Si Mingjian. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Everyone knew this, but the military advisor of the Northern Meng didn't think so. He wanted Ning Chen dead without a doubt. In the imperial edict palace of Great Xia, the Great Xia Emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked at the battle reports in his hands. His expression was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. "Your Majesty, the city lord of Jiangyu City has been acting strangely recently. He seems to have intentions of rebelling." A black figure appeared in the palace and knelt down respectfully. "Good, good, very good." The gloominess in the Great Xia Emperor's eyes seemed to be able to condense water. He said the word "good" 3 times in a row. He really had raised many loyal officials in the 4th city. "Continue to investigate for me. See which other cities are rebelling," the Great Xia Emperor said in a low voice. "Yes," the Shadow Guard replied respectfully and left immediately. After the Shadow Guard left, the Great Xia Emperor slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Pei Liang, has there been any movement in the West Palace?" Hearing the Great Xia Emperor's question, a haggard old eunuch walked out and said hoarsely, "There has been no movement." The Great Xia Emperor nodded and continued to ask, "How is the Empress?" "Your Majesty, since the Empress returned to the Marquis residence in Clear River City, she hasn't come out. It seems that she doesn't plan to return to the palace for the time being." Old Eunuch Pei answered truthfully. The Great Xia Emperor sighed softly, "She is blaming me." After saying this, the Great Xia Emperor opened his eyes and looked at the old eunuch beside him who had followed him for more than 40 years. He said in a low voice, "Pei Liang, do you think what I did was right or wrong?" Old Eunuch Pei was very old. His face was full of wrinkles and he was thin and haggard. However, when he heard the Great Xia Emperor's words, his expression was as expressionless as usual. He replied, "Your Majesty is the Great Xia Emperor. What the Great Xia Emperor does is always right." "Ha!" The Great Xia Emperor laughed, his eyes filled with madness. He said domineeringly, "That's right. I am the Great Xia Emperor. I will never be wrong. I want to see how these little rats are going to swallow me, a true dragon." Old Eunuch Pei didn't say anything. He took a few steps back and silently returned to the darkness. In the cold heavenly mandate palace, Xiaorui's crazy laughter still echoed faintly. Xiaorui, the former great prince of the Great Xia dynasty, was the current Great Xia Emperor. After tearing off his cowardly and cautious exterior, it was as if he had become a completely different person. He was so terrifying and so crazy. The letter that he received that day was still on the table in front of Xiaorui. Who would have thought that this simple letter carried the lives of 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians in Yengui City of the Great Xia dynasty? Xiaorui did nothing. He allowed the city to fall and the people to die. He was waiting for an opportunity. "Men, prepare the carriage and leave the palace." "Yes." Half a day later, the Great Xia Emperor left the palace. He took 3,000 imperial guards and went to Mount Qihua to pray for the soldiers who had died in the battle. The news of the Great Xia Emperor leaving the palace spread faster than pigeons. In this world, there were secret techniques that ordinary people couldn't imagine. They could travel 1,000 miles in a single day. The Great Xia Emperor leaving the palace was a big deal. Mount Qihua was located in the west of the Great Xia dynasty, about 300 miles away from the imperial city. If they hurried, they could reach it in less than 3 days. 3,000 miles of imperial guards were on standby. They escorted the Great Xia Emperor all the way to the west. They finally reached Mount Qihua on the 3rd day. The Great Xia Emperor ascended the heaven-reaching platform, accompanied by old Eunuch Pei and 5 shadow dragon guards. Below him, 3,000 imperial guards blocked off all the paths. However, the most unexpected thing happened. A half-step to innate realm and 8 level 9 peerless experts climbed up from the cliff of Mount Qihua and appeared suddenly. Everyone present did not have time to react. Half a day later, the news of the Great Xia Emperor being assassinated and falling off the cliff with serious injuries spread. The world was shocked. At first, people were still suspicious. However, after the three dukes came out to supervise the court, all their suspicions disappeared. Everyone knew that the three dukes of the Great Xia dynasty were not allowed to interfere in the court unless it was absolutely necessary. This was the rule of the Great Xia dynasty for thousands of years. Except for the half-step to the Xiantian realm, none of the 9 assassins survived. However, after the half-step to the Xiantian realm returned to Jiangyu City and confirmed the news of the Great Xia Emperor falling off the cliff, he died. Since then, the Great Xia Emperor falling off the cliff became an undeniable fact. The Great Xia dynasty was in chaos. This time, even the three dukes could not suppress it. After Jiangyu City, 3 more cities rebelled. Now, the chaos of the 7 cities officially began. The powerful Great Xia dynasty finally showed signs of weakness under such internal and external troubles. The collapse of the Great Xia dynasty after thousands of years seemed unstoppable. No one thought that there would be so many hidden dangers in the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty had been invincible for thousands of years. No one thought that there would be any possibility of this huge dynasty collapsing, let alone something as stupid as a rebellion. In the end, the people of the Great Xia dynasty underestimated the terrifying temptation of power. The Great Xia dynasty was about to fall. The ambitious people in the dark could not wait any longer. This day, in Qinghe city of the Great Xia dynasty, Ning Chen woke up. His hair was gray and he lay on the bed. His fingers moved slightly. At the same time, Ah Man, who was far away in the barbarian dynasty, seemed to have sensed it. Her fingers moved as well. The caltrop flower that was planted with the essence of blood in their hearts connected their hearts. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, they could not block this connection. Similarly, the barbarian king and Zhang Xuan's tired faces were filled with joy. The recent days of sleepless nights finally paid off. However, there was a slight difference. The barbarian king was happy and distressed at the same time. Zhang Sun was happy but angry at the same time. She had protected him time and time again, even going against the will of the Great Xia Emperor. However, he did not know how to cherish himself. Chapter 73. When Ning Chen woke up, the first thing he saw was Zhang Xuan's happy yet angry eyes, as well as Qing Ning's calm expression. But Ning Chen only woke up for an instant before fainting once more. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were both startled. They immediately called for the shopkeeper to examine him. The final result was neither good nor bad. Ning Chen's body was still a mess, but since he had woken up once, it was very likely that he would wake up a second time. To Zhang Sun and Qing Ning, no more bad news was the best news. As long as he didn't die, nothing else mattered. 5 days later, Ning Chen woke up once more. This time, he didn't immediately faint again. When he saw Zhang Sun, he wanted to smile, but he was powerless to do so. Be honest. No one wants to see you smile. Zhang Sun grumpily scolded him. She was the clearest about Ning Chen's smile. It looked harmless, but it was filled with evil tricks. In truth, Ning Chen really did want to smile. Before he had fainted, he had clearly seen the caltrop crystal flower bloom. It was very beautiful, just as beautiful as Wild. Wild wouldn't die, and he wouldn't die either. There was nothing better than this. When a person was happy, it was easy for them to become excited. Ning Chen fainted once more. This time, Zhang Sun was in no rush. She calmly had Qing Ning bring the shopkeeper over. She didn't even wait for the result before returning to rest. She hadn't rested for several days because she was worried about this little fellow. In the princess courtyard of the barbarian dynasty, Wild was weakly sitting on a bed with a pale face. In front of her was the barbarian king's face. "I want to go find him," said Wild. "No." The barbarian king shook his head, refusing without hesitation. That fellow had already harmed his precious daughter. How could he allow Wild to go find him? "I want to go find him," insisted Wild. "No." Seeing that Wild refused to give up, the barbarian king's fury soared. "You're only thinking about that stinking brat. Do you even have me in your heart, Yes. A man nodded and replied very seriously and honestly. The barbarian king choked. In the end, he couldn't bear to lose his temper. He could only patiently and tactfully advise, Wild, that brat is too weak right now. He can't protect you. Once he has enough strength, you can go find him. How long do I have to wait? Asked Wild softly. Wait until he reaches the peak of the 9th rank, the barbarian king said casually. A man thought for a moment and frowned. She had forgotten to ask Ning Chen what rank he was. However, since he was so good at fighting, he should not be far from rank 9, right? Thinking of this, A Man nodded seriously. Okay. Barbarian King looked serious on the surface, but he was laughing proudly in his heart. He had just received the latest news. Although Ning Chen had woken up once, he was almost crippled. He could go to hell if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level. Although it wasn't appropriate to lie to A Man like this, in order to prevent her daughter from being hurt, her mother's spirit in heaven would definitely support him. In Marquis Clear River's estate, Ning Chen had also received the news from Zhang Sun that A Man had woken up. The smile on his face never disappeared, and he looked like a love-struck fool. Qing Ning couldn't stand it any longer and slapped him hard on the head. Ning Chen grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only raise his head and smile brightly. However, after Ning Chen woke up, the gratification on Zhang Suan's face only appeared for a short moment before he was distracted by the dangerous situation in the Grand Xia. Ning Chen listened to Qing Ning talk about the recent situation in the Grand Xia, and his heart sank. He didn't expect that so many things had happened while he was unconscious. The matter of the Beiwu Marquis was far beyond his expectations. The Grand Xia Emperor actually didn't do anything, and watched as Yangue City was slaughtered into a ghost town. Then why did he pay the price to return to the imperial city to deliver the letter? As for the coldness and power displayed by the military advisor of the Northern Meng imperial court, Fan Lingyue, Ning Chen wasn't too surprised. This was a ruthless woman that even a nobody like him wanted to get rid of. One could only imagine how scheming and ruthless she was. Sister Qing Ning, push me to see Her Highness, said Ning Chen softly as he looked at Qing Ning. Hearing this, Qing Ning frowned. She didn't understand what this brat wanted to do. There's an important matter, said Ning Chen seriously. Qing Ning nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She helped him onto the wheelchair and pushed him towards Zhang Suan's room. When the two entered, Zhang Sun was writing a letter to Prince Yan. She knew that the two had an agreement. Ning Chen was to be her sword attendant for a year. Now that the time was not up, the agreement should still be fulfilled. The most important thing for a man was a promise. There was no reason to shirk it. As long as he didn't die, he had to fulfill it. Her Highness, said Ning Chen respectfully. I will summon Prince Yan. You still have to go with him. After the year is up, I will send Qing Ning to pick you up. As Zhang Sun spoke, she folded the letter and put it into faith, then handed it to Qing Ning. Her Highness, Ning Chen reached out to stop Qing Ning from leaving. He looked at Zhang Sun seriously and said, I can't go with Prince Yan, and he can't come either. Hearing this, Zhang Sun frowned. She didn't like hearing these words, especially coming from Ning Chen's mouth. Give me an explanation, said Zhang Sun in a low voice, suppressing her patience. Ning Chen bowed respectfully again and said, Her Highness, have you ever thought about where the 7 Cities rebellion originated from? In this world, there was no one who would seek death for no reason, unless there was a great temptation waiting for them. The 7 city lords were already lords of their own cities. They could be said to be great officials of the border. Their real power was only second to the 10 marquises of the Great Xia. Why would they rebel? Their goal was very clear. They wanted to become the protectors of the dragon and re-establish the dynasty. And in the Great Xia, there were only 3 people who had the qualifications, ambition, and not much hope of inheriting the throne: the 3rd prince, the 10th prince, and Prince Yu. Zhang Sun was clever. Hearing Ning Chen's reminder, she knew what he meant. She couldn't help but frown and say, "You suspect Prince Yu?" "I'm not sure yet, but Prince Yu is indeed a suspect." After saying this, Ning Chen told her about how Prince Yu had tried to recruit him. He really wasn't sure if it was Prince Yu, but without a doubt, Prince Yu was a great suspect. There was such a thing? Hearing Ning Chen's explanation, Zhang Xuan's frown deepened. Prince Yu had been exiled far away to Nanjiang by the great Xia Emperor, and even a Marquis was sent to suppress him. Ning Chen was right. Whether or not Prince Yu was the mastermind behind the Seven Cities Rebellion, she had to be careful. Prince Yen was indeed the best candidate. There was no need to act rashly and alert the enemy. His strength alone was enough to deal with everything. Xiantian was an undefeatable monster in this world, and Prince Yen was one of them. Even more commendable was that although Prince Yen seemed uncompetitive, he was actually a very perceptive person. If Prince Yu really did anything, the sword in the hands of the current legend of the Great Xia would not show any mercy. "Qing Ning, destroy the letter," Zhang Sun sighed softly and said. "Okay." Qing Ning nodded. Her delicate hand clenched, and the letter inside immediately turned to dust. "Your Highness, I'll say something that I shouldn't say. Now that the Great Xia Emperor's fate is unknown, if we consider the situation of the Great Xia, letting the Great Prince ascend the throne as soon as possible is the best choice." When he said this, Ning Chen did not have any resentment or personal feelings. The Great Xia indeed needed to stabilize the hearts of the court and the people, and the rule of the Great Xia was to choose the eldest son. No matter how one looked at it, the Great Prince's ascension to the throne was justified, and there would not be any disputes. In the short term, the Great Prince's ascension to the throne could cause the 3rd Prince and the 10th Prince to be dissatisfied, and even rebel. However, once the Great Prince ascended the throne, any rebellion would become an illegitimate rebellion, and the 2 princes would have to seriously consider it. The strength of each prince of the Great Xia was far from enough to change the dynasty. The only result of rebellion was death. Of course, if the mastermind behind the Seven Cities Rebellion was either the 3rd Prince or the 10th Prince, this matter would be another matter. However, there was only one 70% chance of rebellion. Regardless of whether or not the mastermind was one of the 2 princes, it had already rebelled. Even if the Great Prince's ascension to the throne caused chaos in 8 cities, 9 cities, or even 10 cities, it could only be so at most. In general, the Great Prince's ascension to the throne had far more advantages than disadvantages. Ning Chen knew that his words were somewhat disgraceful. After all, the Great Xia Emperor's death had not been confirmed yet. Thus, he only dared to say these words to Zhang Sun. In reality, it was not very practical. As expected, when he heard Ning Chen's words, Zhang Xuan's face immediately darkened, and he gave Qing Ning a look. Qing Ning understood tacitly. She walked to the door, looked left and right, and then closed the door. "There's no one." Qing Ning walked back and confirmed. Bang! Just as Qing Ning finished speaking, Zhang Sun suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Are you tired of living? How dare you say such things?" Ning Chen's words were undoubtedly cursing the Great Xia Emperor to die early. If anyone else heard it, they would have died 100 times over. "I was just saying," Ning Chen muttered resentfully when he saw that Zhang Sun was angry. "You are not allowed to say such things again in the future." "Not to anyone," Zhang Sun said angrily. Her anger had yet to subside. "Definitely, definitely." Ning Chen hurriedly nodded. He was asking for a scolding. Ning Chen's promise caused Zhang Xuan's anger to subside slightly. She suddenly thought of something and asked seriously, "What was the thing you used to blow up Xingqi Palace that day called?" "Gunpowder." Ning Chen's eyelids twitched as he replied. "Where did the method come from?" Zhang Sun continued to ask. Ning Chen did not know how to answer. After thinking for a bit, he could only make up some nonsense. "An old Taoist priest taught me." Zhang Sun did not believe him at all. These words could only fool a child. However, that was not what she was concerned about. Since Ning Chen did not want to say, she would not force him. This consort does not care if it was an old Taoist priest who taught you or not. This consort only wants to ask you one thing. Are you the only one who knows the method to make gunpowder? Zhang Sun asked seriously. Yes, 100%. Ning Chen nodded and said very seriously. That is, if there was no other transmigrator in this world. Are you willing to tell me the method? Zhang Sun asked. Definitely not, Ning Chen denied without hesitation. In his world, the invention of the steam engine had pushed civilization forward, but the invention of gunpowder had pushed war forward. He could not allow this world to fall into the flames of war 100 or even 1,000 years in advance. Thus, only he knew the method to make gunpowder. Chapter 74. Ning Chen's insistence made Zhang Sun frown, but she didn't force him. She understood him better than anyone else. Making him yield was harder than killing him. Since you're unwilling to say, I won't force you. However, if necessary, I hope you can help Great Xia once for my sake. Zhang Xuan's words had already taken many steps back. Ning Chen naturally wouldn't be so ungrateful and heartless. He nodded and said, Your Highness, please don't worry. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, Your Highness, has Great Xia sent anyone to assassinate the military advisor of Northern Meng's imperial court? In his opinion, this kind of person who was extremely powerful and could even decide the outcome of a war was the easiest to deal with. Just send someone to kill the key person of the other side. He didn't deny that Fan Lingyue was so powerful that it made people afraid. However, no matter how powerful she was only a wise person and not a Xiantian. There was always the possibility of her being killed. Zhang Sun was startled, then shook her head. Not yet. Ning Chen felt helpless in his heart. It was no wonder that Great Xia kept losing in this war. The other party had used all sorts of methods, massacring cities, and even the assassination of Emperor Xia. Beimeng probably had something to do with it. On the other hand, Great Xia was still at the same spot. It would be strange if they did not lose. War was actually a battle of money, manpower, and schemes. In his understanding, schemes were basically shameless. Whoever was willing to be shameless and use all kinds of methods would be able to gain the upper hand in the war. Then have the 3rd prince and the 10th prince been put under house arrest? Ning Chen was somewhat unwilling and continued to ask. Not yet. Zhang Sun shook her head and replied. Ning Chen was completely disappointed. The chaos of the 7 cities was about to reach the imperial city, but there was still no response from Great Xia. Although the 2 princes weren't confirmed to be the masterminds behind it, it wasn't wrong to lock them up. Your Highness, at this time we can actually temporarily not compete with some method. Ning Chen reminded her tactfully. Zhang Sun nodded with a serious expression. She had been careless. After the Xia Emperor's accident, the 3 dukes were in charge of the court. Among the 3 dukes, the Grand Advisor was the head of the Confucian school. He was most concerned about righteousness and etiquette. Naturally, he couldn't do such a thing. Ning Chen, you're really full of evil tricks. Qing Ning suddenly interjected from the side. Ha! Ning Chen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Was that so? He thought so too. Zhang Sun smiled helplessly, then asked, Ning Chen, what do you think about this war? Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, Looking at the current situation, the Northern Meng royal court is undoubtedly the Great Xia's biggest enemy, followed by the Eternal Night cult and the chaos of the 7 cities. However, it's better to pick on the weak. The Northern Meng royal court and the Eternal Night cult won't be able to fight back in a day or 2. Therefore, resolving the chaos of the 7 cities is the most urgent and most important matter. Is there any solution? Zhang Sun asked again. The best way was to secretly get rid of the 3rd prince, the 10th prince, and Prince Yu. Of course, Ning Chen only dared to think about this in his heart. Divide them, then destroy them one by one. Ning Chen continued, Since the 7 cities didn't rebel at the same time, and 3 of them only rebelled after the great Xia emperor disappeared, it means that the 7 cities aren't united. The person behind them only has the ability to influence the 7 cities, but doesn't have the power to command them. If you want to be a guardian of the dragon, you have to be alive. You have to control 2 princes and 1 prince, then use threats and promises on the 3 cities with the weakest wills. You can even give them the position of Marquis, a death exemption medallion, a red letter, or anything else. As long as 1 city succeeds, you can leave the backstabbing to it. Stabbing a knife once is enough. No matter who it is, they hate traitors the most and fear traitors the most. If 1 city rebelled, it would definitely attract the attention of the other 6 cities and cause them to be suspicious of each other. What's left is to create rumors. The Northern Meng's military advisor is very good at this, and he almost killed me. Of course, when the city that rebelled is besieged, the great Xia must go and save it. It must be done with great fanfare, and the whole world will know about it. This way, it will be difficult for the other 6 cities not to waver. That's all I can think of for now. I'll add more when I think of it in the future. Ning Chen's mouth was a little dry from talking. He wanted to ask for a cup of tea, but he found that Zhang Sun and Qing Ning's expressions were not right. They were looking at him like he was a monster. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong again? Ning Chen thought back. He did not say anything disgraceful. Who did you learn all these schemes from? Zhang Sun came back to her senses and asked in a strange tone. Ha! Ning Chen laughed awkwardly. He was too lazy to make up another lie. From an old Taoist. Qing Ning, write these words to Duke Jingwu word for word. Zhang Sun ignored his lie. She glanced at Qing Ning and made a prompt decision. Although Ning Chen's words were a little sinister and straightforward, they were crude but not crude. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Duke Jingwu was not a pedantic and ignorant person. He would definitely come up with a more practical and feasible method. Yes. Qing Ning nodded and said respectfully. Report. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside the door. Soon after, the person knelt in front of the door and said urgently, There's an urgent report from the front lines. Please see me, esteemed Empress. Hearing this, Zhang Sun immediately stood up and opened the door. She asked gravely, What is it? Ning Chen looked at the bloody general in front of him, and his heart could not help but thump. He had a bad feeling. Esteemed Empress, last night, 3 assassins attacked the barrack. 2 great generals died tragically, and the Marquis of Taiping was heavily injured. What? The sudden bad news caused Zhang Sun to stagger. The exhaustion and worry of the past few days overwhelmed her. Her vision darkened, and she immediately collapsed backwards. Esteemed Empress. Qing Ning panicked and immediately went to support Zhang Sun. Go to the barrack. Zhang Sun said the last sentence with difficulty before losing consciousness. Ning Chen's face was so dark that it was about to condense water. This was the worst possible outcome. He had never thought that even a Marquis of the Great Xia would be assassinated. There were very few people in the world who could assassinate a Marquis. Apart from those few Xiantian experts, the number of people who could do so could be counted on one's fingers. An hour later, the carriage set off from the Marquis of Clear River's estate and headed for the Marquis of Taiping's barracks in the north. 3 days later, the carriage finally arrived at the barrack. Zhang Sun, who was still very weak, immediately got off the carriage and headed for the Marquis of Taiping's tent. Qing Ning pushed Ning Chen behind her, a trace of worry on her face. They knew very well just how great of a blow the Marquis of Taiping's assassination had been to Zhang Sun. The Empress had not been able to eat for several days already. Esteemed Empress, long live the Empress! Zhang Xuan's arrival startled all the soldiers in front of the barracks. They hurriedly knelt and paid their respects. Rise. Zhang Sun was worried about her elder brother's injuries, so she casually said this. Then she opened the tent and walked in. The scene that greeted her made her stagger and almost faint again. Fortunately, Qing Ning was on the side and immediately went up to support her. The Marquis of Taiping was lying on the bed with a pale face. On the left side of his chest, there was a bone-deep wound that reached all the way to his ribs. The medical officer who had accompanied the army was changing the dressing. Seeing Zhang Sun enter, he hurriedly knelt down. Zhang Sun walked up, her heart in pain. It had only been a few days since she had last seen him, but something so unexpected had happened. "How are the Marquis of Taiping's injuries?" Qing Ning asked from the side. "This official has already done his best, but the Marquis's injuries are still not getting better," the medical officer said with a trembling voice, his expression troubled and fearful. "Get up. Continue changing the dressing." Zhang Sun suppressed the sadness in his heart and forced himself to recover his strong side. He shouted in a deep voice, "Many thanks, esteemed Empress." The medical officer fearfully got up and continued to clean the Marquis of Taiping's wounds. Zhang Sun felt even more pained as she watched the bloody bandages being washed off her elder brother's wounds. The army had no lack of medicine. Her elder brother had not woken up yet, so his heart must have been injured. Ning Chen looked at the wound on the Marquis of Taiping's chest and narrowed his eyes. "It's a sword wound." Qing Ning also nodded. It was indeed a sword wound. There was no mistake. Was it done by the Northern Meng Imperial Court? Qing Ning asked suspiciously. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. There are very few people in the Northern Meng Imperial Court who are good with the sword. Even their Xiantian doesn't use a sword. Although Si Mingjian uses a sword, it's impossible for him to injure the Marquis to this extent by himself. Moreover, when I received his sword, the difference in aura is too great." Qing Ning's expression became even more serious. If it wasn't for the Northern Meng Imperial Court, the Great Xia would have one more terrifying opponent. Actually, Ning Chen already had a suspect in his heart. However, without any evidence, he could not be sure. According to the general who had reported, the 3 assassins were all swordsmen. In this world, the place with the most swordsmen was Sword City. And the only swordsmen who had the ability to assassinate a Marquis of the Great Xia were from Sword City. That sword of Sword City had once taken in 3 disciples. Now, they were all experts above the 9th rank. If they worked together to assassinate a Marquis of the Great Xia, the chances of success were not small. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should also have the heart to guard against others. Even if he used the heart of a gentleman to steal the belly of a villain, Sword City still had to guard against him. This could not be said out loud. Ning Chen could only whisper his suspicions to Qing Ning. When Qing Ning heard this, she was shocked at first. Then, she walked to Zhang Sun's side and whispered a few words. Zhang Sun was still feeling heartache. Those who were involved could not see clearly, so she did not think so much. However, when she heard Qing Ning's words, she immediately reacted. She knew the origin of Sword City better than anyone else. She immediately confirmed her suspicions. Although she could not be 100% sure, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Sword City was behind this. Unexpectedly, that woman from the Northern Meng Imperial Court had also persuaded Sword City to take action. They had repeatedly assassinated important officials of the Great Xia. This was to completely destroy the foundation of the Great Xia. Zhang Sun waved her hand and dismissed everyone in the tent, including the officer who had just changed Marquis Taiping's medicine. Then, she said solemnly, "Order Marquis Xiang to strictly monitor Sword City's movements. If there is any movement, immediately report back." "Yes." Qing Ning received the order and quickly walked out. After giving the order, Zhang Sun felt a wave of exhaustion. In just a short month, the Great Xia had been surrounded by enemies. The Northern Meng Imperial Court in the north, the Eternal Night Cult in the west, Sword City in the east, and even the Seven Cities rebellion within the Great Xia. The only fortunate thing was that the Kingdom of True Extreme, which used to be the most arrogant, was much more well-behaved this time. The loss of 20,000 war horses was a huge blow to the kingdom of True Extreme. It would be difficult for the kingdom of True Extreme to have the confidence to mobilize a large number of troops in a short period of time. When she thought of this, Zhang Sun looked at Ning Chen with even gentler eyes. Fortunately, this fellow was still by her side during this most difficult time. Chapter 75. The assassination 3 days ago had a great impact on the morale of the soldiers. Luckily, after Zhang Sun's arrival, the negative atmosphere gradually dissipated. Zhang Sun was different from other empresses. She was the daughter of a Marquis, and was not afraid of the battlefield. After a short rest, she immediately summoned the remaining general. There were originally 3 generals in the army. Now that 2 of them were assassinated, there was only 1 left. He was already old, and his role in the army was to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Empress! After the old general came, he immediately knelt down with tears in his eyes. He was full of guilt. Old General Ling, please rise. Zhang Sun quickly went forward to help the old general up. The latter had been with the Zhang Sun family for more than 30 years and was loyal to them. Although she was the empress, she could not accept this. He is the father of the General Ling you know in the palace, Qing Ning reminded. Ning Chen was shocked and then understood. No wonder General Ling took care of him in the palace. After letting him go, Zhang Sun did not punish him and even promoted him. Actually, General Ling was a good person. Ning Chen had not seen him for a long time and missed him very much. After Zhang Sun helped the old general up, she was about to introduce Ning Chen to him. However, when she saw Ning Chen spacing out again, she was furious and slapped his head. Greet old General Ling. Ning Chen came back to his senses after being slapped by Zhang Sun. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, old General Ling. This is? The old general was confused and asked. Ning Chen, you should be familiar with him, Zhang Sun introduced. Oh? The young man who bombed Jingqi Palace? As expected, heroes come from the young. When the old general answered, he was a bit surprised. Looking at the Empress' behavior just now, she did not treat the young man as a servant at all. That was something an elder would do to a nephew. Ning Chen was a bit embarrassed and smiled shyly. Why did she remember these things? He had a lot of positive images, such as bravely jumping into the frying pan, or okay, he admitted that he only thought of this. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning did not like Ning Chen to smile. When they saw this smile, they felt uncomfortable all over. Therefore, Qing Ning went up and gently patted the latter's shoulder. Then, Ning Chen began to secretly grimace. After chatting for a while, Zhang Sun looked worried and asked, Old General, what's the situation now? Reporting to Your Highness, Northern Meng's army of 300,000 has set up camp 200 li away. It's possible that they could attack at any time, the old general said in a heavy tone. 200 miles. When Ning Chen heard this, he was shocked. He couldn't care less about the rules and asked anxiously, When did this happen? This is the news sent by a spy at noon. Just now, another spy confirmed this information. The old general replied. There was a trace of doubt in his words. Was there something wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Sun knew Ning Chen's personality. There had to be a reason for him to lose his composure. Someone might attack the camp tonight, Ning Chen said in a low voice. Impossible, the old general immediately denied. Even the fastest horse would take more than 2 hours to cover a distance of 200 miles. Before that, our spies would be able to send back the news. What if the spy doesn't know? Ning Chen asked. How is that possible? 300,000 is such an obvious target. Idiot. At this point, the old general was suddenly startled. His expression changed, and his entire body began to tremble. 300,000 was extremely obvious. It could even be said that it was impossible not to notice. However, on the other hand, if a few thousand soldiers were missing, no one would know. As long as the army was used as bait, these few thousand soldiers could avoid the spies' line of sight and be done without anyone noticing. This was a very simple logic. However, with Wu Ho injured and 2 generals dead, he was the only one left. It was already difficult for him to stabilize the morale of the army, so he didn't think about this aspect. Just a little bit more, and he would have become the sinner of Grand Xia. I'll send the order now. The entire army is to be on guard against a night attack, the old general said in a low voice. Wait! Ningchen frowned and stopped the old general from leaving the camp. Little brother, what do you think? The old general stopped and asked politely. Just call him Ningchen. He's just Hu Mengmeng. He doesn't have the qualifications for the old general to be so courteous, Zhang Sun interjected. Ha ha! Ning Chen rubbed his nose and said, What I want to say is that even if there really is a night attack, there won't be too many people. There's no need to make a big fuss and make the morale of the army nervous again. Hearing this, Zhang Sun nodded in agreement and said, He's right. Now that the morale of the army has finally stabilized, it's not good to be overly nervous. The old general nodded, indicating that he understood, then left the camp to make arrangements. Nyang, the old general is too old. He's not suitable to lead the army anymore. After the old general left, Ning Chen tactfully reminded her. He had already endured for a long time. This old general really wasn't cut out for leading troop. He could handle logistics, but if he went to war, he would only harm others and himself. How could Zhang Sun not understand the meaning in Ning Chen's words? She sighed softly and said, Old General Ling has been with the Zhang Sun family for over 30 years. Even if he doesn't have merit, he's still worked hard. Once this war is over, this consort will make arrangements for him to enjoy his remaining years. Hearing Zhang Sun's words, Ning Chen didn't continue talking about the old general. He asked, Nyang, is there a general in the Marquis army that's worth promoting? If there's no other choice, we can transfer one from somewhere else. We can't keep going on like this. There's not enough time. Also, changing generals at the last minute is a big taboo. This consort will take care of this for now. Once this war is over, we'll choose a new general, Zhang Sun said gravely. Can you do it? Ning Chen muttered softly. He was very doubtful. Slap. Qing Ning unrestrainedly slapped the former's head. This brat was becoming more and more impudent. When Yang followed the Marquis to the east and west, you weren't even born yet, Qing Ning said unhappily. Ning Chen was hit until it hurt, but he didn't dare resist. His mouth was cheap, so he deserved to be hit. Qing Ning was a diehard fan of Zhang Sun's, so he didn't want to get hit again. Ning Chen, this consort knows that you have talent that normal people don't have, so this consort needs your help in this war. As she spoke, Zhang Sun actually stood up and took a step forward to bow with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Ning Chen was so frightened that he almost fell out of his wheelchair. He quickly turned his wheelchair and moved away from Zhang Sun, avoiding this bow. Nyang, in my hometown, being bowed to by an elder will shorten one's lifespan. You can't harm me. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. Wasn't this just scaring him? He didn't have much of a burden and couldn't endure this kind of torment. On the side, Qing Ning also jumped in fright and said, Nyang, why are you still being so polite with him? Zhang Sun's mood from the two's nervous actions also disappeared. She straightened her body and said calmly, In any case, this consort has already said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. If this consort finds out in the future that you still haven't done your best, be careful of your head. That's more like it. Hearing this, Ning Chen and Qing Ning both inwardly sighed in relief. Zhang Sun's actions just now had truly frightened them. Suddenly, Ning Chen realized that he was a bit cheap. He wasn't used to hearing nice words, so he had to be hit and kicked to feel better. The main reason was that Zhang Sun's strength had left a shadow in his heart. If this happened, no one would be able to endure it. Do you still have the jade pendant this consort gave you? asked Zhang Sun. Yes. Ning Chen took it out. He had always kept it close to his body, afraid that if he lost it, Zhang Sun would chop off his head. Be careful. Zhang Sun nodded and didn't say anything else. This was her keepsake, and also the keepsake of Zhang Suan's bloodline. It might be of great use at a critical moment. Alright, you guys go back and rest. There's still a tough battle to fight tonight. Zhang Sun waved her hand and dismissed them. Yes. Ning Chen and Qing Ning bowed respectfully, then left. Sister Qing Ning, what happened to Her Highness just now? She scared me to death. After leaving the tent, Ning Chen still had lingering fears. Qing Ning sighed softly. Right now, Emperor Xia's fate is unknown, Great Xia is surrounded by enemies, and Marquis Taiping is seriously injured. The pressure on Her Highness right now is greater than anyone else's. She really wants to win this battle. After saying this, Qing Ning turned around and said with an incomparably solemn expression, Ning Chen, you must help Her Highness win this battle. I will do my best, promised Ning Chen seriously. The reason it was a promise and not a promise was because he knew how terrifying the military advisor of Northern Meng's imperial court 200 li away was. He didn't have the confidence to win against her, even if he was a transmigrator. Transmigrators weren't omnipotent, but that military advisor was almost omnipotent. It could be said that the current situation in Great Xia was basically caused by that woman called Fan Lingyue. Great Xia had been at peace for a very long time, and had been invincible for a very long time. That was until the appearance of this stunning woman, who forcibly raised the strength of Northern Meng's imperial court to a level where they could barely fight against Great Xia. It was very likely that the many hidden dangers in Great Xia had the shadow of this extraordinary woman. Otherwise, why would the Eternal Night Cult make a move as soon as Northern Meng's imperial court sent out their troops? Even Great Xia's territory was in chaos. In his opinion, the best way was to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. Otherwise, this battle would be too difficult for Great Xia to win. It was said that the times created heroes, but this saying didn't really apply to Northern Meng's military advisor, because this woman was so powerful that she could single-handedly create an era. Against such a person, he really didn't have the slightest confidence to win. At night, the moonlight descended. Ning Chen wrapped himself in thick clothes and sat on a high ground in front of the camp. He quietly looked into the distance, and his mouth would cough from time to time. Qing Ning accompanied him by his side. Whenever she saw him cough, her heart would always ache slightly. She knew very well that Ning Chen's injuries were far from healed. Otherwise, why would a cultivator need to wrap himself in such thick clothes at night? Gradually, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His cultivation had already fallen between grade 4 and grade 5. Moreover, it was extremely unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low. This was only because his foundation was far superior to others that he was barely able to maintain a little bit of his cultivation. The current him only had the ability to shoot an arrow. Therefore, this arrow must be shot accurately. Chapter 76. The sound of iron hooves clanging against the cold wind could be heard as the horses galloped in the dark night. One could vaguely see the cotton covers tied to the horses' hooves. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes even more. The military advisor of Northern Meng would not make any mistake. How big was the impact of the cotton covers? In fact, it was not big. To put it simply, it was nothing more than hearing the galloping of horses from 5 kilometers away or 9 kilometers away. However, on the battlefield, a distance of 1 kilometer could result in a completely different outcome. The military advisor of Northern Meng did not make any mistakes in this detail. The general leading the troops was an expert. The closer he was, the harder it was to hide his aura. Ning Chen slowly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. He was about to shoot, but after a while, he pulled back his bow. Is the imperial concubine safe and sound? Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman beside him as he asked softly. Qing Ning nodded. Zhang Xuan's tent was surrounded by experts from the army. As long as it was not an expert like the one who tried to assassinate Marquis Wu, the Empress' safety was guaranteed. Although Marquis Taiping was seriously injured in the assassination a few days ago, the three swordsmen were not much better off. They would not be able to attack again in a short period of time. Then I am relieved. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked down from the high ground. He said, Sister Qing Ning, let's go greet the military advisor of Northern Ming. Since he only had the ability to shoot one arrow, why not give it to the woman of Northern Ming? Qing Ning was startled, but she did not stop him. With her around, nothing would happen to Ning Chen. After a while, a horse carriage set off from the camp and disappeared into the darkness. The distance of 100 kilometers was not far. If a horse galloped quickly, it would take 2 hours. The horse carriage was not as fast as a horse, but after 3 hours, it arrived in front of the Northern Ming camp. Ning Chen found a place with slightly higher ground, then looked in the direction of the Northern Ming camp and drew his bow again. In front of the Northern Ming camp, Fan Lingyue stood in the cold wind and quietly looked in the direction of the Great Xia camp. Her eyes were emotionless. The light blue clothes were simple but revealed nobility. Fan Lingyue's identity was not difficult to recognize. When Ning Chen saw the light blue clothes, he felt a sense of familiarity. When he looked at the former's face, his body could not help but tremble. It was her, the woman he had coincidentally met in Moonfall City, Moon Spirit. Fan Lingyu, fate really played tricks on people, full of lies. It was no wonder that the 8th prince of the Great Xia dynasty had died so easily. It turned out that she had appeared at that time for this matter. There was no reason to take back a bow that had been bent. In this cold wind, Ning Chen's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Just as Fan Lingyue had said, she and Ning Chen were very similar people. Beneath their calm exterior hid an extremely heartless heart. They appreciated each other and even chatted happily with each other. However, none of this could stop the two of them from killing each other. The arrow in the cold wind was like a shooting star. The silver light was so dazzling in the night sky. However, before he could react, the arrow was already in front of him. However, this stunning arrow was caught by a hand. The young general appeared in front of Fan Lingyue and blocked this merciless arrow with one hand. Sister Qing Ning, let's go, Ning Chen said softly. Yes, Qing Ning replied. The two of them got on the carriage and left quickly. Not long after, they disappeared into the darkness once again. In front of the Northern Ming camp, the young general looked at the direction where the arrow came from and couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand who wanted to assassinate the military advisor. He is Ning Chen, Fan Lingyue said indifferently. She turned and walked towards the tent. She didn't expect that the two of them would still meet. What a pity for those 3,000 light cavalry soldiers. Fan Lingyue knew that the attack on the camp had failed. She had said before that they were very similar. Not only were they heartless, they were also scheming. The old general in the Great Xia camp was a mediocre person, but Ning Chen wasn't. On the contrary, not only was he not mediocre, he was also an extremely intelligent person. In the dark night, a blurry shadow flashed past the speeding carriage. Ning Chen sat in the carriage, his face slightly pale. That arrow just now was too much of a burden for him at the moment. He was already mentally prepared for the fact that he didn't manage to kill Fan Lingyue. However, he still wanted to say something. Fuck genius. That young general was obviously not much older than him, but he was at least at the peak of the 9th grade. Since when were there so many geniuses in this world? He had worked so hard to train for so long, and there were always experts guiding him. He didn't even lack Xiantian experts. However, after training for so long, he returned to the 4th or 5th grade. That old woman, Fate, was really fucking unfair. When the two of them returned to the camp, the battle had already ended. The 3,000 light cavalry soldiers were basically shot into a hornet's nest. Even if 100 or 200 of them escaped in the dark, it wouldn't change anything. Zhang Sun saw the two of them coming back in the carriage. She frowned and asked, "Where did you go?" Ning Chen got off the carriage and said honestly, "I went to greet the military advisor of the Northern Meng Imperial Court." Qing Ning nodded at the side, indicating that this was indeed the case. Zhang Sun didn't ask anything else. She snorted and said, "Don't be so mischievous in the future." Ning Chen and Qing Ning looked at each other and immediately separated with tacit understanding. It seemed that Zhang Sun was in a good mood. She didn't ask anything else and didn't scold them. The 3,000 light cavalry didn't bring anything with them. Their horses and armor were either dead or broken, so there was nothing to retrieve. However, no matter what, this was still a victory. Most of the soldiers who were woken up in the middle of the night were excited. It turned out that the Empress had already predicted that the Northern Meng would attack the camp. In an instant, the sound of "Long live the Northern Meng" spread throughout the entire Great Xia camp. Zhang Sun accepted it calmly. After boosting the soldiers' morale, she returned to her tent to rest with a trace of relief. Ning Chen wanted to shout, I guessed it, I guessed it." Unfortunately, he didn't dare to. The soldiers of the Great Xia needed a hero who could step on colorful, auspicious clouds. Obviously, the Empress, who had an extremely high reputation in the Great Xia, was the most suitable candidate. She was the tiger daughter of a general, and Zhang Sun was fully deserving of the title. Ning Chen also returned to his tent to rest. He was the most tired person tonight. That arrow had exhausted all his strength, and in the end, he didn't succeed. He had to pull Fan Lingyue away from the young general beside her. This was Ning Chen's last thought before he lost consciousness. The next day, Qing Ning, who hadn't seen Ning Chen for a long time, directly came to the tent. Just as she was about to pull him up from the bed, she felt that something was wrong. She was shocked when she touched his forehead. It was too hot. The military medical officer quickly arrived. After checking Ning Chen's pulse, his expression was extremely ugly. This pulse was even more chaotic than Wu Ho's. Zhang Sun also rushed over after hearing the news. After seeing Ning Chen's sickly red face, her brows furrowed even more. He was fine last night. What happened? Zhang Sun asked angrily. Seeing that the Empress was angry, the medical officer became even more nervous. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is caused by a cold. Cold? How could he have a cold? Zhang Sun was even more furious. In her worry, she completely lost her usual virtuous motherly appearance. This, the medical officer couldn't explain. He didn't know anything about the young man in front of him. He only knew that the latter was very trusted by the Empress and was always by her side. Your Highness. Qing Ning stepped forward and whispered a few words in Zhang Sun's ear. Nonsense. Zhang Sun was furious after hearing this and shouted. He doesn't know anything. Don't you know anything? How can you accompany him in his nonsense? Last night, she didn't ask much. She thought that the two of them just went to the Northern Meng camp to take a look. Who would have thought that the two of them actually dared to assassinate that military advisor? This brat's body wasn't easy to stay awake, let alone attack. Couldn't he make her worry less? Treat this consort. If you can't, bring your head to see me. Zhang Sun snorted angrily and said, Yes. The medical officer trembled as he replied. Immediately, he hurriedly went out to prepare herbs and hot water. 6 hours later, Ning Chen woke up once. Looking at Zhang Sun beside him, he only said a few words before fainting again. Your Highness, no matter what, we must defend to the death. In addition, write a letter to the old Marquis and ask him to lead troops to intercept Northern Meng's provisions. We don't need too many people, 50,000 should be enough. Also, if Fan Lingyue really uses cavalry to attack, Your Highness, please give up the 30,000 cavalry in the camp. Great Xia can afford to fight, but we can also afford to waste them. It's worth exchanging 30,000 for 20,000. In addition, even if all of these 150,000 people die in battle, we can't retreat. A defeated army is like a landslide. She has 100,000 cavalry, we can't retreat. Even in the midst of his illness, Ning Chen's words were still calm and ruthless to the point that it was terrifying. With just one sentence, he directly gave up the lives of the 30,000 cavalry and even the soldiers in the camp. Rest well. We'll talk about other things when you're better. Zhang Sun couldn't bear it. She didn't agree or reject, but instead comforted him softly. Ning Chen smiled weakly. Before he could answer, he fell into a coma again. Qing Ning felt a chill all over. This was the first time she saw such a ruthless side of Ning Chen. Do you feel like he's become a different person? Zhang Sun didn't turn around and guess Qing Ning's thoughts. Yes, I'm not used to it, Qing Ning answered honestly. The weaker a person is, the less they know how to hide themselves. Ning Chen isn't an affectionate person to begin with. All the shyness and even harmlessness that he usually shows is just an act for others to see. The more you interact with him, the more you can feel the coldness that comes from his bones. After saying this, Zhang Sun sighed softly and continued, in the entire army, as long as nothing happens to you and me, I'm afraid that even if everyone else dies, he'll at most sigh emotionally and then turn around and won't take it to heart. I feel more and more fortunate that I forcefully dragged him into Weiyang Palace when we first met in the palace. Otherwise, if this kind of person became Great Xia's enemy, there would be a second military advisor in the world. The more Qing Ning heard Zhang Sun's words, the more shocked she became. She never thought that Ning Chen, who didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of her and Her Highness, would actually be someone that Her Highness thought so highly of, and even feared. Your Highness, Ning Chen won't harm Great Xia. Qing Ning couldn't help but say this. She could hear the fear in Her Highness's voice and couldn't help but defend herself. Ha ha, Zhang Sun laughed softly and said, don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. Although he's ruthless, he still cares about that little bit of emotion in his heart. I never thought that he would betray Great Xia. Of course, that's on the premise that you and I are still alive. Chapter 77. Ning Chen's fever was very bad, and it didn't get better even when night fell. The doctor in the tent was very anxious. The Empress' words were still ringing in his ears, and his mind was completely focused on this young man. Zhang Sun listened to Ning Chen's suggestion and did their best to defend. Regardless of whether the Northern Meng Imperial Court's attack came or not, their side had already expressed their attitude of defending to the death. On Marquis Qinghe's side, the letter had already been sent out, and he would probably receive it soon. Xingqiao Pass was originally guarded by 50,000 soldiers, and with the addition of the 100,000 soldiers that Marquis Qinghe brought over, there were already more than 150,000 soldiers. Deploying 50,000 soldiers at any time wouldn't affect the situation in the short term. After Yangue City was broken, Fan Lingyue left less than 10,000 soldiers in the city to wait for the reinforcements to arrive without exhausting the military strength of the army. This was also the reason why Fan Lingyue chose to massacre the city. She wanted these 10,000 soldiers to truly form a fighting force of 10,000, and not be on tenterhooks all day long due to various sudden sneak attacks. Rations were something that war didn't lack. The Northern Meng Imperial Court's rations would definitely pass through Yangue City, and Marquis Qinghe's mission was to bring 50,000 soldiers to delay or even destroy the rations of the Northern Meng Imperial Court. The amount of rations needed for 300,000 soldiers was extremely terrifying, and it was impossible for the Northern Meng Imperial Court to gather them all at once. They could only transport them through Yangue City to the front lines. The reinforcements of the Northern Meng Imperial Court had already entered Yangue City. Currently, there were at least 60,000 soldiers guarding Yangue City. If they wanted to take back the city, they would need to expend at least 3 times the number of soldiers, and this was under the condition that the Northern Meng Imperial Court didn't send any reinforcements. Therefore, it was unrealistic to want to cut off the rations of the Northern Meng army once and for all. At the very least, the current Great Xia didn't have that many soldiers to spare. As long as Marquis Qinghe could cause trouble for the northern Meng army's rations, it would be the greatest help to Zhongsun and even the entire Great Xia. The current Great Xia needed time to catch a breather, and Duke Jingwu was in the imperial city to mobilize all the soldiers in the world. Ning Chen was a true genius. Although his cultivation talent was average, he was smart and could see the key to the Great Xia at a glance. Zhang Sun was a person who knew how to make good use of people. She would seriously consider Ning Chen's opinions. What the army lacked the most at the moment was talented generals. Ning Chen's reminder would make her feel much more relaxed. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't leave this brat's help for even a moment. Ning Chen's coma really made her very anxious and annoyed. At night, the cold wind blew again. Ning Chen still showed no signs of waking up. Zhang Sun paced back and forth outside the tent in frustration. His eldest brother was unconscious, and so was this fellow. Qing Ning didn't know anything about military affairs. She didn't even have anyone to discuss things with. "Your Highness, why don't you summon the first prince over?" Qing Ning suggested when she saw her eldest grandson's expression. The princes of Great Xia were all rare talent. Perhaps they could be of some help to Her Highness. "No, he's the crown prince. The future of the Great Xia depends on him. He can't be in any danger," Zhang Sun rejected without hesitation. Cough, cough. At this moment, a series of violent coughs resounded. The wheelchair turned and Ning Chen walked out wrapped tightly. His face was terrifyingly pale. "Your Highness is right. The first prince can't come. It's not suitable for him to come either," Ning Chen said tiredly. The first prince was too righteous. He could be a Taiping sage, but it was not suitable for him to come to this battlefield full of schemes and plots. "When did you wake up?" Qing Ning asked with a joyful expression. However, before Ning Chen could reply, Zhang Suan's angry voice sounded. "Who let you come out? Go back and rest." "Your Highness, I'm fine. I've slept for a day and my head is a little dizzy. I came out to get some fresh air. I'll go back in a while," Ning Chen pleaded helplessly. Actually, he was a little worried about Zhang Sun and wanted to come out to take a look. The Great Xia dynasty had been established for more than 1,000 years. This was probably the first time that the current empress came out to oversee the army. One could imagine how much pressure Zhang Sun was under. The Great Xia dynasty was now surrounded by enemies. If they could delay the northern Meng imperial court's army for one more day, they would gain one more day for the Great Xia dynasty. Just as he had said earlier, he would do everything he could to help Zhang Sun get through this difficult time. Zhang Sun frowned but did not say anything more. This kid's temper was even more stubborn than a bull. It was useless to persuade him. "Your Highness, I remember that there is a river 300 kilometers behind us. If we lose, send someone to destroy the bridge," Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at the northern Meng imperial court's army. "Is there no hope?" Zhang Sun sighed and asked. "If it was someone else, there might be hope. But our opponent is Fan Lingyue. We will definitely lose," Ning Chen said honestly. He was speaking the truth. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Moreover, Fan Lingyue had 100,000 cavalry while they only had 30,000. This was a fatal difference. They could not stop him. He would do everything in his power to delay this day as much as possible until Great Xia could catch its breath. Ultimately, the Great Xia dynasty was still the strongest. As long as they were not defeated in a single breath, the final victor would be the Great Xia dynasty. To be honest, after this battle, it would be clear whether the Great Xia dynasty would lose or not. They could lose or even lose miserably, but they could not lose meaninglessly. Currently, their best choice was to fight a war of attrition. The longer they fought, the more desperate the battle would be, and the more disadvantageous it would be for the northern Meng imperial court. "Your Highness, how is the situation in the east?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and asked. The Eternal Night Cult and the Northern Meng Imperial Court had sent out their troops at the same time, forcing the Great Xia dynasty into a sorry state. Unlike the Northern Meng Imperial Court, who had a military advisor, the Eternal Night Cult relied on their tyrannical martial strength to open the path. An unparalleled martial monarch acted. From the martial Marquis to the generals of the Great Xia dynasty, no one could stop him. Monsters like Xiantian were truly troublesome existences. They have already broken through 2 cities. Fortunately, the Eternal Night Cult does not have many heavy cavalry, only 30,000. Otherwise, the Great Xia dynasty would have no need to fight this war, Zhang Sun said tiredly. It was rumored that there were no more than 10,000 heavy cavalry. Anything above 10,000 could not be lower. This was referring to the Eternal Night Cult's heavy cavalry. It would be an exaggeration to say that one of these terrifying soldiers could fight against 10. On the battlefield, they were practically invincible and undefeatable. Heavy cavalry had extremely high requirements for horses and soldiers. As a result, even the Eternal Night Cult, which had a deep foundation, was unable to train more of them. Unfortunately, although the Great Xia dynasty occupied the entire Central Plains, the rate of production of horses was too low, not to mention this type of heavy cavalry that had extremely high requirements for horses. Your Highness, is there no one in the Great Xia dynasty who can stop the Eternal Night Cult's heavy cavalry? Ningchen asked, puzzled. The Great Xia dynasty had 1,000 years of foundation. If it were to be crippled by 30,000 heavy cavalry, it would be too unjustifiable. The Great Xia dynasty had been unparalleled for so long, they would definitely have some trump card. There is the military god, Marquis triumphant return, and the 100,000 Blackwater army under his command. Zhang Sun nodded with a grave expression. Then why has Marquis triumphant return not made a move? Ningchen asked, even more puzzled. He had also heard of the military god, the head of the 10 marquises. Since he was so powerful, why didn't he make a move? Could it be that he really wanted to wait until the Great Xia dynasty was completely crippled before he was willing to make a move? Because before His Majesty disappeared, he strictly prohibited Marquis triumphant return from making any moves. As she spoke, Zhang Xuan's expression was also somewhat puzzled. She was becoming more and more unable to understand the Great Xia dynasty's intentions. Ning Chen was speechless. How the hell were they supposed to fight like this? They couldn't possibly have ordinary soldiers fight the Eternal Night Cult's heavy cavalry, right? And there was also that unparalleled martial monarch, who could stop him. Moreover, he had heard that the Eternal Night Cult had a Xiantian who had never appeared. Just what was the Eternal Night Cult planning? Ning Chen discovered that there were still many things he didn't understand, especially regarding the Eternal Night Cult. His understanding was practically limited to the legends. He didn't know anything about the true internal situation of the cult. Northern Meng's barracks. Fan Lingyue was sitting in her tent. Her elegant face carried a trace of fatigue from many days of marching. After a long time, she softly asked, "When will they arrive?" Reporting to the military advisor, they have already set off at noon. They will arrive in 3 days at the latest, the young general respectfully replied. Tell Qing Wuyo to be careful. Don't let the spies of the Great Xia discover any clues, Fan Lingyue calmly reminded. Yes. The young general accepted the order, then immediately turned and left. Not being able to kill him back then has indeed attracted a lot of trouble. Fan Lingyue lightly sighed. She originally didn't plan to use them so quickly, but the Great Xia's determination to not appear at all forced her to use this trump card in advance. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountains would eventually lead to trouble. With Ning Chen, there were too many variables. Unfortunately, Si Mingjian was heavily injured by that Prince Yan of the Great Xia and couldn't attack again in a short period of time. Otherwise, eliminating this hidden danger as soon as possible would be the best method. Thinking of this, Fan Lingyue's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. If she guessed correctly, Ning Chen should have the same thoughts as her at this moment. She could give him a chance, but at the same time, she was also giving herself a chance. A moment later, Fan Lingyue picked up her brush and wrote a letter. Shortly after, she opened her mouth and said, "Men, present." An armored guard walked in. "Go to the Great Xia Barracks and personally hand this letter to a young man named Ning Chen. After arriving at the Great Xia Barracks, directly say that you want to see this person. The Great Xia's Empress will naturally introduce you to him," Fan Lingyue said indifferently as she handed over the letter. "Yes." The guard bowed and then also walked out. 2 hours later, the guard arrived at the Great Xia Barracks and directly said that he was a messenger from the Northern Meng Imperial Court and wanted to see the Great Xia's Empress. A general of the Great Xia came up and carefully searched his back, then immediately personally led him to Zhang Xuan's tent. "Empress, a messenger from Northern Meng requests to see you. Come in." In the tent, Zhang Sun was still awake and spoke. "Go in." The general pushed the guard and said in an unfriendly tone. Zhang Sun casually glanced at the Northern Meng guard in front of her and said indifferently, "Why did your military advisor ask you to come here?" The guard felt uncomfortable from Zhang Xuan's glance, but he still braced himself and said, "Under the orders of the military advisor, I am here to deliver this letter to a person named Ning Chen in your barracks." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed across Zhang Xuan's eyes. In an instant, the temperature of the entire tent seemed to drop. Chapter 78. Late at night, Ning Chen was invited to the commander's tent by Zhang Sun. Only then did he find out that Northern Meng's military advisor had sent a messenger to deliver a letter. After opening the letter, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Fan Lingyue was still impatient to get rid of him. Their thoughts were very similar. They both believed that getting rid of the other was the most direct and effective method. "Go back and tell your military advisor that Ning Chen will keep the appointment," Ning Chen replied calmly, crushing the letter into pieces. The Northern Meng guard cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. "Can't you see such an obvious trap?" "You can't go," Zhang Sun said angrily. Ning Chen shook his head. "Nyang, this is our only chance, and also our only hope for victory. I have to try no matter what." "No." Zhang Sun was unmoved and said angrily. Nyang, I've made up my mind. If you're really thinking about my safety, then let me think about how to keep tomorrow's appointment." Ning Chen's expression also darkened, not backing down at all. "You!" Zhang Sun trembled with anger. This brat was simply trying to anger her to death. At this time, Qing Ning also rushed over after hearing the news. Before she reached the tent, she heard the two arguing and quickly separated them temporarily. "How can you talk to Nyang like that?" Outside the tent, Qing Ning reprimanded in annoyance. "There's no time to explain. Sister Qing Ning, come with me." After speaking, Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked towards his tent. After arriving at his tent, Ning Chen immediately took a brush and wrote down a list of names, saying, "Sister Qing Ning, go alone. Be careful. Remember, you must return before dawn." Qing Ning took the paper. After a moment of surprise, she nodded lightly, then quickly left under the cover of the night. Only Ning Chen was left in the tent. He sat there with his eyes closed, pondering silently. He was thinking about what Fan Lingyue's trump card was. Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts. This was something that everyone knew. Moreover, he had been in close contact with her before, and he indeed didn't feel any martial arts aura from her. In this world, unless one reached Xiantian, it was absolutely impossible for martial artists to completely conceal their aura. If that was the case, then what was her trump card? Fan Lingyue's calculations were very accurate. He knew that he would not refuse such a tempting meeting, and he indeed could not refuse, because this was his only chance to help Changsun win this battle. What exactly was it? Ning Chen tried his best to think about it, but he still had no clue. In this world, other than him, was there anyone else who possessed a weapon that could counter martial arts? There were only 6 hours left until daybreak. Ning Chen didn't move at all. He sat there, thinking hard. This meeting was too important. He didn't want to make any mistakes. At daybreak, Qing Ning finally came back. Ning Chen said a few words to her, then chased her out of the tent. Then, he went to work alone. Zhang Sun had come to visit several times, but Qing Ning shook her head and refused to let him in. At this time, she was the only one who could support him. Zhang Sun was so angry that his face turned pale, but he was still blocked by Qing Ning. Qing Ning's heart ached, but she was very stubborn. Actually, Ning Chen only said one sentence to her. If I die this time, I'll still be smiling. Your Highness's body is priceless. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to bear it much longer. I will fight for this opportunity with all my might. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Half a day later, Ning Chen came out wrapped in thick clothes. Qing Ning went up and pushed him, heading north. Zhang Sun quickly went up to stop him, but was blocked by a jade pendant. Ning Chen took out the jade pendant and said softly, "Your Highness, you said that you would agree to 2 of my requests back then. The first one has already been dropped. Now I want to say the second one, which is to ask you to let me pass." After saying this, Ning Chen respectfully bowed one last time, then walked around Zhang Sun and continued walking. Zhang Sun stood there in a daze with the jade pendant in his hand. His heart throbbed with pain. That day, she had promised him that she would fulfill 2 of his requests. The first was that he wanted to leave the palace, and she had refused without hesitation. Now, he had brought up the second request, and she could no longer say anything to refuse. In the cold wind, Qing Ning pushed the person who wanted to go north all the way north. In the north, the young general accompanied the person who wanted to go south all the way south. Before sunset, the 4 of them finally met face to face. "Sister Qing Ning, you can go back." Ning Chen glanced at Qing Ning and said softly, "You can leave too." Fan Lingyue waved her hand and said calmly. Both of them looked worried, but they had no choice but to turn and leave, slowly disappearing into the night. After we parted in the imperial city of Grand Xia, I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. Fan Lingyue sighed softly and said. At that time, she had things she needed to do, so she didn't care too much about Ning Chen's identity. She didn't expect that she would let go of the person she wanted to get rid of the most. Ning Chen also sighed. Maybe this was the so-called will of the heavens. At that time, if one of them recognized the other's identity first, they wouldn't be here today. Should I call you Yu Ling or Fan Lingyue? Ning Chen's gaze was complicated. Who would have thought that the person who gave him the sword back then would become his enemy today? It's just a form of address. You hid your name and I also hid mine. It's not like we're lying to each other. Fan Lingyue walked behind Ning Chen and quietly pushed the wheelchair under the moonlight. She was still so natural and not pretentious. In this world, perhaps only he and she were the most similar and the most familiar people. Unfortunately, they had become enemies. Do the ideals you spoke of back then still count? Ning Chen didn't turn back and asked softly. Fan Lingyue nodded and said, I didn't lie about this. The world is peaceful and the people are prosperous? Ning Chen mocked softly. Fan Lingyue laughed softly and said, It's never changed. Does your so-called world include Grand Xia? Does your so-called people include the citizens of Grand Xia? The sarcasm in Ning Chen's voice grew thicker. Of course. Fan Lingyue's reply left no room for doubt. Ning Chen laughed coldly and his tone became calm again. I thought my skin was thick enough. I didn't expect to meet my match here. Fan Lingyue wasn't angry at all. Her beautiful face was still as calm as before, perhaps even with a trace of a smile. She always liked to talk to people like her, even if they didn't agree with each other. She had seen too many stupid people in this world. Ning Chen's appearance made her feel fear, but at the same time, she was somewhat happy. Loneliness was always the scariest thing. Moreover, she had been lonely for a long time. Fan Lingyue, what are you thinking? The war started by Beimeng not only brought the flames of war to Grand Xia, it also brought disaster to Beimeng. How many of these 300,000 soldiers do you think will be able to return to Beimeng alive? Ning Chen asked in a low voice. I will do my best to bring them all back, Fan Linghui said softly. Do you really think you can fight against the entire Grand Xia by yourself? Ning Chen laughed coldly. That's the truth, Fan Linghui replied calmly. After saying that, the two of them fell into a short silence. After facing each other, although they were still standing together like before, they really didn't see eye to eye with each other. Fan Linghui, what role did Grand Xia play in your so-called world peace? Ning Chen's eyes flashed with deep fatigue as he asked. Fan Linghui laughed softly and said, Beimeng's world is too small. I need to bring them out, and Grand Xia is the biggest obstacle in front of me. That's all. How do you know that the people of Beimeng despise their world for being small? Maybe this is just your own wishful thinking. Ning Chen couldn't suppress his emotions again and mocked. In front of this woman, he didn't need to hide himself, nor was there a need to. Fan Linghui didn't answer but asked calmly, You're not a citizen of Beimeng. How do you know that they don't despise their world for being small? Twisting words and forcing logic, Ning Chen was angry, but he couldn't say anything. He was indeed not a citizen of Beimeng and didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was indeed a region with poor resources. Fan Linghui's words might be right, but her methods were too intense. Fan Linghui, the 170,000 soldiers of Great Xia in Yangui City and millions of civilians were killed just because of a single sentence from you. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? No, there will always be people who have to be sacrificed on the road to peace. You, me, and them. You're a lunatic, Ning Chen mocked. He used to think that he understood this woman very well, but now he realized that he was wrong. This woman was a lunatic, and he didn't understand her at all. Fan Linghui didn't refute and said indifferently, It's because there are too many normal people in this world that this world is so abnormal. Why can Grand Xia occupy the rich central plains, but Beimeng can only live in the cold north? The world belongs to the people of the world, and not Grand Xia. Ning Chen was speechless. The difference between countries existed in every dynasty and even in different world. World peace had always been an ideal, and no one and no era could truly achieve it. Fan Linghui, if you continue like this, you will destroy Grand Xia and the Northern Meng royal court. In this world, it's impossible for true peace and fairness to appear. Not in the past, not in the future, Ning Chen sighed and advised. You haven't tried, how do you know it's impossible? Fan Linghui sneered and continued, Do you know what's the biggest difference between us? You don't want to try because you hate failure. But I don't care about these things. So what if I fail? If I fail, I'll just give up my life to be buried with the people of the world. But no matter what, I've already tried. On the road to world peace, I, Fan Linghui, don't want to regret it and won't regret it. In the cold wind, Fan Linghui stood upright, her beautiful face filled with determination and coldness. Her life was so short, and she didn't want to see the world still like this when she died. Ning Chen tidied his clothes and felt a little cold. The weather in the north really made him unhappy. It was already spring, but it was still so cold. Chapter 79. The two of them finally had nothing to say to each other. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now they had nothing to say to each other. It wasn't a simple difference in their standpoints, but the way they looked at things and did things was completely different. Fan Linghui's methods were too intense. Ning Chen didn't like it. Ning Chen also thought too much before doing things. Fan Linghui also felt that it was shameless. Ning Chen couldn't refute Fan Linghui. He couldn't even prove whether her methods were right or wrong. There weren't so many right and wrong in this world. The biggest right and wrong had always been the human heart. If Fan Linghui succeeded, 100 years later, she would be a good minister who created a prosperous world in the eyes of the world. If she failed, she would only be left with a bad reputation. Unfortunately, she didn't care about this. What she cared about was just as she said, the world was peaceful and the people were prosperous. Ning Chen never doubted the sincerity of Fan Lingyue's words. He mocked her only because he didn't like her methods. The two of them finally stopped. Ning Chen sighed. Let's stop here. Okay. Fan Lingyue nodded. It was time to stop. Although they were similar people, they weren't on the same path. They couldn't continue walking forever. I'm very curious, how are you going to get rid of me here? A cold wind blew past. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He still couldn't guess what her trump card was. There were only the two of them here. Although he was seriously injured, it was more than enough to deal with a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He never liked people walking behind him, but Fan Lingyue was an exception. Firstly, it was because the two of them really had a good chat before, and secondly, it was because Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts. You'll know soon enough. Before she finished speaking, Fan Lingyue raised her palm and pressed it against Ning Chen's back. Her majestic true qi suddenly erupted, leaving no trace of life. This palm came without any warning. It was the most unimaginable result. At this moment, time seemed to slowly stop, unable to move forward. How could? Ning Chen didn't have time to say the words in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Fan Lingyue to know martial arts. He originally thought that he valued her a lot, but he didn't expect that in the end, he still underestimated her. He underestimated this girl who even deceived the world, who said that the Northern Ming's military advisor didn't know martial arts. Looking at it now, it was the stupidest thing in the world. However, after a moment of surprise, Ning Chen still smiled. His smile was so bright that flowers bloomed on his face. Boom! At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the dark night like a sudden clap of thunder. The dazzling light could be seen from 100 li away. Ning Chen, military advisor. Several miles away, Qing Ning and the young general, who had been paying attention to the situation, were shocked. They stomped their feet and flew toward the center of the explosion. In front of the great Xia camp, Zhang Sun stood outside the tent. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the north, and an extremely ominous premonition arose in his heart. The night was enchanting. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. Two figures, one from the south and one from the north, were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. They were like two shooting stars in the night sky, so fast that it was shocking. The cold wind was biting cold, but the two people who had fainted on the ground could no longer see this scene. There were only scars all around them, quietly telling the desolation of the night. Ning Chen didn't expect Fan Lingyue to have the Book of Chaos, which could conceal any aura. Fan Lingyue also didn't expect that gunpowder, other than being ignited by fire, would also explode under great pressure. He couldn't guess her trump card, so he transmigrated into a body full of gunpowder and a few flamethrowers. He originally planned to use them to save his life at a critical moment, but he didn't expect to be hit by Fan Lingyue's palm, saving him all the trouble. Qing Ning and the young general arrived at the same time. After a brief exchange of glances, their palms collided with each other. Soon after, they swept up the figures on the ground and left in a flash of light. Not long after, the northern Ming camp in the Great Xia camp fell into great chaos. The furious Zhang Sun and the young general almost overturned the entire tent. They poured panaceas and miraculous medicines into the mouths of the people on the bed, only hoping that they could save the lives of the people on the bed. However, the injuries of the two were too severe. The panaceas and miraculous medicines they usually used were now like dregs, not having the slightest effect. One day later, the news of the military advisor of the Northern Ming being seriously injured and in a coma spread throughout the world, shocking everyone. No one expected the military advisor of the Northern Ming to be injured at this time. This was a shocking matter. Once the northern Meng army lost this military advisor, the threat of the army would be reduced by at least half. The Great Xia could take a breather and even free up their hands to deal with the eternal night cult and the chaos of the Seven Cities. The lords of the Seven Cities were in a state of panic. This sudden change disrupted all their arrangements. With the military advisor of the northern Meng injured, no one could pin down most of the Great Xia's energy. Once this powerful dynasty that had been invincible for thousands of years took a breather, the lords of the Seven Cities would probably deal with them first. In the residence of Prince Yu of the southern border, Prince Yu's face was ashen. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now, he couldn't hide anymore even if he wanted to. If the lords of the Seven Cities were defeated, he couldn't escape the fate of being exposed either. He had the blood of the royal family. Now that the fate of Emperor Xia was unknown, he might still have a chance if he fought under this banner. Half a day later, a shocking battle broke out in Prince Yu's residence. Under the cover of 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters, Prince Yu finally escaped from Prince Yu's residence. However, none of the 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters survived. The green and red swords in the hands of Prince Yen were stained with blood. He mercilessly killed everyone who stood in his way. Since then, the masters that Prince Yu had recruited over the years were all wiped out. Not a single one was left. Soon, Prince Yu came to the light and became the ruler of the chaos of the Seven Cities. He ordered the rebel army to attack the imperial city of the Great Xia. However, at this critical moment, Emperor Xia, who had been missing for many days, appeared. Emperor Xia returned to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Without any explanation, he took back all the political and military power and immediately ordered Marquis triumphant return to send troops to suppress the rebellion of the Seven Cities. With the appearance of the god of war, the situation changed. The might of the 100,000 Blackwater army once again shocked the world. The 250,000-strong rebel army of the Seven Cities was as vulnerable as tofu. In 3 days they were defeated again and again. Eunuch Pei, who was by Emperor Xia's side, made his move. He killed all the masters of the Seven Cities like a whirlwind. Even the half-step innate masters were not spared. Only then did the world discover in horror that the eunuch by Emperor Xia's side was actually a master of the innate level. No one knew how this eunuch managed to hide from the world, but there was no doubt that this old man was truly a master of the innate level. In the end, the rebellion of the Seven Cities, from the lords of the cities to the ordinary generals, was completely wiped out. Emperor Xia announced his return in such a cold and merciless way, completely shocking the world. Prince Yu's ears and nose were cut off by Emperor Xia for his crime of rebellion. He fell from the city wall and was hanged alive. His miserable screams lasted for 3 days, scaring the children into crying in the middle of the night. There was silence within the Great Xia dynasty. There was not a single sound of dissent. All of the courtiers were terrified of Emperor Xia, who sat on the dragon throne of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Only now did the people of the world, and even the people of the Great Xia, realize that the Great Xia dynasty was in such a sorry state and couldn't withstand a single blow from Emperor Xia. His purpose was to draw out the hidden dangers within the Great Xia dynasty. Now that the hidden dangers were eliminated, Emperor Xia, who had been enduring for a long time, finally showed his ferocious fangs. On the 2nd day after the rebellion ended, Marquis triumphant returned and the Blackwater army headed east in the direction of the heavy cavalry of the Divine Sect. On the northern battlefield, the 200,000 soldiers gathered by the 13 cities quickly rushed to the camp of Marquis Taiping to provide support. They wanted to completely annihilate the northern Meng army before the military advisor woke up. In the camp of Marquis Taiping, Zhang Sun, who had been dealt with one blow after another, looked extremely haggard. She held a letter in her hand, and tears streaked across her beautiful eyes. This was the letter that Ning Chen left in the tent. When he left, he was still worried about her, so he gave her a final warning. Your Highness, if I don't come back, it means that I failed. Remember what I said to you. You must defend to the death. Fan Lingyue is unwilling to fight us head-on, so defending to the death is the best choice. In addition, Fan Lingyue is an extremely smart person. She will definitely have a backup plan. If something irreversible happens, Your Highness, remember to destroy that bridge. Horses are different from humans. They are still afraid of water. Even if Fan Lingyue finds a boat, it will be useless. In the end, Emperor Xia is very likely not dead. Your Highness, you only need to hold on until Emperor Xia comes out again. You are the Empress. No matter how ruthless Emperor Xia is, he can't just watch as something happens to you. He will definitely send troops to save you. Ning Chen presents his last words. The words in black and white were still vivid in her eyes. Zhang Sun finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes, and they fell down. Why did he always not listen to her? Your Highness. Qing Ning stood at the side, holding back her sadness, and advised, Your Highness, he is not dead yet. The letter has already reached Prince Yan. I believe Prince Yan will be here soon. Prince Yan was a Xiantian. At this time, she could only hope that as a Xiantian, Prince Yan would have a way to save his life. Although she knew that the chances were slim, although she knew that she was lying to herself, she still didn't want to believe that he would die like this. He was always so lucky, escaping calamity after calamity. This time would definitely be no exception. A day later, Prince Yan arrived. Without saying anything, he directly took Ning Chen away. Barbarian Dynasty, Princess Side Courtyard. A man sat on the bed, clutching her chest. Her small face was pale. She felt that something had happened to him, and it was a very, very big thing. She wanted to look for him, but she promised her father that she wouldn't look for him for the time being. He said that he had to keep his word. She couldn't disappoint him. She didn't want her father to worry, so she had been eating, drinking medicine, and sleeping obediently. However, she really couldn't pretend anymore. Northern Meng Army Camp. Fan Lingyue was still lying quietly on the bed, her face pale. Beside her, the young general was silent, guarding her day and night. At the last moment, Fan Lingyue circulated all her true qi in front of her to protect her. The Chaos Scroll also appeared to protect her, but her internal organs were still injured by the violent explosion, and she fell into a coma. The Northern Meng Army's morale was at its lowest. Without the military advisor, no one thought that they could continue. The 10,000 soldiers led by Qing Wuyo had already arrived a few days ago. They were stationed in the army camp, silently waiting for the military advisor to wake up. Chapter 80. In the west of Xia, the invincible martial monarch and the invincible martial Marquis finally met. The divine sex armored cavalry against the Blackwater army, a true battle of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Brilliance in Wu Ho's hand clashed with desolation in Wu Jun's hand. The battle between the saber and the halberd of the war god shook the heavens and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their splendor. The invincible cavalry of the gods' sect finally stopped in front of the Blackwater army. Neither side gained an advantage. After a day of fierce fighting, they had to stop temporarily. The undefeated martial monarch was injured, and the world was once again shocked. The head of the 10 marquises of the Great Xia, Marquis Triumphant Xian, was actually an exceptional expert that did not belong to the 5 strongest experts in the world. For a time, the entire world was guessing what exactly was in the palace of the Great Xia dynasty that could hide from the eyes of the world. The phenomenon of breaking through to the Xiantian realm was earth-shattering. Unless one had some kind of precious treasure, it was impossible to cover up the pillar of light that soared into the sky. The martial monarch was injured but not defeated. Marquis Triumphant Return was unable to kill the martial monarch. In fact, there was no one in the world who could kill the martial monarch. The strength of a martial lord did not only lie in his incomparably powerful strength, but also in his almost immortal and indestructible physique. In this world, there were always some unreasonable people, and martial lords were one of them. It could be said that the eternal night cult would not be defeated as long as they could not kill the martial lord. This was a problem that the Great Xia had to overcome. But no matter what, the war in the west of Great Xia was temporarily stabilized because of the appearance of Marquis Kaixin. For a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. On the other side of the battlefield, the reinforcements from the north of Great Xia were much slower than the Blackwater Army, which could travel 150 kilometers in a day. Ordinary soldiers could not compare to the Blackwater Army, which was made up entirely of warriors. Within the northern Meng camp, panic had started to spread. The 200,000 reinforcements of Great Xia and the 150,000 soldiers of the Taiping camp had surpassed them in terms of numbers. The unconscious military advisor became the only hope in the hearts of the northern Meng army. As long as the military advisor woke up, he would definitely be able to lead them out of this crisis. However, to their disappointment, the military counselor had yet to wake up when the reinforcements from Great Xia arrived. The commander of the Great Xia reinforcements was a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, General Zhuo Qiusheng. When he arrived, he took over all military power and read out Emperor Xia's decree, asking Zhang Sun to return to the palace. Zhang Sun received the order and took the unconscious Marquis Taiping away. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Zhuo Qiusheng to focus on defense and attack as support. When the northern Meng army could not help but reveal the trump card left by Fan Lingwei, then he would make targeted arrangements. She believed in Ning Chen's judgment. Northern Meng's military advisor must have a hidden card. If they attacked rashly, they might suffer a great loss. Zhuo Qiusheng responded respectfully. After Zhang Sun left, he snorted and returned to the camp. This was his best chance to be conferred the title of Marquis, so how could he not come out? He wanted to take advantage of the northern Meng military advisor's injury to completely crush the northern Meng army in one fell swoop. On the second day after Zhang Sun left, Zhuo Qiusheng gave the order to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen were the vanguard, 30,000 shield-armored soldiers and 20,000 archers took turns covering and following closely behind. The remaining 250,000 soldiers continued to follow, pressing towards the northern Meng imperial court like a tide. However, something that terrified the Great Xia soldiers happened. A group of heavily armored cavalrymen appeared from the northern Meng imperial court's camp. There were at least 10,000 of them. The flood of molten iron instantly crushed the 50,000 cavalrymen of Great Xia. Under the attack of the northern Meng heavy cavalry, the valiant shield-armored soldiers were immediately scattered. The 20,000 archers were completely useless and were swallowed by the flood in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the 100,000 cavalrymen of the northern Meng imperial court suddenly moved, completely pushing the Great Xia soldiers into the abyss of death. Wherever the butcher's knife went, blood flowed like a river. When the northern Meng soldiers who were already in low spirits saw this, their morale was immediately boosted. They followed behind the 100,000 cavalrymen and crazily vented the anger in their hearts. The war lasted for an entire day and night, but it had already become a one-sided massacre. On the second day, the 35-man army of Great Xia was completely wiped out. Corpses were everywhere within a radius of 100 miles. Zhuo Qiusheng fled. He was scared out of his wits. In his fear, he forgot Zhang Sun's instructions. If the army was defeated, he was to immediately destroy the bridge behind him. After the great victory, the 100,000 cavalrymen of northern Meng traveled 300 miles in a day and stepped over the most important Lu Yueqiao. From then on, they truly entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. When Zhang Sun, who was still on the road, heard the news, his face instantly turned pale. He leaned weakly against the carriage and couldn't say a word. Great Xia was in trouble. This was the thought in everyone's mind. No one had expected such a huge reversal of events. Originally, they thought that with the return of Emperor Xia and the deployment of the military god, Great Xia would be in an invincible position. However, they didn't expect such a shocking thing to happen in the northern battlefield, where there shouldn't have been any problems. The military advisor of Northern Meng hadn't woken up yet, but the backup plan she had set up had once again dealt a heavy blow to Great Xia. The 10,000 cavalrymen of Northern Meng were wearing the same heavy armor as the cavalrymen of the divine sect. They were invulnerable, and even ordinary warriors would find it difficult to contend with them. Great Xia had lost miserably and sullenly. However, the most important thing was that Great Xia had lost the initiative. The Northern Meng army had entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. The issue of provisions that they had been worrying about for a long time could be alleviated to a large extent. The Central Plains was rich and had no lack of provisions. After this battle, the Northern Meng army that had entered the Central Plains could be said to be like birds flying in the sky. No one could predict their attack route anymore. The current Emperor Xia had endured for so long, but in the end, he still made a mistake in the use of people. Zhuqiusheng was a talented general, not a talented commander. He was good at commanding troops and fighting wars, but he was far from good at strategizing. His only mistake had become the key to deciding the outcome of the war. After Zhang Sun returned to the palace, she went straight to Weiyang Palace. She didn't even see Emperor Xia. She didn't want to see Emperor Xia and had nothing to say to him. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia was even older. His eyes were even more ruthless. He wasn't wrong. He was the Emperor of Great Xia. No matter what, he couldn't be wrong. Zhuqiusheng was executed by 1,000 cut. His blood dyed more than half of the execution platform red. His shrill cries continued for an entire day. Emperor Xia was becoming more and more ruthless. He was even more ruthless than before. The entire court was silent. Everyone was in danger. They were afraid that they would be killed if they said something wrong. While the 3rd prince and the 10th prince were restraining themselves on the surface, they were moving more frequently in secret. They could see that Emperor Xia didn't have much time left. The Northern Meng army had become a sharp sword hanging over Great Xia's head. Great Xia kept organizing troops to stop them, but they were evaded time and time again. Everyone could see that the generals of the Northern Meng imperial court were trying their best to preserve their strength and wait for the military advisor to wake up. Great Xia's territory was too big. If the Northern Meng army wanted to evade, no one could stop them in a short period of time. Emperor Xia gave 3 orders at once. He urgently summoned Marquis Bai, Marquis Ziyang, and Marquis Jiyu back to the capital. Apart from the necessary defense forces, each of them led 100,000 troops back as reinforcements. This was the first time that 3 marquises had issued orders at once since the founding of Great Xia. It could be seen that Great Xia was truly anxious this time. The atmosphere in the Northern Meng army also became tense. The 3 marquises of Great Xia had returned. In addition to the mobilized troops, they could gather at least 500,000 troops. This was extremely disadvantageous for them. However, they didn't dare to rashly attack the south. Every stronghold of Great Xia was impregnable. If they continued to attack, the 300,000 troops would be wiped out before the military advisor woke up. In this world, not everyone could scheme against the world with their own wisdom like the military advisor. In the east of Great Xia, in the number 1 shrine of Evernight, the martial lord was sitting high above. The 3 generals below him were kneeling respectfully. Every one of them was at least at the peak of the 9th rank. Some even showed signs of breaking through. After the divine sect's heavy cavalry took down 2 cities, they completely destroyed them. Wherever the flames of war passed, not even a blade of grass was left. The martial lord was injured and returned to the number 1 shrine to recuperate. The 3 generals followed him back. The 30,000 heavy cavalry also returned to the borders of Great Xia to await orders. The valiance of Marquis Kaixin and the Blackwater army was unexpected. This military god of Great Xia rarely showed himself. They only knew that he was a powerful figure, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. The martial lord's injuries weren't serious, and he recovered quickly. His special constitution had an unimaginable self-healing ability. The reason he returned to recuperate was to ensure that his body would be in perfect condition for the next battle. The Great Xia's Marquis Kaixin was a formidable opponent. He needed to treat him seriously. "Is that woman from Northern Meng still not awake?" the martial lord asked from above the main hall. Reporting to the martial lord, according to the news, Fan Lingyue is seriously injured. There's no possibility of her waking up in a short period of time, a red-clothed general reported respectfully. The martial lord frowned. Without that woman, the Northern Meng army was no different from a toothless tiger. This was very bad news for the divine sect. Once Great Xia seized the opportunity to destroy the Northern Meng army, they would definitely gather all their forces to resist the divine sect's invasion. In a direct confrontation, the divine sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. Take a divine heaven pill and send it to the Northern Meng camp. Have that woman wake up as soon as possible, the martial lord ordered. Yes. The red-clothed general stood up and left. Military advisor of Northern Meng, don't disappoint me. After the red-clothed general left, the martial lord closed his eyes and softly muttered. The divine sect wasn't ready to start an all-out war with Great Xia. At this time, he didn't want anything to happen to Fan Lingyue. In the Northern Meng imperial court, a green light streaked across the sky. After appearing for a short while, it turned into a streak of light and flew away. Half a day later, in a desolate area of the Northern Meng imperial court, the green light appeared once more. With a wave of his hand, he threw the person in his hand into the lake. He had heard that the Northern Meng imperial court had a heavenly lake, so he came here. As for whether or not he could save this kid's life, he had to try first. Boom! At this moment, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying intent quickly descended, as if angered by this intruder. "You name." The rumbling voice seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens. A powerful pressure stirred up the surrounding winds and caused the void to tremble. Great Xia, Prince Yen. Prince Yen stood in the wild wind. His young face was indifferent. He was not moved at all. His green clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. This was the legend of Great Xia. Chapter 81. There was only one Khanate master in the Northern Meng imperial court, and that was the imperial preceptor. What was the most precious thing in the Northern Meng? The imperial preceptor and the heavenly lake. The imperial preceptor was just an idiot in the eyes of the imperial preceptor. But that idiot was really good at fighting and was one of the 5 strongest people in the world. There were 3 disasters and 5 tribulations in the Khanate realm. It was a punishment from the heavens and also a training for martial arts. The strongest person could go through the 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations. When they reached the peak, they could summon the dragon gate that had disappeared for a long time. Currently, the 5 most powerful people in the world had basically all gone through 5 tribulations and experienced 3 of them. Among the 5, the dean of the Tiantsang Academy, the martial lord of the Eternal Night sect, the abbot of the Dui Temple and the imperial preceptor with the golden staff of the Northern Meng imperial court had already shown themselves. The only person who hadn't shown himself was also in the Eternal Night sect. It was said that he was a peerless cultivator who could rival a martial lord. Those 5 were recognized as the strongest people in the world. They were also the earliest Khanate masters. Any one of them could easily beat up a new Khanate master. The 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations weren't on the same level. Although the legends of the Xia dynasty were geniuses, they hadn't cultivated for long and hadn't gone through the 5 tribulations yet. The imperial preceptor didn't care. Ning Chen needed to go to the heavenly lake to recover. Before that, he just needed to stop that idiot. The Imperial Preceptor landed beside the heavenly lake. The Imperial Preceptor went forward and grabbed the profound condensation sword. He didn't pull it out but took back a part of his power. Boom! At that moment, a golden light suddenly struck down from the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens. With a light king sound, the green sword flew out and blocked the sudden attack in the air. He had already said that this idiot had nothing but martial prowess, let alone any sense of shame. The green sword flew into the Imperial Preceptor's hand. The Imperial Preceptor slashed at the sky and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. With a boom, it crashed towards the person who was hiding his head and tail. "You've angered me." A furious voice was transmitted from the sky. Immediately, a large hand came pressing down. The 5 fingers were like 5 mountains, while the palm was like a golden sky that covered a 10,000 feet radius. Facing the giant palm, Prince Yen was not scared at all. He clenched his right hand and the red sword flew out. Then, the cyan and red sword merged and pointed to the sky. A beam of cyan and red sword light shot into the sky and broke the giant palm. Clang! An old figure appeared, smashing down on Prince Yen with a golden staff. There was no warning, but it was still blocked by the green sword. The sword had a sword aura, so it was much faster than a person's reaction. This kind of sneak attack was meaningless to him. Northern Meng's golden staff Imperial Tutor is still so shameless. Prince Yen said indifferently as he swung his sword and knocked away the golden staff. "Kid, you're not big, but you talk big." The golden staff Imperial Tutor took 2 steps back and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden staff Imperial Advisor made a grabbing motion with his right hand. An invisible force broke through the restrictions of space and attempted to grab Ning Qin out of the heavenly lake. Prince Yen moved his feet and the red sword slashed through the air. With a bang, it cut off the force that was heading towards Ning Qin. In the next moment, Prince Yen moved again. He swung his sword and slashed towards the golden staff Imperial Tutor. Boom! The sword and staff collided. A fierce wind roared and surged. Around the two, the ground cracked and rocks flew everywhere. Cyan and red breath at the same time, absolute chi. Prince Yan's spirit shivered. His body moved and he used his shocking martial arts again. His 2 swords were like lightning, extremely fast. The cyan and red swords danced and dazzled the eyes. In that instant, countless swords flashed past. The golden staff Imperial Tutor's pupils constricted. He retreated again and again, but he still could not avoid the lightning-like swords. In the blink of an eye, he was injured by 3 swords. "You!" The golden staff Imperial Tutor was furious. The humiliation made him lose his mind. He was actually injured by a junior. This was an unbearable humiliation. The golden staff Imperial Tutor raised his golden staff Imperial Tutor. Thousands of golden rays illuminated the world. The golden staff Imperial Tutor mobilized the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to send the junior in front of him to hell. Prince Yen glanced at the figure in the heavenly lake and could not help but frown. Was this lousy lake even useful? With a wave of his left hand, the cyan sword turned into a ray of light and entered the sword frame. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and the Ningyuan flew out. The black light made people's hearts palpitate. Prince Yan's figure flashed and slashed towards the golden staff Imperial Tutor. Immediately, the light on the golden staff Imperial Tutor disappeared. Even the wind and clouds that were being pulled by the golden staff Imperial Tutor quickly stopped. Sealing sword. The golden staff Imperial Tutor was shocked. Didn't this sword go missing? How did it fall into his hands? In the moment of shock, the red light flashed past. The golden staff Imperial Tutor immediately reacted and retreated 10 meters. At this moment, a painful groan was heard from the heavenly lake. Immediately after, silver and yellow lights flickered and swallowed the spiritual chi in the heavenly lake. The 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared and floated above the cyclone in his dantian. Vaguely, the 2 pages of the heavenly book were broken into pieces and lost their light. When the heavenly book exploded, it automatically protected its owner and barely saved Ning Chen's life. The broken pages of the heavenly book kept absorbing spiritual qi. The 2 cyclones also spun violently and kept expanding. In Ning Chen's body, the 4 heaven reversal pills that he had taken earlier also exploded with medicinal power that was far from being used up. They destroyed and regenerated crazily. The heavenly book, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pills worked together and finally unleashed their power. After the destruction, the power of regeneration took over and quickly repaired Ning Chen's almost destroyed body. Ugh! The painful groan was heard again. Ning Chen's body began to tremble. Every part of his body was regenerating. With the help of the 3 heavens, he returned to his original state. Gradually, the heavenly book quieted down and the heavenly lake calmed down. In the blink of an eye, the sky dispersed and Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he first opened his eyes, there were no ripples, no spirit, and no emotions. After a moment, emotions poured into his eyes. His memories returned and he gradually understood everything. Let's go. Prince Yen waved his 2 swords and made 2 moves at the same time. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and left with the awakened Ning Chen. The golden staff state preceptor blocked the 2 rays of sword light with an ashen face. He looked at the 2 people who disappeared, but it was too late to chase after them. In the northern Meng camp, the red-clothed warrior under the martial monarch sent a divine heaven pill to help Fan Lingwei wake up earlier. The young general sent the pill to the military advisor's tent. After a while, he walked out and thanked the red-clothed warrior and the martial monarch for their good intentions. The red-clothed warrior left without stopping. The battlefield in the east was still unstable, and there was a possibility of another war breaking out at any time. He had to go back and wait for orders. Another 7 days later, the 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia each led their army from afar. They didn't return to the imperial city, but went directly north to intercept the northern Meng army. The 3 martial monarchs arrived almost at the same time. After several encirclements, they finally succeeded in blocking the path of the northern Meng army in front of Heaven's Gate. This was the most impregnable pass of the Great Xia. If the army wanted to go south, this was the only way. The 3 martial monarchs led the army north through Heaven's Gate and spent a lot of effort to force the northern Meng army into a dead end. 300,000 against 300,000, no one had the upper hand. Comparatively speaking, northern Meng had the advantage of 10,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 iron cavalry. Their chances of victory were much higher. However, the Great Xia didn't seek victory. They only sought to delay. As long as they delayed the northern Meng army, the Great Xia army would arrive continuously until the northern Meng army was completely wiped out. The northern Meng army obviously didn't want to go head-to-head with the 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia. They tried their best to stall for time while waiting for an opportunity to break out. However, the martial monarchs of the Great Xia weren't idiots like Sua Qiusheng. Every one of them was good at war and strategizing. The 3 of them worked together and naturally wouldn't give the northern Meng army any chances. Step by step, they didn't rush and surrounded the northern Meng army in a triangular formation. The northern Meng army was in a desperate situation. Behind, left, and right there were martial monarchs of the Great Xia guarding. In front of them was the impregnable pass of the Great Xia. The only choice was to force their way out. However, this would definitely result in heavy losses. At this critical moment, an unexpected order was given from the northern Meng commander's tent. They were to break through the pass immediately. The beautiful figure that walked out was still as beautiful as before. However, her face was even paler. The impregnable pass was over 100 feet long and was made of molten iron and gold wood. Without a mechanism, it was impossible to open it with human strength, unless it was an innate expert who could use the power of heaven and earth. However, there were no innate experts in the northern Meng army. The strongest person was the young general. He was at the peak of grade 9 but still wasn't an innate expert. With the impregnable gate and the great Xia soldiers guarding Heaven's Gate, the northern Meng army would have to lose at least 100,000 soldiers to have any hope of breaking through this impregnable pass. No one knew what the northern Meng military advisor was thinking. Similarly, no one knew when the northern Meng military advisor woke up. 10,000 heavy armored cavalrymen were in front and 100,000 northern Meng cavalrymen were behind them. Fan Lingyue stood in front of the formation and looked at the immortal pass in front of him. Begin. Yes. The young general respectfully accepted the order. Immediately, the aura around his body started to rise and soar. The next moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky, shocking the entire world. The three martial monarchs of the Great Xia were also shocked. As if they had thought of something terrifying, they hurriedly ordered the army to stop at all costs. However, it was already too late. The young general who had reached the innate realm quickly passed the demonic tribulation of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the impregnable pass. He mercilessly killed all the guards and the 3 consecrated experts. The gate of Heaven's Gate, which had not been broken through for 1,000 years, slowly opened. Under Fan Lingyue's order, the iron hooves stepped into the impregnable pass and destroyed all resistance. After the northern Meng army entered, the gate of the impregnable pass closed with a bang. The 3 martial monarchs of the Great Xia, along with the 300,000 soldiers, were locked outside the pass and had no chance of entering. Find the mechanism diagram and kill everyone who knows about it. After entering the pass, Fan Lingyue coldly and mercilessly ordered. Yes. The young general accepted the order. Leave 50,000 people behind to guard the pass. You stay too. Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and continued to look at the territory of the Great Xia. Yes. The young general was startled. In the end, he still nodded respectfully. Chapter 82. The news of De Xia's gate being breached was like thunder. Behind this, the northern Meng military advisor once again played a terrifying role. The northern Meng army was previously forced into a corner by the 3 martial marquises of De Xia and retreated all the way to Heaven's Gate. Who would have thought that such a shocking change would occur at such a crucial moment? The young general beside the northern Meng military advisor breaking through to the Xiantian stage was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it sent chills down everyone's spine. It was impossible to suppress the Xiantian stage for a long time. When one was about to break through, it was extremely difficult to even suppress it for a day. So, was this really a coincidence? No one in the world would believe that such a terrifying coincidence could exist. Not only did the northern Meng army, which was already in a desperate situation, manage to break through the encirclement, but they also completely blocked the 3 martial marquises of De Xia and their 300,000-strong army outside the gate. At this moment, even a fool would know that something was amiss, but they couldn't guess what the problem was. In the entire northern Meng army, only one person knew the truth. Even the young general was kept in the dark most of the time. De Xia's Heaven's Gate was the #1 pass in the Central Plains. Its terrain was unique, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Fan Lingyue, who had long since woken up, had been waiting for an opportunity to take down this pass without shedding a drop of blood. The reason why she had been hiding was partly to show weakness to De Xia, and partly to wait for the Eternal Night Cult to make their move. The Eternal Night Cult and the Northern Meng Imperial Court were now in the same boat. Once the Northern Meng army was defeated, the Eternal Night Cult would have no choice but to bear the full fury of De Xia alone. Therefore, the Eternal Night Cult would definitely do anything to wake her up. In the Eternal Night Cult, there were many miraculous doctors and elixirs, but there was only one thing that could definitely wake her up: the Divine Heaven Pill. Just like the Xiantian Pill in De Xia's imperial city, The divine heaven pill was a panacea that only the eternal night cult had. It was even more precious than the Sciention pill. The eternal night cult had a long history, and its foundation was beyond imagination. Even so, the number of divine heaven pills they had could be counted with one hand. At this moment, she needed a divine heaven pill to help her break through the impenetrable defense of Desia's gate. The eternal night cult did not disappoint her. They sent someone to deliver a divine heaven pill, but the one who consumed it was not her, but Yang Hong. Yang Hong had followed her for 7 years. He had the right to take the divine heaven pill, and he had to take it. Yang Hong had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for a long time. Originally, he was already showing signs of a breakthrough. All he needed was an opportunity. Now that he had taken the divine heaven pill, he naturally succeeded in stepping into the Khanate stage. The 3 martial marquises of Grand Xia came at the right time. In order to deal the greatest amount of damage to Grand Xia, she asked Yang Hong to forcefully suppress the arrival of the Sciention phenomenon. Although it couldn't last for long, it was still possible to do so for 7 days. There were no accidents in the plan. The 3 martial marquises of Dexia were rejected outside Heaven's Gate, and Dexia's strength was immediately reduced by nearly half. Now, she only needed to completely destroy Dexia's resistance in the shortest amount of time, and the 1,000-year-old Dexia would not be far from destruction. The only unfortunate thing was that the internal strife in the Great Xia had been quelled by Emperor Xia while she was unconscious. Otherwise, the current situation would have been even more advantageous to her. Speaking of which, Ning Chen had already ruined many of her plans. Fortunately, he was dead. Without this variable, she would have a lot less trouble in the future. Northern Meng Royal Court, Flat Moon Plains. 2 figures walked one after the other, neither hurried nor slow. With the heavenly tomes, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pill, do you still need this thing? Prince Yen walked to the front and asked indifferently. It's been a long time, and I've already gotten used to it. Furthermore, it would be a waste not to use this trump card. There's no need to rush it, Ning Chen replied indifferently from his wheelchair. Scheming is just a small trick. Prince Yen frowned and reminded him. Ha! Ning Chen laughed softly but didn't reply. He wasn't Prince Yen, and he wasn't strong enough to suppress everything. Scheming was still necessary. Senior, where are you going? Ning Chen asked a moment later. I don't know. I'm just walking around, Prince Yen said calmly. Why don't we take a trip to the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital? Ning Chen thought for a moment before suggesting. Sure, Prince Yen replied. After a simple discussion, the two of them changed directions and headed in the direction of the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital. The Northern Meng Royal Court's territory wasn't small. However, most of it was grasslands and deserts. In addition, the climate was cold and resources were scarce. This was why it was so poor. In the past 7 years, under Fan Lingyue's governance, the Northern Meng Royal Court's situation had gradually improved. However, it was still far inferior to the powerful and rich Great Xia. It was said that the Northern Meng Royal Court's capital was a city built in the desert. It had more than 1 million people, and it was the most prosperous and rich place in Northern Meng. On the way, Ning Chen was a little worried as he asked softly, Senior, will Imperial Preceptor Golden Staff spread the news that I'm alive? No, that idiot doesn't even know me. How can he know you? Furthermore, although he's shameless, he cares a lot about his face. He definitely won't mention such an embarrassing matter to anyone, said Prince Yen with certainty. That's good. Ning Chen nodded. He was prepared to give Fan Lingyue a surprise, so how could he expose it now? Senior, what realm are you at now? Ning Chen asked the question he wanted to know the most. The peak of the 4th tribulation of the 5th tribulation realm, said Prince Yen honestly. Hearing this, Ning Chen unconsciously smacked his lip. What a powerful realm. Senior was about to catch up to those 5 old monsters and become the 6th monster in the world. Compared to this senior, He realized that any so-called genius or heavenly pride was laughable, let alone a martial trash like him. He was handsome, talented, and also good at fighting. Walking together with such a senior really made him unhappy. He thought of Wilde. In this world, only Wilde would seriously and cutely say that he was good at fighting. Wilde is very good. It's just that he's been restricted by the barbarian king, said Prince Yen. Ning Chen's heart trembled. How did he know what he was thinking? This wasn't the first time. Could it be that there was still a mind-reading cultivation method in this world? Prince Yen didn't say anything else. He continued to walk forward step by step. He also didn't know what the current situation in the Great Xia was like. Ning Chen was worried. Ever since the two of them had come to this godforsaken place, they hadn't encountered a single person in a long time. In fact, let alone a person, they hadn't even seen a ghost. Perhaps they would only be able to ask about the situation of the two dynasties once they reached the northern Ming capital. Hopefully, the Great Xia hadn't been destroyed yet. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in the Great Xia. It was just that Fan Lingyue was too scary. And since he hadn't died, it was very likely that Fan Lingyue wouldn't die either. How could a peak 9th grade martial artist be killed so easily? Fan Lingyue was too patient. She could use anything to scheme against him. If it wasn't for the heavenly book protecting him, he would have been killed before the gunpowder could explode. Of the 2 pages of the heavenly book, Fan Lingyue had shattered one, and the gunpowder had shattered the other. It was now hanging above his chi-si in a mess. It looked like it would be very difficult to recover. After leaving Sword City, the senior had already told him that the life scroll in his hand was a heavenly book. Moreover, it was the beginning of the heavenly book. At that time, he was very surprised. Later on, he didn't think much of it. The embroidered ball was still flying in the air. It flew here and there, and then it flew to Ning Chen's side. Then it fell into Prince Yan's arms. Ning Chen was stunned. The lady on the high platform smiled. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 83. Ning Chen admitted that he was just letting his imagination run wild, but he didn't expect that his imagination would come true. However, after a short moment of surprise, Ning Chen gradually calmed down. He knew that Prince Yen only cared about the sword, and he couldn't accept this girl. In the open space, the young men all looked unconvinced, but they didn't dare to act presumptuously here. On the high platform, the beautiful girl walked down shyly. She went forward and hung the red ribbon in her hand on the arm of the person she liked to show her feelings. The crowd immediately clapped. This was the most beautiful pearl of their tribe, and she deserved the warmest blessings. The show is over. Let's go, Prince Yen said indifferently, looking as calm as ever. He turned around without a trace of reluctance, as if what had just happened hadn't been reflected in his eyes at all. The red ribbon and the embroidered ball slid down and fell to the ground silently. They floated in the wind and rolled, but they still couldn't make the person turn around to look back. Ning Chen sighed inwardly and also turned his wheelchair to leave. In this world, lovers couldn't always be together, let alone heartless people. Senior was a Xiantian, a diviner. He was a peerless genius who had entered the 4th tribulation of the Xiantian realm in less than 30 years of cultivation. How could he be tied down by worldly feelings? The beautiful girl was stunned. Looking at the red ribbon and the embroidered ball on the ground, she couldn't come back to her senses. Men, stop them! At this moment, an old man with a white beard walked out and said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, more than 10 big and sturdy grassland men rushed out and quickly chased after the two. However, just as they were about to approach the two, they felt an irresistible force and were all sent flying. Warriors! The old man with a white beard narrowed his eyes. He knew that these two people weren't simple, but the Qiu tribe's reputation couldn't be tarnished either. He couldn't just let this matter go. Ming Qing, stop them! The old man with a white beard shouted with a serious expression. Yes, sir. Before he finished speaking, a man in black with a machete at his waist appeared. He stamped his feet and turned into a black shadow that swept towards the two. Clang! The sword and saber met, blocking the path of the black-clothed man. Ning Chen exerted force in his hand and pushed the former away. He frowned unconsciously. Seeing the scimitar in the black-clothed man's hand, he suddenly remembered that when Zhang Sun was attacked, the assassins had used scimitars like this. In this world, there were not many people who used scimitars, and the moon-shaped scimitar in the hands of the black-clothed man was even rarer. On the other side, the man in black moved again. His machete slashed across like a slanted moon, silently approaching. Bang! There was a loud collision, and the dust and sand around the two of them were thrown into a frenzy. However, there was a clear cracking sound, and a very obvious crack appeared on the wheels of the wheelchair. Ning Chen frowned again. He focused his left hand into a finger and aimed it at the man's chest. In the instant of contact, 70% of the force was withdrawn and 30% penetrated the man's body. The black-robed man let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. He retreated a few steps and then spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes withered. "Senior, we won't be leaving for now," said Ning Chen. "What's the matter?" Prince Yen stopped and asked. "Yes," Ning Chen nodded and answered. He wanted to confirm whether the assassins of Zhang Sun had anything to do with the black-clothed man in front of him. Moreover, his wheelchair was almost broken and needed to be repaired. The wheelchair that Mr. Liu of the Academy had made for him had been destroyed in the explosion. The one he was sitting on was bought with Prince Yan's money from a merchant in northern Meng. Now it seemed that it was indeed very fragile. The wheelchair creaked. The two of them turned around and walked back to the white-bearded elder. "Greetings, old sir." Ning Chen smiled brightly and bowed in greeting. "Arrest them," the white-bearded elder shouted with a darkened face. More than 10 men struggled to get up from the ground and immediately surrounded the two of them. They looked fearful and did not dare to move forward. "No need to arrest us. We won't resist," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Yen you decide how to deal with them." The white-bearded elder looked at the woman not far away and said in a low voice. "Take them back to the tent first," Pei Yen, who had been silent, said softly. Ning Chen and Prince Yen did not have any objections. They obediently followed the escorting men to the tent where they were locked up. Most of the tribes on the grassland lived a nomadic life. They lived in tents that could be easily moved. Ning Chen and Prince Yen entered. Looking at the furnishings, it did not look like a place for prisoners, but more like a place for guests. It seemed that the girl had a good heart. Even if she was angry, she would not go too far. Speaking of which, half of the fault this time was on them. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They only followed the clothes of the Romans, but still could not accept other things. "Why did you stay?" Prince Yen walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He asked calmly. "I felt that the machete in the black-clothed man's hand was very similar to the weapons used by those who assassinated the Empress," Ning Chen answered seriously. At that time, he had suspected many people, including the royal court of northern Meng, the Eternal Night sect, and the one in the West Palace. Now it seemed that it was the people of northern Meng who did it. Since it was done by the royal court of northern Meng, it must have something to do with Fan Lingyue. "Can you confirm it?" Prince Yen asked with a trace of coldness in his eyes. "The possibility is very high. That's why I asked to stay." Ning Chen nodded. His expression was also very ugly. During that assassination, if Qin Ning had not risked her life to protect them, he and Zhang Sun would not have been able to escape. Thinking about it now, he still shuddered. "Don't hurt them by mistake and don't let them go by mistake," Prince Yen said calmly. "Understood," Ning Chen replied. Outside the tent, the white-bearded elder looked at the black-clothed man beside him and said in a heavy tone, "Ming Cheng, can you tell where they came from?" "I can't, but the young man in the wheelchair is very powerful." I am not his opponent. As for the man in green, I can't feel the aura of a warrior. He should be just an ordinary person, Ming Qing expressed his opinion. Could they be from Xia? The white-bearded elder asked. We can only know after testing them. Ming Qing thought for a while and said, but they shouldn't have any bad intentions. If the young man didn't hold back just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here. The white-bearded elder nodded and said, it's better to be careful. Although the Pei tribe does not agree with the war between the two dynasties, Northern Meng and Xia have already started fighting. We can't be the ones who invite the wolf into the house. Yes, Ming Qing nodded and replied. Inside and outside the tent, everyone had their own schemes. However, the person who should be paid the most attention was ignored by the four of them. Why was it so easy to forget a woman's happiness? Pei Yan fell in love with the man in green at first sight. Especially the tranquil and calm aura on him, it made her feel an unprecedented peace. Grandpa, Pei Yan walked over and respectfully greeted the white-bearded elder in front of the tent. Yan, have you taken your medicine? The white-bearded elder asked with concern. His granddaughter had been suffering from heartache since she was young. She had to take medicine every day to ensure that it would not relapse. I've taken it, Pei Yan replied with a gentle smile on her face. Where's third brother? Pei Yan looked around and found that Ming Qing was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but ask. In the tent. The white-bearded elder turned his head and glanced at her. In the tent, Ming Qing, who just walked and looked at the young man in the wheelchair, and the man in green who was drinking tea quietly beside the table. He felt strange. No matter how he looked at it, the man in green who did not have any qi of a cultivator was the one in charge. As for the young man, he seemed more like a junior. He was not a cultivator, but he could still maintain the appearance of a man in his 20s. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little strange. May I know how I should address you? Ming Qing lowered his attitude and asked politely. Ning Fan, this is an elder in my family. He doesn't like to talk to others. So, I won't introduce him, Ning Qin replied with a bright smile. I'm Pei Ming Qing. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Ning. Ming Qing bowed respectfully and thanked him. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. We were also in the wrong earlier. I hope Brother Pei won't blame us for being rude. Ning Qin sighed softly and said, It's not appropriate for me to ask about my sister's matter. I can only wait for Yan to make the decision herself. It's not that the Pei family is deliberately making things difficult for her. It's just that the matter of choosing a groom is an extremely serious matter in our tribe. Brother Ning's attitude just now really made my sister feel a little embarrassed. Ming Qing explained the seriousness of the matter. It was the custom of the Pei family for the past thousands of years. The people of the grassland were not so cunning. The men would snatch the embroidered ball, and the women would only wear the red ribbon if they were willing. Both parties were willing. Today's situation had never happened before. Yan was the granddaughter of the patriarch and also the pearl of the entire tribe. Her reputation was extremely important. Today's matter was indeed the fault of the two men in front of him. Hearing this, Ning Chen glanced at Prince Yan, who was still calmly drinking his tea. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Senior, can you say something? Brother Pei, we really didn't consider this matter properly. We're new here and aren't familiar with the customs. I hope Brother Pei can give us a solution. While speaking, Ning Chen poured himself a cup of tea. Why should he be thirsty when his senior was drinking tea? Ming Qing thought for a moment and said, Let your senior marry Yan Pft. Cough cough. Hearing this, Ning Chen spat out his tea and coughed non-stop. His face turned red from choking. This matter was very unreliable. He should think of a way to get some information and then send a message. Cough cough, Brother Pei, although the seniors in my family haven't gotten married yet, marriage is still a big matter for two people. Your Miss Yan and my senior both need to think about it carefully. There's no rush. Ning Chen's head hurt. What should he do? If it was a matter between men, he could just send a message if he couldn't think of a solution. But now that it involved a pure and innocent girl, his intelligence was not enough. Should he write a letter to Zhang Sun and ask? This thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Immediately, he shivered and immediately dismissed this suicidal thought. Chapter 84. Ning Chen admitted that he was a very dangerous person. He would never provoke people he couldn't afford to offend. For example, Zhang Sun and Zhang Sun. Everything in the world had its weakness. Even if he reached the Xiantian realm, he still wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Sun. Moreover, he was still far away from the Xiantian realm. After recovering his cultivation, his confidence had increased a lot, but it also depended on who he was facing. He couldn't beat Zhang Sun, and he couldn't afford to offend him. In the end, he could only bully outsiders with his 7th-grade cultivation. Ming Qing could tell that Ning Chen was stalling, but he didn't point it out. He also needed time to test their background. Yen Er's marriage wasn't a small matter. How could it be decided just like that? Brother Ning, may I know why you came to the Pei clan? If there's anything you need help with, just tell me, Ming Qing asked casually as if nothing had happened. We're just passing by. It's nothing, Ning Chen replied with a smile. Where are you going, Brother Ning? Ming Qing continued to ask. The capital, Ning Chen said honestly. I've long heard that the capital of Northern Meng is a miracle in the desert. I've always admired it, but I've never had the chance to see it. This time, I came with the elders of my family to see it. Brother Ning, are you not from Northern Meng? Ming Qing asked in surprise. Heh, Ning Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, An I country is a small country. It's not worthy of Brother Pei's attention. Ming Qing frowned, but he didn't ask any more. He had never heard of an I country, but in this world there were countless big and small countries. If he continued to ask, it would be rude. Brother Ning, have a good rest. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Ming Qing cupped his fists and said politely. Ning Chen also cupped his fists and said sincerely with a smile, Brother Pei's saber technique is good. If there's time, I must ask for your advice again. Anytime, Ming Qing replied. After Ming Qing left, Yen Imperial Prince drank the tea in his cup and said calmly, You're quite patient. Ning Chen chuckled and said, I've just arrived here. How can I ask for information so quickly? It's better to leave an honest impression. However, this Pei Ming Qing was a little impatient. He asked too many things he shouldn't have asked. Not everyone can be as scheming as you, Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was speechless. He was forced to do this. He also wanted to be pure, but how could he be pure? The world was so chaotic, and people's hearts were so unpredictable. If he didn't learn to hide a knife behind a smile, others would stab him in the back first. Is there really such a place as an I country? Prince Yen asked casually. Who knows? The world is so big and there are so many countries. Who knows? Ning Chen replied indifferently. Heh. Prince Yen chuckled. Indeed, he was full of nonsense. He wondered how Wuyo had brought this brat back to the Weiyang Palace. Senior, how should we deal with that lady? Ning Chen was put in a difficult position. This was the most important thing right now, and everything else was still manageable. It's up to you. You're the one who wants to watch the show, and you're the one who wants to stay. Naturally, you'll be the one to resolve this matter. It was rare for Prince Yen to say more and push all the responsibility to the younger generation. Hearing this, Ning Chen was furious. This matter couldn't be settled like this. Who was the one who took the embroidered ball? Who was the red ribbon for? So what if they were Xiantian? So what if they were Legend? Could Xiantian and Legend casually make things difficult for the younger generation? Senior, you're shirking responsibility, Ning Chen argued, unwilling to take the blame just like that. So what if I am? Prince Yen replied calmly. Ning Chen was dumbfounded. This was too arrogant. How could he be like this? He thought of a saying from his previous life. Only a strong country could have diplomacy. Senior had demonstrated this point incisively and vividly. So what if he was? Such a domineering and arrogant statement. What could he do? He didn't dare to do anything. Senior, you win. Ning Chen clenched his teeth and complimented him. Prince Yen didn't care. He continued to drink the tea in his cup calmly. The tent quieted down. Ning Chen calmed down and thought about how to solve the problem in front of him. First, there was the trouble of Senior, and second, there was the assassination of Zhang Sun. He wasn't good at Senior's matter, but Zhang Sun's matter shouldn't be difficult to investigate. There weren't many people in the entire northern Meng imperial court who used this kind of scimitar. They might even be from the same faction. He only needed to know some clues, and he could follow them until he found the final target. He had Prince Yen, a nuclear weapon, by his side. No matter how strong the faction was, they could be chopped up like vegetables. Just as the two of them were thinking, a beautiful woman opened the tent flap and walked in. Ning Chen felt a headache coming. He looked at the woman and then at Prince Yen. In the end, he decided not to be a third wheel and leave enough space for the two of them to talk. You guys talk. I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat something. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chen hurriedly turned his wheelchair and slipped out of the tent. At this moment, he had the urge to stand up and run. Bring some back for me too, Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen staggered and almost fell down. He quickly stabilized himself and gritted his teeth. Definitely. The tent flap fell. Ning Chen wiped his cold sweat and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He was in a good mood. In his eyes, other than that uncute Fan Lingwei, the rest of the people in the northern Meng imperial court were still very cute. The herdsmen were already busy with their livelihood at the beginning of the year. After winter and spring came, there were already patches of green on the grassland. Although it was still not enough to herd horses and sheep, it was not as desolate as before. Night was coming. The people in the tribe were preparing dinner. They were killing sheep and starting fires. People came and went in front of every tent. It was very lively. Ning Chen was so envious that his heart itched. He turned his wheelchair and went over, wanting to get familiar with them. However, he was mercilessly given a cold shoulder by the men of the grassland. They knew this young man. He had just offended the most beautiful pearl in their tribe. He was a very bad person. No one in the world knew how thick-skinned Ning Chen was. Even if others ignored him, he would still approach them with a smile on his face. He would help with fetching water and helping with the fire. In short, no matter how strong the enemy was, he wanted to be as pleasant as the spring breeze. The maidens and ants of the grassland quickly accepted this diligent, laughing, and kind-hearted young man. The men of the grassland forced their wives and mothers to gradually change their attitude. Little brother Ning, you don't know. At that time, that wild wolf was less than a zhang away from me. Its eyes were wide open like lanterns, but I was not afraid. I threw myself at it and killed it with a few punches and kicks. In front of the bonfire, a man was bragging. Big brother Ah Hu, you're so awesome. Next to him, Ning Chen's face revealed a look of worship as he complimented. Little brother Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. At that time, he was so scared that he couldn't even walk. It was the tribe's divine archer, Ah Shui, who shot an arrow through the wild wolf's eye and saved him. At this time, Ah Hu's wife came over to deliver the mutton and ruthlessly undermined him. Ha! Ah Hu scratched his head in embarrassment and argued with a lack of confidence. In the end, it was me who killed it. It would have died even if you didn't kill it. Ah Hu's wife replied. Big brother Ah Hu is still very awesome. The first time I met a wild wolf, I was so scared that I almost peed in my pants. Ning Chen promptly saved the situation. Little brother Ning has also met a wild wolf? Sure enough, Ah Hu's attention was attracted and he asked curiously. Yes. At that time, little brother's legs weren't crippled and I hadn't practiced martial arts. After I saw a wild wolf, I was so scared that my face turned white. Even after the wild wolf died, I was still vomiting. Ning Chen said with a bashful face. Ha ha. Ah Hu laughed heartily. He felt that this little brother was very much to his liking. He was honest, simple and honest, and he was also very down-to-earth. Ah Hu's wife also smiled with good intentions. The people of the prairie were all afraid of meeting a wild wolf. One or two was still okay, but a pack was a bit scary. Being scared by a wild wolf wasn't a shameful thing. Big brother Ah Hu, is there anyone in the tribe who can do carpentry? Little brother's wheelchair is a bit broken. I need to find someone to fix it. While speaking, Ning Chen's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment as he asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Ah Hu and Ah Hu's wife both laughed. Just find your big brother Ah Hu. He's the person who's the best at carpentry in the tribe. Ah Hu's wife laughed. Ning Chen was startled. He turned his gaze towards Ah Hu and saw Ah Hu proudly nodding his head. He was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that this simple and honest man actually had some skill. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who said Zhang Fei didn't know how to embroider? This big and rough man could actually do fine carpentry. Big brother Ah Hu, then I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen politely saluted and said. Little brother Ning is too polite. Ah Hu laughed and casually said. While the two people were chatting, the bonfire crackled and popped. The aroma of mutton also began to gradually spread. Ning Chen's gaze also moved to the mutton on the bonfire. His mouth was drooling. Mutton with his hands. He wanted to taste it in his previous life, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Come, little brother Ning. I'll give you a leg of mutton. Ah Hu's wife was a relatively careful person. She saw Ning Chen's greedy look at a glance and handed over the leg of mutton that was roasted first. Then I won't be polite. Ning Chen's face was smiling like a blooming flower. He took the leg of mutton and ate it happily without fearing that it was hot. Your elder won't come out to eat? Ah Hu asked strangely. He's not hungry. Ning Chen was busy eating the meat. He didn't have time to explain. He directly solved the problem with 3 words and then continued to wolf down the meat. Oh! Ah Hu didn't doubt him. He used a knife to cut a piece of roasted meat and handed it to his wife. He also began to eat in big mouthfuls. The 3 of them sat around the bonfire. Ah Hu's wife, Ah Hu, and Ning Chen slowly ate the meat in big mouthfuls. After a while, only the bones of the half of the goat were left. Ah Hu's wife ate a little, Ah Hu ate a leg, and Ning Chen ate the rest. After eating, Ning Chen thanked the enthusiastic Ah Hu and his wife and prepared to return to the tent. As he walked, he felt that he had forgotten something. He thought for a while but couldn't remember it. Since he couldn't remember it, it shouldn't be important. Who cares? Chapter 85. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. In the open space in front of the tribe, the sound of swords clashing could be heard, attracting many people to come and watch. In the field, the people fighting were Ning Chen and Ming Qing. The ink sword danced in the sunlight, blocking every angle of the scimitar. Ning Chen suppressed his cultivation to the same 6th grade as Ming Qing, but he still had an overwhelming advantage. Prince Yen was also watching from the side. He was not surprised by this result. Although Ning Chen had not been practicing martial arts for a long time, the number of battles he had fought was not less than anyone else. Most of his opponents were people with higher cultivation than him. In terms of battle experience, he was already very rich. In a martial arts competition, there was nothing more than cultivation, foundation, and moves. Other than that, experience was the most decisive factor. In the middle of the battle, something unexpected happened. The moment the sword and the blade clashed again, there was a crisp sound. In the next moment, the wheelchair under Ning Chen shattered and flew in all directions. Ning Chen frowned at this sudden situation. His ink sword was on the ground, and he turned his right hand, flying backwards. In the next moment, the scimitar came towards him. It was as cold as the moon and as fast as lightning. Facing the unavoidable blade light, Ning Chen's left hand clenched his fingers. With a clang, he caught the scimitar. Taking advantage of the momentum, he let go of the scimitar and pointed his sword finger at Ming Cheng's shoulder. Ning Chen's finger strength penetrated his body. After succeeding in one move, he did not continue to attack. His right hand patted the hilt of his ink sword, and he immediately retreated from the battle. At the same time, Prince Yen waved his hand, and a chair flew out of the tent, landing right where Ning Chen had landed. This move was done so casually that no one noticed it. No one would think that this young man without any martial arts aura was actually one of the most terrifying Xiantian masters in the world. In the field, the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand had already fallen to the ground. The numbness in his shoulder did not dissipate for a long time, and he could not even lift it up. Brother Ning's swordsmanship is brilliant. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Ming Cheng was not a petty person. A loss was a loss. His left hand gradually raised the scimitar, and he admitted defeat seriously. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. Ning Chen sat down in his chair. With a wave of his hand, the ink sword and scabbard flew back to him. With a clang, the ink sword returned to its scabbard and stabbed into the ground. I've seen Brother Pei's saber technique. Although it's as swift and fierce as lightning, it's mostly just for show. It doesn't seem like an orthodox martial art. Ning Chen frowned and pretended to feel that it was a pity. That's impossible. The Qing clan's saber techniques are the most orthodox martial arts of Beimeng. How can it be just for show? As expected, Ming Cheng fell for the trick and immediately denied it. Sigh, at this moment, Ning Chen and Prince Yen sighed in their hearts. Too inexperienced. I lost because my skills were not good enough. Brother Ning, please don't slander the Qing family's saber technique. Ming Cheng did not know that there was a trap and continued to speak with a solemn expression. Brother Pei, please don't blame me. I was rude. Ning Chen bowed and apologized. His attitude couldn't be more proper. Seeing Ning Chen's sincere tone of apology, Ming Cheng's expression became a little better. He no longer cared about the former's rude words. After the fight and the show, the crowd applauded cooperatively and then dispersed. Everyone went back to their own homes and did their own things. Brother Ahu, don't forget my wheelchair. Ning Chen couldn't move. He could only sit on the chair and shout at Ahu, who was far away. I know. Ahu also replied in a loud voice. For the whole morning, Ning Chen sat in the open space outside in a daze. He couldn't go anywhere. The beautiful grassland scenery made him want to vomit. Do you want to get up and take a walk? Prince Yen walked over and asked lightly. No, you do your thing. Ning Chen refused without hesitation. Then you continue. Prince Yen turned and walked towards the tent. Senior, what did you say to that girl yesterday? Ning Chen couldn't suppress the fire of gossip in his heart. He couldn't help but shout at the former's back. When he went back to the tent last night, he happened to see Pei Yen walk out with red eyes. This made him very curious. He thought about it until midnight and almost couldn't sleep. I didn't say a word. Prince Yen replied without turning his head. Ning Chen was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but say, damn. No wonder the girl almost cried. He originally wanted to leave some space for the two of them. Why didn't the senior reject him tactfully? If not, he could have rejected him directly. Yesterday, he found out from Ahu that this Pei Yan's identity was not ordinary. Her grandfather was the leader of the Pei tribe, which was the overall boss of this area. He was very powerful. He had a good impression of this girl. She was a little weak and seemed a little sentimental. However, she was still a kind and good girl. Such a gentle girl was more like a lady from a noble family in the Central Plains than a girl from the grassland. He also heard that this Pei Yen was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She liked the culture of Great Xia very much. He also heard that this Pei Yen had a heartache disease. She was like the original version of Lin Dayu. He also heard that this Pei Yan's mother died right after giving birth to Pei Yan because of heartache. He also heard that this Pei Yan might not live past 25 years old. Moreover, more than one doctor said so. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Yesterday afternoon, he had painstakingly collected information outside. He had even sacrificed his face and wanted to find out Pei Yan's birth characters. However, this senior of his just stayed in the tent and drank tea for half a day. At this moment, a little girl's voice sounded in the grassland. Her tone was anxious, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Miss has fainted." As soon as she finished speaking, the white-bearded elder in the tent not far away immediately walked out with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked towards Pei Yan's tent. Following behind him were the doctors from Ming City, the grassland, and a large group of people. Ning Chen thought hard. A heartache disease should be a heart disease in his world. Furthermore, this girl was born with it. The possibility of her being cured was really negligible. The caltrop crystal flower had a miraculous effect on heart meridian injuries. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. As for whether he would take out the caltrop crystal flower if he had it, only the heavens knew. There were no assumptions in this world. Therefore, this girl was probably incurable. Although it was cruel, this was the reality. Inside Pei Yan's tent, the doctor was checking her pulse. His expression became more and more serious, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. "How is Yen Er?" the white-bearded elder asked anxiously. "Patriarch, I've already tried my best." The doctor sighed softly and continued. "Mrs. Body was already extremely weak. Before this, I suggested to chase away the bad luck for her because I wanted to see if a miracle would happen. Now, it's no longer necessary." "How could it be?" The white-bearded elder staggered and his face turned pale. "Yen Er hasn't gotten married yet. How can she just leave like this? Chase away the bad luck." "Yes, chase away the bad luck." At this moment, this was the only thought in the white-bearded elder's mind. He could not care less about other things. He immediately calmed himself down and ordered, "Men." "Yes." A few men walked into the tent. "Go and bring Mrs.'s wedding dress here. Tonight, Miss will get married. Also, take care of those two people." "Yes." The men accepted the order and left. At the side, Ming Cheng's face showed a hint of worry. "Patriarch, isn't it a little inappropriate to do this? That young man called Ning Fan is very strong. It's better not to offend him. We can't care so much. Yen Er's matter is the most important," the white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. Ning Chen, who was outside the tent, had no idea about what was happening inside. At this moment, he was still waiting for his wheelchair to be ready. The sun rose from the east to the south and then to the west. Ning Chen was sitting there. Just as he was about to go crazy from boredom, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the tribe had gradually become a little unusual. A few young ladies from the grassland were walking around with all kinds of things in their hands. There were even red candles and red paper that were only used during festivals and weddings. Ning Chen did not take it seriously at first. Later, he felt that something was wrong. A thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but open his mouth wide. Forced marriage? It can't be, right? The matter had become big. Ning Chen had a headache. The Yen Prince of Great Xia was actually forced to get married. Who would believe this? "Little brother Ning, your wheelchair is ready." Just as Ning Chen was having a headache, he suddenly heard Ah Hu's loud voice coming from not far away. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now he could quickly run away. However, when he saw the wheelchair, he almost cried. He was wrong. He should not have believed that Zhang Fei could embroider. How was this a wheelchair? This was clearly a chair with wheels. "Big brother Ah Hu, thank you." Ning Chen gritted his teeth and thanked him. Little brother Ning is too polite. Ah Hu was a careless person. He very happily accepted Ning Chen's thank. Ning Chen sat on it. He felt that it would not fall apart in a short period of time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He would make do with it. He would buy another one in the royal city of the northern Meng imperial court. Big brother Ahu, what are they doing? Ning Chen pointed at the young ladies from the grassland who were busying themselves and asked in a low voice. Ahu looked around and immediately lowered his head. He said in a low voice, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Of course. Ning Chen nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. I heard from my wife that Miss Pei Yin is seriously ill. The clan leader is going to drive away the bad luck for Miss tonight, Ahu said in a low voice. Fuck, is that true? Don't fool me. Ning Chen pretended to be surprised. How can it be fake? It's absolutely true. Ahu patted his chest and almost swore. Big brother Ahu, you can go back first. I definitely won't say that you told me. Ning Chen said gratefully. Ahu left in satisfaction. Ning Chen immediately turned his wheelchair and came to Prince Yan's tent. The first thing he said when he came in was, Senior, Ahu said that you are going to be forced to marry. Should we run? In the tent, Prince Yan glanced at Ning Chen indifferently and said, This is the solution you have been thinking about for the whole day? Ning Chen was a little ashamed. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. Why should he be ashamed? He was not the one who caused this. Hurry up, surround the tent. Don't let them run away. At this time, the unique rough voice of a man from the grassland sounded from outside. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. There were at least 100 people. All right, it's too late to run now. Ning Chen sighed helplessly. He was very unhappy. Why did he have to fight all day long? Chapter 86. The curtain of the tent was lifted, and a few burly men walked in. They looked murderous and unfriendly. The men of the grassland had seen blood before. Once they were serious, they would exude an oppressive aura that was different from ordinary people. However, this was only for ordinary people. The two people in the tent could not be said to be murderous, but they were the kind of extraordinary people who would not even blink when killing. Ning Chen turned the wheelchair around and stabbed the black sword into the ground. He did not hide his displeasure. You want to fight? Who's afraid of who? The white-bearded old man walked in, Ming Qing walked in, and even the doctor came in. Seeing the calm young man in green, they frowned. Take him away! The white-bearded old man shouted. Yes. The 7 burly men went around the wheelchair and directly grabbed the young man in green. Ning Chen's displeasure grew. Did they think he was invisible? He patted the black sword with his right hand, and a wave of true essence spread out. The burly men were forced to take a few steps back. Let's talk nicely. Ning Chen was guilty, and he did not want to make things worse. He suppressed his temper and said, Ming Cheng, you hold him back, the white-bearded old man shouted. Yes. Ming Cheng helplessly pulled out the scimitar at his waist and took 2 steps forward. He said to Ning Chen, Brother Ning, sorry for the offense. Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold. He gave him face, but he did not want it. Clang, the black sword was unsheathed. Frost condensed on the sword and snowflakes surged. The temperature in the tent dropped. The tense atmosphere spread, and a fight was about to break out. At this moment, Yan Qin Prince, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Okay, put your sword away. Yan Qin Prince walked out of the tent and said lightly, Go and see what's going on. Okay. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, put his sword back into the scabbard, and followed him out. When the 2 of them walked out, Ming Qing broke out in a cold sweat. They had underestimated the young man in the wheelchair. Even if there were 10 more of them, they would not be able to stop him, let alone him. Patriarch, we can't use force. Ming Qing advised again. The white-bearded old man snorted coldly, then turned and walked out of the tent. In Pei Yan's tent, Ning Chen and Yan Qin Prince looked at the beautiful girl lying on the bed and got the truth from the doctor. Senior, is there any way to save him? Ning Chen asked via voice transmission. Caltrop flower, Prince Yen said calmly. So there's no hope? Ningchen asked in a low voice. With your blood and my help, I can extend her lifespan by 3 years. Like I said before, you can do whatever you want with her, Yan Wang said calmly. We'll do our best. Ningchen nodded and made a prompt decision. After he finished speaking, Ningchen turned around and looked at the white-bearded old man who had just entered. He said, We can extend Miss Pei Yan's lifespan by 3 years. As a trade, all the enmity from before will be forgotten. The white-bearded old man was stunned, and so was everyone else. Ningchen didn't urge him, but waited patiently and coldly. The worry of the people present was in stark contrast to the calmness of the two. Zhang Xuan's words that day were vividly reflected at this moment. Ningchen was the most heartless person in the world. If it weren't for the fact that they were the ones in the wrong, who lived and who died would have nothing to do with him. She wasn't man. Are you confident? The white-bearded old man asked with a trace of distrust in his eyes. It's up to you to believe it or not, Ningchen said indifferently. The white-bearded old man's expression changed again and again. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I agree. You can all leave. Yan Wang stepped forward and arrived in front of the bed. The white-bearded old man and everyone else hesitated, but they still couldn't decide. It's not too late to back out now. Ningchen also turned his wheelchair and arrived in front of the bed. Get out. The white-bearded old man finally made up his mind. He drove everyone out of the tent and then followed them out. Poor parents. Ningchen sighed softly. Then, he used his sword finger to cut his arm. Drops of blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto Pei Yan's chest. He had the heaven-reversing pill in his body, and he had also soaked in Northern Meng's heavenly lake. It could be said that he was a living primer. At the same time, Yan Wang turned his palm and condensed qi. Xiantian power wrapped around the dripping blood and quickly entered Pei Yan's heart meridian. In an instant, the medicinal power spread and began to nourish Pei Yan's extremely weak heart. After about 10 breaths, Yan Wang stopped. Ningchen wiped his hand and a silver light flashed, stopping the blood on his arm. Then, he looked at Pei Yan on the bed and waited for her to wake up. After half an hour, Pei Yan woke up. She looked at the young man in green in front of her and said weakly, Can you tell me your true identity? Great Xia Yan Wang said lightly. Pei Yan was stunned. Then, she closed her eyes weakly. A drop of tear fell silently. Thank you. Ningchen and Yan Wang went out. The white-bearded old man immediately entered the tent. When he saw Pei Yan waking up on the bed, he couldn't help but cry with joy. Let them go. The old man's voice came from the tent. Ming Cheng and the others heard it and automatically made a path for the two of them to leave. Let's go. Yan Wang walked in front, his green robe fluttering in the wind. Okay. Ning Chen responded and followed him. The two of them left unhurriedly without any reluctance. No matter how beautiful the grassland was, they were just passers-by. It was enough that they had seen it. The mountains have no foundation, the waters have no foundation, the grass is desolate, the clouds are faint, the willows are green, the cuckoo is unbearable to hear. On the grassland, there was a voice saying goodbye. Ning Chen turned around and saw a woman in a red wedding dress sitting in front of the tent. She was holding a pipa in her arms. Her face was pale and her red lips were red like blood. She was like a rose blooming in the cold wind. She was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look at her directly. What a pity. Ning Chen sighed softly but didn't say anything. Then, he turned around and continued walking forward. Yan Wang's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in his expression. He walked step by step without any hesitation. The grassland was very big. The two of them walked all the way north without stopping until they reached their destination, the capital of Northern Meng. This was a city in the desert. From afar, it looked like a holy city floating on a yellow sea. It was very shocking. After the two of them entered the capital, they found that the lives of the people here were very different from the grassland outside. They were somewhat similar to the people of the Central Plains. They did all kinds of small businesses. They worked from dawn to dusk. Ning Chen glanced at the majestic palace building in the distance and sneered. It was said that after the death of the northern Meng emperor, the palace was in chaos and several princes fought for the throne. It was also at this time that Fan Lingwei appeared out of nowhere and swept away all resistance. He helped the previous emperor's infant son to the throne and ended the internal strife in the northern Meng Empire. This meant that the emperor of northern Meng was only 7 years old this year. Northern Meng's sand sword is about to appear. I want to go take a look. Let's part here. Yan Wang's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Ning Chen was startled. Then, he nodded. Since Senior didn't let him go, it meant that he wasn't strong enough. It might be dangerous if he went. How do I contact you? Ning Chen asked. No need. I will look for you. Before he finished speaking, Yan Wang's figure had already disappeared. He was rushing towards the north. Ning Chen opened his mouth and finally shook his head helplessly. He was hoping that Yan Wang could do this with him. Now, it seemed that he had to rely on himself. It was a little difficult, but he couldn't keep waiting. The situation of Great Xiao was already very dangerous. Zhang Sun was still having a headache. He had to do something. When he had just entered the capital, he had already inquired about the current situation of the war between the two dynasties. The Great Xia's Heaven's Gate had actually been broken through by Fan Lingwei, and Northern Meng's army of 300,000 marched straight in, even blocking the 3 martial marquises of the Great Xia outside the pass. This was the worst news. Since the war between the two dynasties, Great Xia's losses had reached a terrifying number. However, Northern Meng's army was almost unharmed. Beizhong Plains and Yangue City's 200,000 soldiers, Zhuoqiu Sheng's 350,000 soldiers, and the 300,000 soldiers in the hands of the 3 marquises were no longer a threat. Great Xia's 850,000 soldiers couldn't stop Northern Meng's 300,000 soldiers. The biggest difference was that Northern Meng had Fan Lingwei, but Great Xia didn't. This was a woman who could single-handedly create an era. She was already invincible. Ning Chen didn't want Fan Lingwei to know that he was still alive because he didn't want to confront her directly. He was also full of fear for such a woman. Ever since he came to this world, he had suffered a few big losses and even suffered serious injuries. Fan Lingwei was behind all of them. She wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill her. It was so simple that he could ignore everything. The Qin clan was a pawn that could be used. Based on the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand, he could basically conclude that the group that assassinated Zhang Sun back then was from the Qin clan. Then, he could also conclude that the Qin clan was also a hidden pawn of Fan Lingwei. He wanted to go in and see what kind of place the Qin clan was. The Qin clan was in Northern Meng's capital. In this imperial land where there were as many aristocratic families as there were dogs and nobles everywhere, it wasn't very eye-catching. However, the Qin clan was different from other aristocratic families and nobles. The Qin clan wasn't really a clan with a single surname. There were very few direct descendants of the Qin clan, and they weren't allowed to marry outside, causing the number of descendants to dwindle. In a situation where they had no choice, the Qin clan set a rule that those who made great contributions to the Qin clan could be bestowed with the surname Qin. Regarding the traditions and rules of the Qin clan, Ning Chen only had one word to say. Pooh. Incestuous marriage, I won't kill you all. However, this also gave him a lot of convenience. For the continuation of the bloodline, the Qin clan didn't reject any true experts. In the future, as long as they made enough contributions, they could be bestowed with the surname. He didn't have the slightest interest in this surname. Moreover, he went in to stab a knife. The Qin clan was very big, so big that it was shocking. Ning Chen entered the Qin clan in a very high-profile and arrogant manner. He directly fought his way in. His cultivation of 7th grade immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Qing clan. A 7th grade martial artist under the age of 20 was really rare. This young master is here to be a guest elder. Call someone who can talk. Ning Chen held a broken iron sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He spoke arrogantly to a group of people who had fallen in front of him. Chapter 87. Ning Chen did not use the ink sword because he did not want people to recognize him. As for his appearance, with the beard and scars, who would recognize him? He was not Panin, who was unforgettable. Moreover, everyone in the world knew that he was already dead. If there were still people who linked him to Panin, he would really have nothing to say. Soon, the butler of the Qing family walked out. When he saw Ning Chen with a ferocious face and an unshaven beard, he could not help but frown. Such an ugly person. "May I ask your name?" the butler asked politely. "Jade-faced gentleman, by Yutong." Ning Chen raised his head and said arrogantly. The wriggling scar on his face made him look somewhat scary and disgusting. "Brother Bai, why have you come to the Qing mansion?" The butler held back his disgust and continued to ask. "Didn't I say it? I am here to be an honored guest." Ning Chen did not see his face and continued to do whatever he wanted. He said arrogantly with his nose up in the air. After some thought, Ning Chen added, "I am also here to marry that little girl, Qing Wushuang." He knew that the Qing family had a missy named Qing Wushuang. At that time, he was puzzled about how there were so many thick-skinned people in the world. The Qin family of Wushuang City had Qin Wushuang, and the Qing family of Beimeng had Qing Wushuang. However, as soon as Ning Chen finished speaking, a clear and cold voice resounded from within the estate. "Men, throw him out." While the voice was speaking, a girl with a cold expression walked out. When she saw the ugly man in the yard, her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of disgust. "You are Qing Wushuang?" Ning Chen said with surprise. Only, this surprised expression appeared too ferocious when paired with the scar on his face. "Missy." Before the butler of the Qing family could persuade her, 9 men dressed in black had already walked out and surrounded Ning Chen. "Come, I have been itching for a fight recently. Little girl, I will teach you a lesson after I take care of these bastards." Ning Chen pulled out the broken iron sword from the ground, turned his wheelchair and walked 2 steps forward. Fortunately, he had bought a sturdy wheelchair as soon as he had entered the city. Or else, he would not be able to fight today with that thing made by Ah Hu. The sword was a broken sword. As soon as Ning Chen injected a strand of true qi into it, he felt that the sword showed signs of cracking. He hurriedly withdrew his true qi and wrapped it around the sword. Ning Chen's arrogance infuriated everyone present. The 9 men in black attacked with machetes in their hands. Their machetes were ruthless, and every strike was aimed at the vital point. Qin Wushuang's cold face did not show any trace of pity. It was already unforgivable for this person to trespass into the love mansion, yet he still dared to speak rudely. He must be tired of living. The 9 of them worked together and unleashed a chain of attacks. Each attack was fiercer and more dangerous than the last. Ning Chen laughed out loud and swung his sword to block the attacks of the 3 people in front of him. His expression was incomparably savage as he said, "Good timing." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's rank 7 aura was fully unleashed. His sword momentum was unreasonably large. The 9 of them were soon no match for him. One by one, they were sent flying, covered in blood. When she saw this, Qing Wushuang gave a cold sneer. Moving her lotus steps, she instantly arrived before Ning Chen and pressed her palm towards the latter's chest. At this critical moment, Ning Chen sent out his finger. The finger and palm collided with each other. With a bang, a violent wind emerged around the 2 of them. It was a battle of foundation and strength. The corner of their mouths were dyed red. Instantly, the frightening power shattered the stone floor beneath them and sent gravel flying everywhere. The evenly matched battle had shocked both of them. Ning Chen's eyes became cold. Indeed, the Love Mansion was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he would still charge in. Inwardly, Qing Wushuang was also shocked. Yet, she did not dare to withdraw her power. Ning Chen gave a cold sneer and unleashed his power without giving in. The brilliant battle had attracted the attention of a few important figures in the Love Mansion. Immediately, a powerful palm appeared and separated the two of them. When the dust and sand had dispersed, a middle-aged man appeared. He looked at Ning Chen and said calmly, "You want to marry Wushuang? I wanted to before, but now I don't want to anymore. In the future, it'll depend on my mood," said Ning Chen arrogantly. The middle-aged man frowned. "It doesn't matter if you want to or not. If you want to enter the Love Mansion, you must first pass the Love Mansion's test and abide by the Love Mansion's rules." "What test? What rules?" asked Ning Chen suspiciously. "The test is very simple. Defeat a azure-robed disciple. As for the rules, we'll talk about them after you pass the test," explained the middle-aged man. He then turned and walked towards the back of the mansion. "That's exactly what I was looking for." Ning Chen raised his broken iron sword and followed. After the two of them left, Qing Wushuang suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. She had actually lost the previous battle by half a point. "Miss," the steward immediately went forward with a concerned expression. "It's nothing." Qing Wushuang waved her hand. But a trace of dread flashed through her eyes. Just now, she had truly underestimated this young man called Bai Yutong. She had already taken half a step into the 8th grade martial path for a long time, but she did not expect to suffer a hidden loss at the hands of this person. There were not many people with such a foundation in the entire northern Meng. Ning Chen followed the middle-aged man into the back of the Love Mansion. He immediately saw 4 blue-robed old men. Each of their auras was more terrifying than the other. The weakest was at the 9th grade realm. "I've entered a den of thieves," muttered Ning Chen in his heart. His face subconsciously revealed a brilliant smile. However, he had forgotten that he was now an arrogant fool. He had also forgotten that his face was extremely ugly. As a result, this smile became somewhat terrifying. The 4 Love Mansion's elders could not help but feel a burst of irritation. How could there be such an ugly person in this world? "Which one of you wants to go first? Or all of you together?" Ning Chen pointed with his iron sword. Qing Wushuang walked in. The first thing she saw was the former's savage appearance. This time, she did not say anything. Instead, she walked to the side of one of the blue-robed old men and whispered a sentence. "First Elder, keep him." First Elder was startled. He frowned and asked, why? With his cultivation, he could naturally sense that the young man in front of him was only at the 7th grade realm. Although he was already outstanding among the younger generation, it was not to the extent that the Love Mansion would do anything to win him over. "I lost just now," said Qing Wushuang honestly. Hearing this, First Elder's eyes narrowed. He tried hard to digest the shock that this sentence brought to him. He knew better than anyone else Wushuang's strength. She was already about to enter the 8th grade. Coupled with the Love Mansion's special cultivation method, she would not be at a disadvantage even if she faced a real 8th grade expert. He did not expect that she would lose to such an ugly person today. "Old 7, go test him." First Elder's thoughts turned and he said, "First Elder, this is not in accordance with the rules." The middle-aged man who brought Ning Chen in frowned and interrupted. According to the Love Mansion's rules, if one wanted to enter the Love Mansion, one only needed to defeat a blue-robed disciple. If it was an elder, it would be too difficult. Ning Chen was also a bit stunned. He was just saying, they really planned to send a 9th grade old man? Did they still have any shame? "He only needs to be able to withstand 5 moves, First Elder said lightly. The middle-aged man frowned again, but did not continue to argue. The 4 elders were in charge of the guest elder assessment. He could not interfere too much. Seventh elder was a slightly younger old man, but no matter how young he was still an old man. Ning Chen was indignant. If he was also a ninth-grade expert, he would definitely beat this guy until his mother could not recognize him. The problem was that he was only a seventh-grade expert. A rank 9 old man bullying a rank 7 disabled person. How could they do such a thing? Who's afraid of who? Come on, Ning Chen suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. Young man, please. Seventh elder walked out and smiled. Old man, I won't be polite. As he spoke, Ning Chen slapped his wheelchair and flew out. He stabbed his sword forward, starting the battle. Young man, you are always too impatient. As he spoke, seventh elder leaned to the side and reached out to grab Ning Chen's right hand that was holding the sword. However, he felt the sword turn in the air and went straight for his throat. Clang! The sword and palm collided. Seventh elder exerted force and the sword broke into pieces. The poor quality of the sword was clearly shown. 3 taels of silver were gone. Ning Chen was reluctant, but before he could feel the pain, seventh elder waved his hand again. The broken pieces of the sword turned into rays of light and shot out mercilessly. Ning Chen, who was still in the air, did not have time to dodge. The dark yellow vortex in his energy sea spun, and the thick earth energy quietly took effect. His whole body suddenly fell, avoiding the rays of light. Seventh elder frowned and reached out to grab Ning Chen again. However, Ning Chen slapped the ground hard and bent his body into a strange angle. He condensed his sword fingers and pointed at his heart meridian. Bang! The seventh elder raised his arm to block the attack. His cultivation of the 9th rank exploded, and he shook off the fatal blow. Ning Chen flew back and returned to his wheelchair. He looked at the old man who was approaching him and smiled brightly. It's already been 5 moves. Seventh elder stopped and snorted softly. He turned and returned to his seat. This guy's moves were so strange. There were no signs to be found. It was as if every move was thought out at the last moment. Everyone present could see some clues. This young man was indeed not simple. By Yutong, from today onwards, you are a guest of the Qing family. All the rules will be taught by Wushuang herself, First Elder said, deciding the result of this battle. The Qing family needed such a strong person with potential. On the side, Qing Wushuang did not have any objections. She wanted to accept this person, so naturally she would teach him. Come with me. Qing Wushuang glanced at Ning Chen and said indifferently. Little girl, don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, this young master will teach you a lesson, Ning Chen muttered, but intentionally or unintentionally, he didn't conceal it, allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. Qing Wushuang's eyes flashed with coldness. She sneered. If you want me to be obedient, wait until after your surname is Qing. In the backyard of the Qing family, Ning Chen was led into a small independent courtyard. Qing Wushuang threw out a sentence, and did not want to see this ugly face for even half a second. Tomorrow morning, go to the main hall and wait for me. Her departing figure was so cold that Ning Chen did not care. He entered his room and closed the door. Soon after, he wearily closed his eyes. Pretending in front of others was always the most tiring thing. The Qing family's strength had shocked him. Just the Qing family alone had 4 elders above the 9th rank. Moreover, it seemed that this was not all of them. He had not expected the Qing family, which had always kept a low profile, to have such a deep foundation. Now what he wanted to do was even more troublesome. Chapter 88. What Ning Chen wanted to do, only he knew in his heart. It was a very crazy and bold idea. Fan Lingyue didn't know that he was still alive, so he wanted to give her a big surprise. However, before that, he had to find a way to stab the Qing family in the back. He couldn't take it lying down. In this world, he could be bullied, but he couldn't bully Zhangsun. Qing Wushuang wasn't a simple woman. She could endure what ordinary people couldn't. He heard that the Qing family had a young master named Qing Wuyo, who hadn't appeared in the residence for a long time. He didn't know what kind of role the Qing family played in Fan Lingyue's hands, but if he could destroy it, it would cause some trouble for Fan Lingyue. Qing Wushuang wanted to recruit him now, so it was the best opportunity. The Qing family was deep, and it wasn't a secret that Qing Wushuang and Qing Wuyo didn't get along. This kind of thing wasn't rare in any big family. Moreover, since the appearance of the military advisor in northern Meng royal court, the status of women rose sharply. If Qing Wushuang wanted to rise, she naturally had to step on Qing Wuyo. The current master of the Qing family was a very low-key person. Perhaps it was because of her personality, or perhaps it was because of the situation. In the era where Fan Lingyue was in power, it was destined that any big shot in northern Meng would be overshadowed. This also caused the younger generation of the Qing family to be dazzling, completely overshadowing the previous generation. Other than Qing Wuyo and Qing Wushuang, there was also an extremely mysterious eldest daughter, Qing Wuhan. The direct descendant of the Qing family, one son and two daughters. In the past, the position of the next master would belong to Qing Wuyo, but it wasn't the case now. Not to mention Qing Wuhan, who had never shown herself, Qing Wushuang alone wouldn't sit by and watch the position of the master of the Qing family fall to someone else. A peaceful night passed. On the second day, Ning Chen arrived punctually at the main hall of the Qing family. Qing Wushuang also arrived quickly. Her face was still as cold as before, and one could even see a hint of disgust. Ning Chen expressed his understanding. Last night, when he smiled at the mirror, he also disgusted himself. There was a saying, "I'm ugly, but I'm gentle." Second Mississippi, Ning Chen decided to perform well, greeting her brilliantly, respectfully, and with a good attitude. Qing Wushuang frowned, not used to the former's change. If it wasn't for this face that disgusting, she would also like to have a good relationship with a young expert with potential. "Well, did you rest well last night?" Qing Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement, comforting herself that no matter how ugly the face was, she could get used to it. Unconsciously, her tone became slightly better. "Not bad. I just lack a little girl to accompany me." Ning Chen grinned. Qing Wushuang snorted coldly in her heart, but her tone remained calm as she said, "I will arrange for a maid to accompany you tonight." Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little dumbfounded. He knew that he had gone overboard with his acting. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly laughed and covered it up. How could those vulgar rouge and powder enter the eyes of a fair-skinned gentleman like me? It would be better if second Miss personally accompanied me. Qing Wushuang's expression darkened again. This fellow hadn't even finished his sentence, and he had already reverted back to his disgusting self. "Bai Yutong, I don't want to hear these words a second time. All right, since you've entered the Qing family, you naturally have to abide by the Qing family's rules. Now, follow me to the law enforcement hall to do the first thing." After saying that, Qing Wushuang turned and walked out of the main hall, towards a side hall in the west. Ning Chen withdrew his smile and followed behind. After the scare just now, he was a lot more well-behaved along the way. The law enforcement hall was not far from the main hall. The person in charge was the middle-aged man from yesterday. After Qing Wushuang entered, she politely greeted him, and then officially led Ning Chen to the front. "Name?" In front of a stone pillar engraved with names, the middle-aged man asked. "Bai Yutong, Bai as in fair-skinned gentleman, Yu as in jade tree, Tang as in dignified appearance." Ning Chen replied seriously. Qing Wushuang endured her disgust and did not go up to kick him. The middle-aged man pointed through the stone pillar and engraved the 3 words Bai Yutong under the densely packed names. Then he turned to look at the young man in front of him and said calmly, "From today onwards, you are officially a guest of the Qing family. The Qing family doesn't care about your background. As long as you perform well, one day you will be bestowed with the surname Qing and enjoy all the resources of the Qing family. I hope you can cherish it." Pei. Ning Chen did not hesitate to disdain him in his heart. Lying without even blushing, he dared to guarantee that there were many people secretly investigating his identity right now. However, how could it be so simple to miss a person who appeared out of nowhere? By the time they found out, he would have long run away. Even so, Ning Chen was still very serious. He nodded seriously and said, "In order to marry second miss as soon as possible, I will definitely work hard." The middle-aged man and Qing Wushuang felt helpless in their hearts. They did not know where this person's face and confidence came from. 2 days later, the Qing family will choose 3 people from the younger generation to participate in the martial feast in the imperial palace. Do you want to sign up? The middle-aged man thought for a while, and still made the announcement according to the rules. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He secretly thought that it was finally time. This was the reason why he chose to become a guest of the Qing family. Ever since Fan Lingyue came to power, the Northern Meng Imperial Palace would hold such a martial feast every year. Every major aristocratic family had a quota, and the top 3 of the martial feast would even receive a special reward from the emperor. It was said that the young general by Fan Lingyue's side was the champion of the first martial feast. However, although the martial feast had been going on for 7 years, the rules were constantly changing. In the first 3 years, the participants had to be below 20 years old. In the middle 2 years, the age limit was relaxed to below 30 years old. In the following 2 years, the conditions were relaxed again to below 35 years old. This also caused the martial feast to become more and more unfair to the younger generation. However, Ning Chen was not surprised at all. In Fan Lingyue's eyes, there was no such thing as fairness. There was only the difference between usefulness and uselessness. 7 years ago, Fan Lingyue was still at the stage of stabilizing the court. He needed to cultivate a group of obedient and talented young people. In the middle 2 years, the court gradually stabilized. What he needed more were officials with steady minds and a desire to achieve great things. In the recent 2 years, Northern Meng had already entered a period of complete stability, gradually entering middle age. A group of people with mature minds would instead be more suitable candidate. The younger generation of the Qing family had already matured. Logically speaking, the 3 spots should not be given to outsiders. However, all signs indicated that Qing Wuhan and Qing Wuyo were not in Northern Meng's capital. This also caused at least 2 of the 3 spots of the Qing family to be empty. Therefore, when he heard the elder of the law enforcement hall ask him this question, Ning Chen could not help but smile. His smile was abnormally bright. Whether or not he could poke the Qing family's sore spot depended on this. This young master is registered. After saying this, Ning Chen turned to look at Qing Wushuang. He grinned and said, "Second miss, if I become the champion of the martial feast, will you consider marrying me?" This time, Qing Wushuang did not refuse. Unexpectedly, she agreed. "Sure. Wushuang, don't mess around," the middle-aged man shouted with an unhappy expression. "Elder Fa Wushuang knows what to do," Qing Wushuang replied seriously. "Haha, straightforward." Ning Chen laughed loudly. He turned his wheelchair and walked out. In that instant, a coldness that could not be colder flashed through his smile. "Wushuang, you're messing around too much," the middle-aged man said with an unhappy expression. Qing Wushuang lightly shook her head. "Elder Fa, I've carefully considered what I said just now. Among the 32 candidates for this year's martial feast, the weakest is at least at the 6th rank. Most of them are at the 7th rank. Although there are few at the 8th rank, it's not like there aren't any. These years, the requirements for the martial feast have been relaxed again and again, making it harder and harder to become the champion. If he really has the strength to become the champion, even if I marry him, it wouldn't be a disgrace to me." The middle-aged man sighed and said helplessly, "You decide for yourself." This second miss of the Qing family was good at everything, but she was too calculative. She could even coldly use her own life's most important matter as a transaction. After going through the law enforcement hall, the two of them paid their respects to the three elders of the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall, and the law enforcement hall. Only then did the ceremony of entering the Qing family officially come to an end. When Ning Chen returned to his small courtyard, he was already exhausted. The rules of the Qing family were really troublesome. These were only the rules of the guest elders. If he was officially bestowed the surname Qing, who knew how many tests he would have to go through? However, for the remaining 2 days, Ning Chen was much more relaxed. Qing Wushuang came once to deliver 2 swords, one heavy and one light. She told him to choose one. Ning Chen naturally didn't hesitate to take both swords. This caused Qing Wushuang to frown again. How could this guy be so greedy? This young master has always used dual swords. Ning Chen didn't care what Qing Wushuang was thinking. He arrogantly and shamelessly replied. As it turned out, this was well-founded. 2 days later, in the Qing family selection, Ning Chen stubbornly used dual swords to fight for a spot. The elders of the Qing family weren't too surprised. This brat was a bit ugly, but his strength was unquestionable. No matter which family he was from in the capital, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a spot. The slightly troublesome part was this brat's identity. According to him, he came from the Ni country in the south. However, they really didn't know when the Ni country had appeared in the world. The world was too big, and there were as many countries as there were hairs on an ox. Not being able to name them was even more common. They also had no way of determining whether it was real or fake. The spies they sent out had already gone south according to this brat's description. They couldn't really trust a person of unknown origin. If he wanted to become a member of the Qing family, he would have to go through many tests. Ning Chen's heart was clear about this. He was just practicing his drawing. As for whether or not he could find it, it had nothing to do with him. The imperial palace's martial feast was in 7 days. The entire Qing family attached great importance to it. They did their best to satisfy Ning Chen and the other 2 people's requests. Qing Wushuang didn't participate and gave her spot to someone else. Her cultivation method was special, and it wasn't convenient for her to reveal it at the martial feast. The Qing family was generous, so Ning Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He took the opportunity to ask for a wheelchair. The one he was sitting on only cost a dozen or so taels of silver. It would probably break after a few fights. However, at this time, bad news came, causing the atmosphere of the Qing family to immediately become heavy. A 9th-ranked guest elder had come to the capital's Shao family. Chapter 89. In this world, 9th-ranked martial artists were not as common as cabbages. Those under 35 years old were even rarer. Ning Chen used to think that 9th-ranked martial artists were worthless. Everyone he met was a 9th-ranked martial artist, and each one was younger than the last. After thinking about it, he realized that it was not because there were too many geniuses, but because there were too many geniuses in the palace. Xia Kingdom, the #1 country in the world, naturally had no lack of experts and geniuses in its palace. In fact, after he left the palace, this situation immediately disappeared. In this world, there were more normal people than monsters. Northern Meng royal court was much weaker than Xia Kingdom. The number and level of experts were also much lower. The few 9th-ranked martial artists in the Qing clan were all over 50 years old, and this was the result of many years of hard work in recruiting martial artists. It was too difficult to produce a 9th-ranked martial artist in the younger generation. The Qing clan did not have one, nor did the other clans in the capital. Unexpectedly, one came from the most inconspicuous Shao clan. The Qing clan and Shao clan were not on good terms. In other words, among the top 10 clans in the capital, there was no one who was truly friendly. The arrival of a 9th-ranked martial artist in the Shao clan was not good news for the rest of the clans. Ning Chen was helpless. He despised the Qing clan's luck. They all relied on external help. Those who were lucky got a 9th-ranked martial artist, and those who were unlucky got him. The martial arts banquet was approaching. The atmosphere in the capital was getting heavier by the day. 7 days later, the vast and magnificent desert city finally welcomed the most important event of the year. The leader of the Qing clan was Elder Fa from the Law Enforcement Hall. Qing Wushuang also followed beside him. The other two from the Qing clan were the best among the disciples with different surnames. One of them was a 7th-ranked martial artist, and the other was an 8th-ranked martial artist. Ningchen still had that sloppy look on his face. He sat in his wheelchair and hummed a tune. His nostrils were up in the air, and he was extremely arrogant. Elder Fa was not a talkative person. As long as it was not too out of line, he would not care. Qing Wushuang even walked at the front of the group without looking back. The other two from the Qing clan had seen Ning Chen's strength. They knew that this guy was not as stupid as he looked, so they did not want to provoke him. Therefore, in the whole group, Ning Chen became the overlord. He was definitely the most eye-catching person. The palace of Northern Meng Royal Court was located in the center of the capital. Although it was not as magnificent and majestic as Xia Kingdom, it had its own unique style. The palaces rose and fell, creating a unique scene in the desert. The Qing family was neither the strongest nor the weakest of the 10 great families of the royal city, at least on the surface. The strongest family was, without a doubt, the royal Ming family. Ranked second was the Yang family, a family that had a position in the military that could not be underestimated. Comparatively speaking, the Qing family was somewhat inconspicuous, and the degree of attention they received was really ordinary. However, this year seemed to be an exception, because there was an idiot in the mistress's family. The Qing family had always kept a low profile. Now, the ugly young man in the wheelchair was too eye-catching. His nose was up in the air, and he looked like he was number 1 in the world. It was hard for him not to be noticed. With regards to this kind of idiot, other than spitting in their hearts, everyone did not take it seriously. In the cultivation of martial arts, one's state of mind was as important as one's talent. If a person with such a bad personality wanted to succeed in martial arts, the sun would rise from the west. Of course, they didn't mean to insinuate the imperial preceptor. The imperial preceptor was a genius of his generation. How could ordinary people compare to him? In front of the palace, the people of the 10 great families were already in position. The Qing family was in the middle of the row on the right, and the leading family was the royal family, the Ming family. On the other side, the Yang family was at the front, and the Shao family was at the back. In front of the palace, the little emperor of Northern Meng sat quietly on the dragon throne. Although his face was young, he already had the faint majesty of an emperor. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the little emperor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was this the son of the late emperor of Northern Meng that Fan Lingyue helped up? Just from their first meeting, he was more or less a little weak. Even though he tried his best to maintain the majesty of an emperor, he still felt that something was missing. He believed in Fan Lingyue, just like he believed in himself. This little emperor would be a good emperor. Unfortunately, he was the emperor of Northern Meng. It was impossible for Great Xia and Northern Meng to have peace. As long as Northern Meng wanted to go down south, the first obstacle they would face was Great Xia. The grudge between the two dynasties was a territorial issue. Unless Northern Meng gave up on their ambition to go down south, the war would continue. Northern Meng having Fan Lingyue was the greatest misfortune of Great Xia. Let's begin. At this moment, the little emperor of Northern Meng announced the start of the martial feast. His voice was a little soft and had the crispness of a child's voice. He sounded like a girl. Other than the Yang family and the royal family, the Ming family, each of the 10 aristocratic families sent out 3 young experts. Including the 8 from the Yang and Ming families, there were a total of 32 people. The rules of the competition were very simple. They would draw lots and eliminate people one by one until the top 4 were decided. Then, they would fight in pairs to decide the top 3. Ning Chen was the first in the first round, and his opponent was a girl who was a 6th-grade martial artist. It could be said that he was the best of the best. The remaining 2 from the Qing family were not so lucky. An 8th-grade martial artist would meet a 7th-grade martial artist, and a 7th-grade martial artist would meet an 8th-grade martial artist. Ning Chen's smile became even more brilliant. The scar on his face kept wriggling, making the surrounding people want to hide far away. The wheelchair squeaked on the stone floor. Ning Chen came to the center of the martial feast and stabbed his heavy sword into the ground. Looking at the girl opposite him, he laughed loudly and said, "Come, I will give you a handicap of my legs." Bah! Everyone couldn't help but spit in their hearts. This person's face was already unparalleled. "If you have the ability, then don't give me a handicap." The girl opposite him clearly had a good temper and was even a bit nervous. She even stuttered a word of thanks. The scene was too strange. The 10 aristocratic families' people were a bit dizzy. The fight hadn't even started yet, but they already felt that there was nothing to see. The following fight was not as they had guessed. It was extremely boring. The thick-skinned man and the stuttering girl exchanged over 100 moves before the thick-skinned man won. "I'm so tired." Ning Chen put on an act, panting as he walked back. "Don't go easy on me in the next fight," Qing Wushuang indifferently said. "Oh, you even saw through that?" Ning Chen pretended to be surprised. "Don't think that other than you, everyone else is an idiot. Whether or not I went easy on you, everyone will know." Qing Wushuang coldly replied. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex." Ning Chen shook his head and sighed. Qing Wushuang didn't say anything else. She felt uncomfortable talking to this guy. As long as he could win, he could fight however he wanted. Ning Chen gave this martial feast a disgusting start. After the last round of competition, everyone's appetite wasn't whetted again. The Qing family's 7th rank was eliminated without a doubt. The 8th rank advanced. Including Ning Chen, there were 2 in total. The results were neither good nor bad. In the second round, Ning Chen wasn't the first. He was placed in the middle. His opponent was a 7th rank. In the end, Ning Chen barely advanced. The Qing family's 8th rank also advanced. It was an easy fight. After all, most people were still 7th rank. In the third round, Ning Chen's opponent was still a 7th rank. After fighting for a long time, he once again won by half a move. Immediately, the whole place was filled with boos and jeers. The Qing family's 8th rank met an 8th rank expert from the Imperial Ming family and was eliminated. The top 4 came out. The Ming family, the Yang family, and the Xiao family each had 1 person. 2 8th ranks, 1 9th rank, and finally the lucky thick-skinned man, Ning Chen. When the rankings came out, Ning Chen used up his bullshit and directly faced the Xiao family's 9th rank. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts were also tit for tat. No one showed weakness. Then, Ning Chen admitted defeat. The banquet was filled with boos, curses, and mockery. The young people were full of anger. They had been unhappy with this person for a long time. If they didn't vent their anger, they would suffocate to death. The Xiao family's 9th rank didn't win. He smoothly won a round. However, the top 4 rule was that everyone had to fight 3 rounds. The result was still unknown. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts fought fiercely. Both of them were at the peak of rank 8 and could step into rank 9 at any time. It could be said that they were evenly matched. They didn't dare to hold back in every move. In the end, both of them were injured. The stronger Ming family's 8th rank expert won this difficult battle by a single move. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. In the last move, his Qi Ocean was injured. It was hard to say if the Ming family's 8th rank expert did it on purpose. However, the Yang family was the last to be eliminated without a doubt. Ning Chen was foolishly guaranteed to be in the top 3. For a moment, he couldn't react. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. Ning Chen's battle was empty. The other battle was between the Ming family's 8th rank and the Xiao family's 9th rank. The battle between the 9th and 8th ranks didn't have much suspense. The Xiao family's 9th rank quickly won, and the Ming family's 8th rank lost. Then, Ning Chen admitted defeat again. This time, the surrounding people couldn't take it anymore. All kinds of curses rose and fell. Was this a competition? This was to disgust everyone. The few people from the Qing family also felt that they had lost face. The top 3 was too shameful. However, what kind of person was Ning Chen? He was so thick-skinned that he could withstand swords and sabers. No matter how strong you were, he wouldn't fight no matter how strong you were. The martial banquet's champion, 2nd place, and 3rd place, come up to receive your title. At this moment, the eunuch beside the northern Meng young emperor spoke in a hoarse voice. Immediately, the scene quieted down. Ning Chen grinned. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The wheelchair creaked. Ning Chen was on the left, the Xiao family's 9th rank was in the middle, and the Ming family's 8th rank was on the right. They climbed up the stairs and arrived in front of the emperor. I am Bai Yutong. I wonder if I can ask your majesty to bear witness to something? Ning Chen looked at the young emperor and grinned. Speak, the young emperor said maturely. The Qing family's 2nd young miss once promised that as long as I took the position of champion, she would agree to marry me. She even asked your majesty to bear witness. Ning Chen's smile became more and more brilliant. The scars on his face also became more and more twisted. Ning Chen didn't lower his voice, so everyone present heard these words. At the same time they were puzzled, they saw a black light flash by. The Xiao family's 9th rank, the Ming family's 8th rank. A sword without warning. Condensed with frost and dyed with blood, it drew the most beautiful light. It was so fast that no one saw it clearly, including the 2 people who had already fallen. Under the feet of the emperor, who dared to rashly perform martial arts. Now that the 2 of them are dead, will the champion be me? Ning Chen was laughing. There was madness in his laughter. The black sword in his hand dripped with blood, shocking everyone present.